Volume 2. Chapter 74, Tail Cutting. Part 1. There's a limit to charging in blindly. What made you think you could rush into that danger? My sister's glare was sharper than any blade. I acted on instinct, feeling the need to intervene, but it wasn't a calculated decision. As I spoke, avoiding her gaze, she let out a small sigh. Well, thank goodness it's just this much. It's quite remarkable that there weren't many casualties amidst all this chaos. While rescuing Luna, I got grazed by the blade wielded by the villain. The villain was swiftly dealt with by the knights, and since it wasn't a major injury, I received simple healing and bandaging. It might be a bit of a hassle, but it's better to keep doing it for a while. By the way, Cyan, where have you been all this time? I heard there were quite a few ladies looking for you. I wasn't feeling well, so I was resting in my room. But then I heard screams in the hallway and assailants were appearing, so I hurriedly ran outside. Of course, it's a lie. But until I met Emily and her group, I had always worn a mask, so there would be no witnesses to challenge my false alibi. My sister stared at my face in silence. Is there something on my face? No, it just reminded me of someone who felt similar. She was smiling faintly. Seriously, Cyan, if you had seen it, you would have been amazed. It was a rare sight for one person to stand up against dozens. Did you see their face? I asked nonchalantly. No, they were wearing a black mask, so I couldn't see. Maybe they had no intention of revealing their identity from the beginning. I secretly thought it was a good idea to change clothes before meeting. But still, you were pretty cool when you saved that Luna, right? There wasn't any knight riding a white horse like that. Usually, I would give you some nagging advice on how to treat women, but I'll let it slide this time. For a moment, a question mark popped up in my head. Did I do something wrong enough to deserve nagging? Without showing any signs, I asked, what happened to that kid? For now, the people from the Garam Magic Society took her. She'll probably be investigated by the Empire soon. I sensed a somewhat downcast tone in my sister's voice. Luna and the Garam Magic Society side might even be imprisoned in this palace if they make a mistake. Anyway, since the Day's Stone, who played a decisive role in this incident, was found in her hands. At least Luna's stone wasn't broken. Since I revealed my face to save her unlike with Princess Erin, I couldn't act recklessly. If I had pretended to know about it and broke the stone, I would have been in trouble too. She must have been surprised. Coming to another country and getting caught up in such chaos, and then unfairly subjected to an investigation. Comfort her when you see her again, Cyan. Got it. Well, assuming we see each other again. Having saved her life once, I had no intention of getting involved any further. Tap tap, it was a normal knocking sound, but I felt a tingling sensation all over my body for a moment. As the blood rushed, my heart began to beat anxiously. I naturally became aware of who was on the other side of the door. Can I come in, Cyan? It was a repulsive voice that I could never forget. Eventually, the owner of the voice came through the open door and smiled hatefully at me. It's good to see you're okay, Cyan. It was Vert's eldest son, Ashel, facing me again after a whopping 2 years. Alice's expression upon greeting her brother was unexpectedly not bright. It seemed as if she was questioning why he was there. However, she quickly concealed her true feelings and greeted him with a warm smile. Welcome, brother. Isn't this our first time seeing each other at the Imperial Palace? Ashel, in return, smiled and replied. I came to see the prince. I've been quite busy with various matters, so I haven't been able to pay much attention to you all. I'm really sorry about that. Was it just my mood that made me not feel his sincerity? At the moment when Alice briefly avoided eye contact, her gaze suddenly shifted to Cyan. In that moment, when Ashel turned his head briefly to close the door, Alice clearly saw it. A strong sense of murderous intent emanating from Cyan's face, as if he was intent on killing the presence before him. It's inappropriate, brother. I should be the one apologizing for causing you concern. However, as soon as Cyan raised his head, the hostility vanished without a trace. Alice, somewhat dumbfounded, couldn't utter a word. Now that I mention it, you've grown quite charmingly. Thank you for your kind words. But, as the conversation paused momentarily, an unknown tension filled the room. By any chance, did you not receive the gift I gave you? Alice's heart sank at the mention of the word gift. While she trembled, there was no change in Cyan's expression. He hesitated for about 2 seconds before continuing. You mean the bow tie? Unfortunately, the servant that intended to deliver it lost it amidst the chaos. I'm truly sorry for not being able to safeguard the precious gift you gave me. As he rose from his seat to bow his head, Ashel interjected. It's okay. I had prepared something that would suit you well, but it couldn't be helped. I'll make sure to give you an even better gift next time. As their conversation continued, Alice's anxiety grew. It felt like she was looking at two ticking time bombs. She couldn't understand why she felt this way. I'd like to spend more time with you, but I should go now. Don't worry about the aftermath. I'll take care of everything to ensure your comfort. With those words, Ashel stood up and Alice hurriedly escorted him out. Take care, brother, Ashel replied with a smile and left the room. Alice quickly turned to Cyan. Cyan's expression was simply impassive. I'm truly relieved to see you unharmed, Your Highness. I can't express how worried I was thinking something terrible might have happened. Resimus seemed reluctant to leave Aaron's side. I'm fine, Resimus. Why are you like this today? Unable to enter the banquet hall due to her status as a maid, Resimus couldn't stay by Aaron's side even after the incident occurred. Perhaps she feared the princess might be in trouble when she couldn't protect her. Being unable to do anything when her mistress was in danger was akin to the worst situation imaginable for a servant. To see Aaron, who was usually strict during sword training, in such distress made her realize how precious she was to her. As time passed and the situation ended, Aaron's face didn't ease up. With so much going on, her mind naturally became cluttered. Yet, one scene kept replaying in her mind: Cyan holding Luna. People tend to add elements of imagination to repeated thoughts. While Aaron knew Cyan had simply jumped in to save Luna, her mind kept adding strange elements to the scenario. Obviously, I was right next to you, but am I not even paying attention? Hours of effort seemed futile. However, feeling pathetic for having such thoughts amidst the current crisis was embarrassing for Aaron. Who was that person? The mysterious man with the black mask. He appeared in the midst of danger, saved them, and then vanished. Aaron couldn't forget him, especially considering he destroyed the pendant she carried, which held the dangerous artifact called the Day's Stone. It seemed like he approached them knowing about the pendant, and in other words, he could be seen as someone who saved them from the assailants. Who could he be? Aaron couldn't see his face due to the mask, but his presence felt familiar, like meeting someone you know well. Just then, the princess's door suddenly opened, breaking her thoughts. Opening a royal family member's room without notice was a grave offense. Yet, the person who entered was none other than the first prince of the empire, Louisnal Severus. Brother Louisnal. While it was technically his sister's room, it was still a girl's room, a princess's room. It was an uncomfortable situation for Aaron, but as per her position, she couldn't show her discomfort and greeted him respectfully. Welcome, Your Highness. It's an honor to have you here. Despite the courteous welcome, the prince's face wasn't bright. He sat down without replying. I'll be direct, Aaron. The prince's tone was indifferent and stern. Did you receive a pendant from my assigned maid before the banquet? While she did receive it, it wasn't in the same state. Aaron suppressed her trembling heart and calmly replied, Yes, as it was a gift from Your Highness, I intended to cherish it, but unfortunately it was damaged during the recent turmoil. Ha! Seemingly displeased, the prince let out a hollow laugh. Pathetic? What? Aaron blurted out unintentionally. You must have heard. That pendant contained an artifact called the Day's Stone. Yes, but I never instructed anyone to give you that pendant. Naturally, I've never seen it either. That maid's actions were entirely her own fabrication. Although the prince had presented her with the pendant as a gift, in reality, it contained the mesmerizing power of the Day's Stone. As a result, Aaron became a target for assailants and their summoned creatures, facing a significant threat to her life. Although she managed to overcome it safely, it could be interpreted that Prince Louisnal intentionally orchestrated the tragedy to kill Princess Aaron, making it seem like a mere scheme. However, the prince immediately cut off any association with himself. So don't even think about linking that pendant to me. Do you understand, Aaron? Aaron couldn't offer any rebuttal. She could only nod in affirmation. Yes, Your Highness. The prince, after finishing his business, immediately stood up from his seat. I wondered if you had grown a little, but you're truly foolish. Did you really think I would send you a gift? Was there any doubt? Only the faint remaining affection of family covered it up. Yet, at this moment, the lingering thought that the prince considered her family was shattering into pieces. Don't forget, your foolishness, without a trace of doubt, played a part in today's tragedy. With those words, the prince left the room. No one, including Resimus, dared to speak to her. All that could be heard was the desperate attempt to hold back tears, spreading a sense of pity. Chapter 75, Tail Cutting, Part 2. The gruesome, blood-stained banquet finally ended, leaving a somber atmosphere in the palace. As the night passed, dawn broke, bringing in the morning sun. Exhausted but unable to sleep, Alice stared out the window endlessly. Knock, knock, come in. Her attendant, Cecilia, entered. How did it go? Luna and members of the Garam Magic Society were all taken by the palace knights. There will likely be intensive investigations in the coming days. Alice wasn't surprised. This was already expected. With Luna Rainriver confirmed to possess the Day's Stone, they were inevitably the prime suspects in the recent events. Alice sighed heavily, feeling a mix of emotions. Is something troubling you? Cecilia inquired. Alice hesitated for a moment before speaking. Cecilia. Yes. Do you remember when I was 9 years old and received my first gift from Brother Ashel? Of course. You were so interested in magic, and he gave you a magic scroll. I remember how much you loved it. A magic scroll, a type of disposable magical artifact. It could be used with just mana, without any specific incantations or complicated formulas. Thus, it was often used as educational material for apprentice wizards or new students entering the academy. Although people praised me as a prodigy, that scroll was of a level even I couldn't activate back then. But Brother Ashel said something when he gave it to me. Alice couldn't forget his words. He said, when you become capable of using this scroll, something extraordinary will happen. Perhaps everyone in the world will look at you. I hope to see that before you enter the academy. At first, it sounded like heartwarming advice. However, if Ashel truly meant it that way, Alice couldn't maintain her stoic expression now. Guess what? Do you know I still have that scroll? Alice retrieved a worn scroll from a small dimensional box on the desk. As if to show Cecilia directly, she unrolled the scroll. I can still use this. It's in perfect condition, without any tears or damage. However, Cecilia's eyes widened in disbelief. Alice, could it be? From her perspective, it was definitely not a magic scroll. Yes, it's not a magic scroll, it's a summoning scroll. Moreover, it can summon demonic beasts. Carved in crimson on the blue parchment was a magic circle. It was undoubtedly a summoning scroll capable of summoning lower-level demonic beasts in the front lines. How long have you known? Since you were about 14? I was focused on my studies at the time and had forgotten about it for a while, but I remembered and took it out again. Since my grade was around 4 stars at the time, I thought I could use it without any problem. I was truly shocked. Can you believe it? I was just a naive kid back then, and I didn't know this scroll was a summoning scroll. Activating the scroll required only mana that met the conditions. It responded only to the caster's mana, without the need for any spell, allowing it to be activated even if the user didn't know the scroll's true nature. I got chills that day. If I had activated this scroll back then, I would have faced the demons without any defense. The memories of that day resurfaced, and Alice placed her hand on her chest. Then, did you have thoughts like these again? Did Brother really believe I could activate this scroll? What if I had actually activated it? What would have happened to me? Wasn't Brother Ashel actually hoping for what would happen after I activated this scroll? Alice spoke resolutely with a numb face. Did Master Ashel say anything? Cecilia's face grew increasingly serious. He asked me once if I still had the scroll he gave me, so I said I lost it. Why did you do that? I don't know, it just felt like the right thing to do. Maybe he didn't even know what that scroll was, so I thought he might not know. Then Brother Ashel seemed very disappointed. But emotions surged, and Alice clenched her fist. That expression wasn't that of someone who didn't know. He knew from the beginning, and it was a look of real disappointment because I couldn't activate the scroll. It was like he wished something really bad would happen to me. Why? Why? For what reason? Her blood-related brother and family member, why did he commit such a terrible act against her? Alice still didn't understand his motives. But this time, it seems like Brother gave another gift. This time, it wasn't for me. It was for Cyan, for the youngest master. Yeah, It seemed to be a bow tie, but the maid who was supposed to give it to Cyan seems to have lost it, so he didn't receive it. As it had only been a few hours since the incident, Alice remembered it vividly. With regret and a negative aura, the look in his eyes was so similar to the emotions she had encountered in the past that Alice thought the gift wouldn't be good for Cyan. Your younger brother might be far more remarkable than you think. The words the Duke had spoken in the past came to Alice's mind. It was just a passing moment, but Alice could clearly feel from Cyan's gaze a sentiment that seemed to deny him, as if he knew everything about him. Does Cyan know something? Alice wondered. She hoped that, as the Duke had said, Cyan had truly grown into a remarkable figure. Someone who could surpass her and even surpass Ashel, becoming the new successor of the family. The chaotic night of the banquet had passed, and it was already the third day. The nobles who had attended the banquet were all released after undergoing a series of investigations, and most of them fled the palace as if escaping. The Empire had not yet determined the culprit of this incident. However, since the Garam Magic Society was identified as a likely suspect, the investigations continued within the palace premises. By the way, my sister and I didn't undergo any investigation at all. It's not because we had alibis. Someone must have intervened to exclude us from the list of suspects, purely for their own sake. Whatever words come out of my mouth, they won't be good for them. I never imagined that my first dining experience at the palace would be at such an ordinary tavern. My life is truly bizarre, Brian comforted Emily, who was despondent with her nose on the table. Well, what can we do? Given the circumstances, all the upscale restaurants have closed their doors. With rumors spreading about the appearance of criminals in the palace, many high-end restaurants had ceased operations. This kind of tavern is widespread even in Velias. Do you even know how to drink? Well, not really, but Nana can eat. I don't mind anything when it comes to food. What are you doing letting a maid drink with you? Where did you get your maid training? For some reason, I felt like returning that remark exactly as it was. A familiar feeling washed over me as I turned my gaze. I got up from my seat. Are you going to drink, sir? Before she could ask, Emily asked if I was going to drink. At any rate, she's quite perceptive. Oh, help yourself. I immediately left the restaurant and headed for a corner alley where I felt a presence. There, leaning against the wall with a hooded black coat, was Silica, the owner of the tavern. Without small talk, I went straight to the point. What are you going to do about the maid? The maid was obviously Emily. For now, I don't plan to send her away. There's no point in sending her away. If she doesn't talk, they probably won't bother her over there either. Good idea. Speaking of which, a maid who had handed over the pendant to the princess just bit her tongue and committed suicide. They probably intervened beforehand. It was tail-cutting. They were trying to prove that they had nothing to do with it. If I hadn't destroyed the bow tie Emily gave me and kept it, she might have ended up in the same situation. How is the Garam Magic Society handling this? For now, it seems like they're prioritizing searching for those who brought the day's stone to the forefront. They're probably trying to cut off ties as well. Since Chairman Regions even sent his granddaughter, it's unlikely they planned such a thing as a group. Even if they're not directly involved, it's undeniable that the culprit is related to the Garam Magic Society in some way. However this matter unfolded, it was bound to lead to sensitive friction between the Ushif Empire and the Garam Kingdom in the future. Things were unlikely to calm down anytime soon. That aside, Cyan, how did you know? The leader approached with a bright smile, taking a step forward. What do you mean? The fact that I am engaged to Drenian. It was a secret engagement within the family, and very few knew about it. How did our heir find out? As her hand seemed to move towards my neck, she gently pulled me in, preventing any escape. I chuckled nervously, avoiding eye contact. As I mentioned before, a disciple knows the future of their master. Speak properly. As if to discourage any attempt to dodge, her grip tightened, and just as I was sweating in embarrassment and confusion, smoke emerged from within my embrace, causing the leader's face to stiffen. What did you learn from my warning? Karam, who appeared from the mist, gently removed the leader's hand from my neck, smiling with a chilling coldness that sent shivers down my spine. You should be grateful for not marrying that old toad. Is it necessary to torment such an innocent and righteous master? The leader, as if unwilling to back down, also smiled awkwardly and said, Karam is really mean. I heard you knew everything about the plans, but didn't properly inform Cyan about Luna's potential involvement in the plan. Well, I'm not unaware of the nature of the demonic sword. I wonder if you're not being too greedy. Oh, isn't it inappropriate for someone who tried to kill her fiancé under the guise of a mission to say such things? Why didn't you say from the beginning that he was your fiancé to the members? Was it that embarrassing to reveal? Well, I think it's better to be a servant for hundreds of years than to have no men at all. It seemed another disturbance would occur if this continued, so it was time to break it up. I controlled Karam's movements and nodded respectfully to the leader. See you at the academy, leader. Karam naturally caused a commotion. Why don't you let go of me? I didn't like that damn bitch from the beginning. Who is doing what? I've been struggling to handle them, and I couldn't understand why they were causing trouble together. After barely containing her anger, Karam looked at me and said, "Don't you dare turn to me now. I didn't really enjoy this. What's the point of having fun with just 100 or so people left?" She was quite astute, our demonic sword. I have no complaints. In fact, it was because of her that their plans were thwarted like this. I have nothing to say. Rather, I should be thankful. It seemed my words were unexpected. Well, be grateful that I was here. Where can you find a beautiful sword like me? I wouldn't deny it. As I said, she is my only beloved sword that cannot be found anywhere else in this world. It seems I need to control her better in the future. The meeting with the leader over, I headed back to the tavern where Emily and the others were. It must have been some time already, and I returned to my seat, thinking that they had already cleared one table of our meal. For a moment, I frowned, thinking I had seen it wrong. Emily and Brian, who were just as confused as me, and Nana, who seemed to be paying no attention and focusing on her meal. And, "Welcome, Senior Cyan." Another face greeted me with a natural expression. Chapter 76. Tail Cutting, Part 3. It took me 10 seconds to open my mouth after seeing her face. It wasn't that I was lost for words, but rather a myriad of thoughts crossed my mind. Eventually, feeling that pondering was futile, I asked straightforwardly, "What is it?" In response to my brief and concise question, she replied with unfocused, dark eyes. "You look like someone who has encountered a person who should be interrogated in the palace dungeons." Well said. Although she probably hadn't undergone torture, I still thought her mind wouldn't be entirely intact. Luna Rainriver. She should have been in the palace's underground interrogation chambers, yet here she was, facing me with a plate of steaming food between us. "Please, have a seat. You should eat." Of all the seats, it had to be directly facing hers. I couldn't just stand there, so I sat down. "You seem curious why I'm here. If you know, just say it. Are you here because you escaped or something?" "Yes." Cough. Suddenly, Emily and Brian, startled, began coughing. "It's a joke." I didn't believe her at all. If she had really escaped, it wouldn't be this quiet around here. "Don't worry, I've received all the necessary investigations and have been officially cleared. Our Garam Magic Society has been confirmed to have no connection to this incident." "That's highly unlikely, isn't it? The current First Prince faction holds all the power in resolving this crisis. They weren't the kind to foolishly release us like this. You don't seem particularly happy." She puffed up slightly, as if offended. "It doesn't seem like a time to be happy, does it? Is it really over safely? Anyway, it's a fact that the day's stone came from your side, isn't it?" "True, our members brought it, but they have no connection with the society. One person orchestrated everything, and no one else knew about it." "Did the Empire acknowledge that?" "For now, they decided to focus on investigating that suspect. They can investigate us later if they want. But," Luna continued with an unchanged expression, "she's dead. It seems she bit her tongue and committed suicide." I burst out laughing incredulously upon hearing that. Was she even subjected to tail cutting? If so, the Garam Magic Society would feel even more aggrieved. Essentially, the prime suspect who could reveal everything was forced to remain silent by taking her own life. But how was the suspicion cleared? In such a situation, wouldn't you receive even more intense scrutiny? "I'm not sure, but I heard that there was a royal decree to exonerate us. They promised not to discuss this incident publicly, whether it's the Empire or the Kingdom." "A royal decree to exonerate them? There's no way the First Prince, who holds all the power, would issue such an order. If there's anyone who could, they would undoubtedly be someone higher than the first prince and probably the only one in the entire empire. If what she said was true, then it was Empress Dion who brought this incident to an end. So I was released. I came to see you as soon as I was freed. How did you know I was here? I just had a feeling that if it was you, you'd be having a meal with your maid and knight. So I blindly looked for a restaurant in the imperial city. Luckily, I found it quickly. Quite relaxed, that little one. It wouldn't be weird for her to be fleeing back to her homeland like a bolt of lightning, but she still came to see my face. It was a mental strength I couldn't quite understand. I should leave now before society members come looking for me. Enjoy your meal, senior. As she rose from her seat, with a short gesture, she turned and left. Contrary to her appearance, she didn't seem to have a particularly squishy personality. Young master? Emily stared intently at me as I sat firmly in my seat. Awkward smile and unstable gaze. It was clear what she wanted to say. She wanted me to see her off. Quite bothersome. Nonetheless, I naturally got up. The moment we stepped outside, her half-closed eyes widened by about 0.5 cm. Was she genuinely surprised? Don't misunderstand, it's just a simple farewell. I walked about 300 steps with her. That should do. Thanks for seeing me off, senior. She sounded genuinely pleased about being seen off. Okay, take care. Just as I was about to bid farewell, she suddenly hugged me. Your wounds seem to be okay. As she cautiously touched my shoulder wound, I gently pushed Luna Rainriver away as if clearing luggage. Don't worry about the wounds, no need to check them like this. But you hugged me so tightly before, she expressed some inexplicable discontent, lips pursed. I'll really go now. See you at the academy, senior. With a brief farewell, I simply waved my hand, and soon Luna Rainriver completely disappeared from my sight. Hugh, as she left, Karam's mischievous whistle could be heard. Isn't there a prince on a white horse? If this is the case, shouldn't you thank me twice? It was so absurd that I couldn't help but laugh. Whoever heard it would think everything had gone as planned. Regardless, you've thwarted the plans of the guy you despise so much, right? In the end, they gained nothing, didn't they? That's right. Perhaps by now, they're furrowing their brows. It's a pity I couldn't see that face myself. But aside from that, what kind of power does that prince have to use a marionette? It's not a magic that just anyone can easily wield, no matter how exceptional they are, right? The prince didn't do it. And it wasn't Ashel either. Then who was it? There was someone. Unlike me, who was doing dirty deeds behind the scenes, it was the greatest minion of the devil who ruled everything from the front. I momentarily forgot. At this time, it was probably about this far. Summoning, necromancy, black magic, and more. The pinnacle of all magic that can be reached by human hands, mastered by the strongest black mage. Boris Ruchelheim? He would be by Ashel's side right now. The Imperial Palace, a space permitted to only one person, the Emperor's office. In the Emperor's eyes, filled with agony, a multitude of emotions could be seen. Despite the dozens of documents scattered haphazardly on the desk, there seemed to be no intention to tidy them up. Thud, thud. Approaching slowly to such an office was one person. Judging by the swift pace of his steps, it seemed urgent. The Emperor paid no heed, not even glancing at the person who entered. I heard that His Majesty pardoned the members of the Garam Magic Society. Why was that? They have insulted the Empire, dared to cause unrest in the presence of His Majesty at the Imperial Palace, and are prominent suspects. The Emperor still did not respond. Even if the Garam Magic Society itself was not involved, this will serve as an important political leverage against the Garam Kingdom in the future. Louisnell. In an atmosphere so heavy that even the air seemed to settle, Crown Prince Louisnell found himself at a loss for words. The name was called, but the Emperor still did not speak. Louisnell had no choice but to wait silently until the Emperor decided to speak again. I won't ask why you did it, nor will I ask how you did it. What do you mean? Cold sweat dripped from Louisnell's cheek. This is the final warning. Do not disturb the imperial family, or rather the empire, with your actions any further. Louisnell struggled to maintain his composure, to control the flicker of his eyes. I don't understand what His Majesty is trying to convey. Let go of any thoughts of deceiving me. Even if you can deceive everyone in the palace, you can't deceive me. Are you trying to frame me with baseless suspicions? Sometimes the feelings are so clear that you have no choice but to ask. With a dark expression, The emperor continued to speak. Louisnel, you have many abilities. You have the leadership to guide others and strong determination. You have more than enough qualifications to become the next emperor. But there's one thing you lack. What is it? It's inclusiveness. The furrow on the prince's forehead deepened significantly at the weight of the emperor's words. You tend to favor capable individuals endlessly, but at the same time, you have a tendency to dismiss and reject those you deem worthless. Don't you agree? Louisnel couldn't respond. Employing talents is good. However, a ruler who does not embrace and accept those beyond that circle will ultimately not be recognized by anyone and will perish. As the emperor and also his father, this was the only advice he could offer. Even if the rumors from Nepelis continue, it doesn't matter. My position will definitely pass to you, so do not reject and embrace them. That is the virtue of a ruler. In a situation where the emperor promised his succession directly to him, there was not a trace of joy on Louisnel's bowed face. I hope my current feelings will continue in the future. For a moment, as his fists trembled incessantly, Louisnel, with a calm expression, accepted the emperor's advice. I will engrave His Majesty's words deeply into my heart. From the office to the East Annex where his room was, Louisnel suppressed his surging emotions firmly. And finally, as he reached his room and closed the door, bang. The patience he had been holding back finally exploded as he fiercely pounded the desk with his fist. Who? Louisnel repeated only rough breaths, with no words, and his eyes were filled with an eerie, murderous look. Meanwhile, Ashel's eyes, meditating while sitting on a chair, carefully opened. Instead of his servant Kellen, another man was seated beside him. How is the Crown Prince? There seems to have been an intense moment during the conversation with His Majesty the Emperor. He has instructed not to disturb him for a while and remains locked in his room. With a vacant gaze, Ashel stared endlessly at the ceiling. Marionette and summoned creatures have been annihilated by an unknown presence. The plan to use the Days Stone to kill my brother and the fifth princess has failed, and the plan to pass everything onto the Garam Magic Society has all gone down the drain under the Emperor's command. So indeed, nothing has been accomplished. It was almost surreal how his life hung by a thread. Ashel felt utterly ashamed, experiencing the taste of failure for the first time in his life. The plan may have clearly failed, but I've discovered an interesting fact. An interesting fact? Would you care to look at this? The man retrieved a small orb from his pocket and presented it to Ashel. While analyzing Marionette's corpse, I sensed a strange aura and quickly captured it within this orb. After he flicked the orb with his finger a couple of times, the transparent glass-like orb soon turned black, emitting an unknown black smoke from within. Ashel eyed it suspiciously. What kind of aura is this? It's not magic, and certainly not the aura of a demon, is it? It felt like witnessing the eerie power of a spiritual entity. One thing he could be certain of was that it was definitely not a force that could be produced by humans. This is the aura of a demonic sword. Ashel's doubts didn't last long. What do you mean? A demonic sword? The spiritual weapon endowed with the power of fallen gods. Both the Marionette and Hellhound I summoned lost their strength due to this aura. Are you sure? I am. The orb made it evident that it was no mere boast. It was so vile and dark that only something as atrocious as a demonic sword could produce it. Ashel could easily acknowledge it. So, the owner of the demonic sword was in the palace at the time. That's how we can conclude it. Any suspicions as to who it might be? With his arms folded, Ashel fell into contemplation once again. It wasn't unthinkable that it might be someone attending the banquet. If so, it could even be a noble. But who would dare bring such a malignancy into the sacred palace? Perhaps, is there a correlation between the conditions required to control the demonic sword and its elemental attributes? Of course. Given the nature of the demonic sword, there's a high probability it's associated with the darkness attribute. At this, Ashel smiled meaningfully. Boris. Yes, Ashel. How about paying a visit to the academy? Chapter 77. Return. The tumultuous banquet came to an end, and I returned to the academy, only to be summoned to the principal's office. Did he perhaps desire some intimate time alone with me? As soon as the door to the principal's office closed, a barrier went up to ensure no one could enter. Anyone witnessing this might mistake it for an interrogation rather than a conversation. I'll ask you straightforwardly, looking at the principal's firm eyes, I thought that this might really be the case. Did you know in advance that this incident would occur? If I had known, such a thing wouldn't have happened in the first place. The story of the infamous blood banquet had spread not only throughout the empire, but across the continent, so it wasn't unreasonable for the principal to be in such turmoil. Considering the attendees at this banquet, including Silica and several academy affiliates, the aftermath was surprisingly simple despite the magnitude of the event. However, there would inevitably be questions, especially considering that a member of the prominent empress's family had died, yet there was no significant aftermath. Among the wild rumors that circulated, some even suggested involvement from the Quasel family, trying to undermine the Nepalese family to elevate themselves. I could only laugh at such nonsense. While the dead may tell no tales, there were plenty of tales to be told about the deceased. Moreover, although this incident may not be entirely unrelated to Quasel, our principal must feel quite unjustly treated while not knowing anything. Well, now that I think about it, I feel unjust too. It's not like I could speak, but I was definitely the target of an assassination. Not only did I handle all the marionettes and summons in the palace, but I also ran around tirelessly to save the other two, and yet they suspect me like this. As if understanding my intentions, the chief chuckled and said, "I heard you saved the granddaughter of the region's Magic Society's head. I did save her and got injured in the process, though it had been healed for a while now. Aren't you the kind who wouldn't care if others died? I found it remarkable that you risked your life to save her. I was curious, that's all. It's better if you didn't know. How much of a despicable scum do you see me as?" I couldn't find words to argue with him. It was beyond absurd. While I almost let slip a remark about the principal needing to manage his household properly, I managed to swallow it down. Instead, I retrieved a piece of paper from my pocket. "I'll give you this while you're here. Just one favor, please." "A favor?" The principal's eyebrows furrowed slightly downward. He seemed quite surprised that I, of all people, would ask for a favor. What I handed him was a document containing someone's personal information. "Isn't this a Guardian Knight registration?" "Yes, it could have been sent to the administration, but I thought it would be better if you, the principal, handled it directly. As I've explained before, according to Academy regulations, only Guardian Knights are allowed entry as escorts. Most students disguise their escorts as Guardian Knights to enter the Academy. If additional personnel are required, related registration documents need to be submitted to the administration. However, if the principal handles it, it will likely be expedited without any hassle." The principal looked at the ID I handed him with a puzzled expression. "You hired a female knight?" It seemed he thought so because of the name written on the document. I shook my head and replied, "It's just a formality to list her as a knight. In reality, she's just a personal attendant." "A personal attendant? Don't you know it's against Academy rules for students to have personal attendants?" Bringing up the law at this point seems a bit hypocritical, doesn't it? Anyway, you're well aware of the loopholes, aren't you? Your audacity knows no bounds. I understand your intentions. I'll take care of it so you can leave now. With his approval, he flicked his fingers lightly, and the barrier that had surrounded the room just moments ago disappeared instantly. Just out of curiosity, is there anyone else besides the maid you're bringing in? Although I felt a bit sheepish inwardly, I maintained my composure and said, "There isn't, but..." "Why do you ask?" "I'm asking because your food expenses have been abnormally high. After all, you only have one Guardian Knight, right? I don't know if it's because of your tastes, but it's strange that a room for 2 people receives enough food for 4 every day. The supply department has mentioned this more than once." I couldn't help but squirm uncomfortably and avert my gaze. Having a roommate with a healthy appetite was something I couldn't complain about. "Well, my knight happens to have a good appetite. Isn't it normal for knights to have good appetites?" Brian was the easy scapegoat. After clumsily explaining, I promptly made my escape from the principal's office. Thud. The forceful slam on the desk emanated with intense anger. Despite the restrained expression, such demeanor only heightened the tension in the room. "What were you all doing while this debacle unfolded like a dam bursting?" Regins Rainriver, the head of the Garam Kingdom's Magic Society. As someone involved with the society, hearing the account of this incident would likely incite anyone's wrath. The crucial evidence, the Day's Stone, was unequivocally the property of the Garam Magic Society. Moreover, the person who delivered it disguised as jewelry to Princess Erin, and Luna was affiliated with the Garam Magic Society. But even what has been uncovered marks just the beginning. The individual who delivered the stone bit their tongue and committed suicide, leaving behind questions about whether they were a spy, a defector, or what motivated their actions. We hurriedly investigated the individual involved, but there was no apparent connection. Their background, relationships, they had no ties to the Ushif Empire, and their lifestyle and movements showed no signs of irregularity. We're left with nothing but the explanation that they suddenly defected. As the bearer of the report, they felt as if they were losing their mind. It's a frustrating situation where you can't come up with an answer even if you try to infer the process. This was truly something that calculating wizards would be reluctant to do. It's incomprehensible. Not only that, but the Emperor ended the matter without any repercussions from the Empire. Yes, the imperial family doesn't want to disturb the peace with uncertain matters. Something fishy must be going on over there too. There's a possibility that the imperial side was involved in this incident. Flicking his finger against the report, Regent's gaze suddenly drifted elsewhere. Where is Luna? She just finished her regular inspection and returned to her room. As soon as her whereabouts were confirmed, Regents rose from his seat and left the room. Passing through the lengthy corridors, he headed towards the room of a young girl filled with countless books. Calling it a girl's room felt slightly off. The room's inhabitant was deeply engrossed in reading. "You're here, grandfather?" There was no response to her listless greeting. Approaching her, Regents skipped the pleasantries and cut to the chase. "During your interrogation in the Empire, did you notice anything suspicious from them?" Her gaze remained fixed on her book. At first, they probed aggressively, but soon they changed their attitude. After that, they let me go quickly. "I didn't ask for a recount of known facts. I'm asking if there were any movements that even the Empire is reluctant to disclose, something they were trying to keep hidden." Regent's tone grew slightly harsher. The girl, with unwavering eyes, closed her book and replied, "There was nothing." Her voice was both honest and firm. For a brief moment, Regent stared at her with suspicion. "Understood. Then let me ask something else. What about that boy? Have you found out anything about him?" The slight tremble in her hand holding the book went unnoticed as she maintained her composure and spoke with an unwavering gaze. Contrary to what I expected, he seemed to possess a great deal of kindness. Kindness? Yes. It's not easy for a noble to sit at a table with a knight and a maid for a meal, right? To him, it seemed like a natural, everyday occurrence. There was no awkwardness. Was there anything else? Interrupting her response, he asked again, perhaps not satisfied with her initial answer. "He seemed more considerate than I thought. Despite risking himself to save me, he didn't ask for anything in return and even escorted me back despite being somewhat impulsive when he first arrived. It seems he isn't entirely indifferent." "That's not what I'm asking." A thunderous voice filled the room with a gust of wind. "What kind of mana did you sense from him? Perhaps hidden abilities? Who are the people around him? I'm asking about those important details." Books tumbled, and despite the dizzying whirlwind, the girl's gaze remained unwavering. After a brief silence, she spoke first. "Why are you so fixated on him?" With his excitement subdued, Regents replied in a calm tone. "I've told you, haven't I? Everything I ask of you is for the advancement of our magic society. As my granddaughter, you must fulfill this duty." Luna, without reason, simply obey the given instructions. It was a life imposed upon her as a rain river. With a small sigh, Luna finally provided the answer he sought. "His attribute score is 93%, slightly higher than what you mentioned. While he may not have achieved the highest magical grade, he surpasses the 3rd grade rank in the Academy's official records by far. I'm not sure if he's intentionally hiding any power, but I sense something concealed. I'm not sure what it is." "Are you certain?" "I am. I felt it when I embraced him myself." "Understood." Seemingly done with the matter, Regents turned and left the room without a word of thanks or acknowledgement. Left alone, the girl tried to resume reading but soon closed the book again. "It's not interesting." With a sudden outburst, she tossed the book aside and flopped onto her bed. Could each day be so dull? It was already dull to begin with, but since returning from the Empire, her unrelenting boredom seemed to worsen with each passing day. She absent-mindedly turned her head to look out the window. The view outside lacked any freshness, a gloomy scene mirroring her mundane life. It felt as if she was gazing at her own monotonous existence. For quite some time, she stared out the window. Ironically, the direction she looked was none other than where the Royal Academy stood. Chapter 78, Luna Rain River, Part 1. If someone saw, they might mistake this blanket for a top-grade magical robe. Wrapped in it like a shield, trembling all over, as a means of defense was truly pitiful. "How long are you going to keep that up?" I asked, exasperated. "Why on earth did you bring that in, Master? How could you just decide to raise such a thing in our room? You say you won't be scared anymore even if there is a demonic beast in front of you. Well, that's a different story. Besides, she's not even a demon, she's just a doctor." Her frightened eyes met those of Nana, who was eating. "Hey, hey!" Just as she seemed frozen in fear, Emily suddenly let out a strange whimper and bolted back to her room. Nana approached me with a puzzled expression. "Papa, why is Emily acting like that?" "Don't worry about it. She'll adapt on her own eventually." I gently stroked her head and reassured her. Nana smiled happily in response. Eventually, Emily was brought back to the academy. By procedure, she should return to the Velia's estate. However, for nobles, a personal attendant is akin to personal property. If the owner wishes, their whereabouts can change at any time. As she's still classified as my personal attendant, I have the authority to decide her fate. No one can interfere unless they're the head of the household. Emily probably couldn't even dream of it, that she was used as a pawn to kill me. Though their plan failed, there's no reason to keep her, considering the various risks. Returning her to Velia's would be the worst scenario, and I have no intention of just standing by. Since nobody would question me taking back my attendant, they wouldn't dare to approach her recklessly. Well, as for Emily, my gaze shifted back to Nana, who had resumed her meal. Is this what parents worry about as their children grow? Even though I've hidden it well for the past 2 years, it's far from perfect. Not only suspicions about the food expenses, but also from other aspects. If these things continue to pile up, it's bound to explode. Though she managed to suppress the mana by her ability to transform freely, continuing this lifestyle seems unrealistic. In any case, I think we should enroll Nana in school instead of fake employment like Emily did. "I'm back, Master." Just as Brian returned from his private training, he handed me 2 unfamiliar letters. Both were received from official channels of the academy. Seems like I've been receiving letters more frequently lately. I was slightly anxious, wondering if they were strange invitations or something, but thankfully they weren't. First, there was a letter from Alice. Along with brief greetings, she mentioned that she had finally decided on her future. It's finally happening. Joining the Knights of Light to uphold the family legacy. It wasn't particularly surprising. It had been drilled into me since I was young, and I had already resolved myself countless times, so my sister's choice was expected. In fact, it's not an exaggeration to say that she chose the best path available to her. I don't deny that the Knights of Light are the most suitable place for her innate talents to be utilized. Normally, upon applying, there's a period of 6 months to a year for review and probation, but my sister will likely have those periods significantly shortened. If you ask if it's a special recruitment, it is. There's no need to waste time on a talent so renowned that every citizen of the Empire knows about it. At the very least, within 3 months, and possibly within a month, my sister will be bestowed with the title of a Knight of Light. The problem lies in what comes after. Despite the past hiccup, my sister's life is progressing in the same direction as before. That means, ultimately, her life's end will also be the same as before. There isn't much time left. Soon, there will be a day when she leaves the academy. I carefully preserved the letter my sister had written after reading it. Then, I naturally looked at the second letter. What's this? Although the recipient was clearly me, there was no indication of the sender anywhere on the letter. So I tore it open and checked right away. The awkward title attached to my name immediately gave away who the sender was. It was Luna. To an observer, it might seem like an affectionate relationship between senior and junior. The more I read the letter, the narrower my forehead seemed to become. Was it because of my mood? Even brushing past each other's clothes is considered a connection, but isn't this a bit excessive? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they're forcing a connection from one side. Or was this brat approaching me for some purpose? While others might say, Isn't this girl clearly showing interest in you? I, on the other hand, naturally have a negative mindset, so I don't feel anything even if I see this. It just triggers my wariness even more. Amidst this, my lips unknowingly curled up when I read the last sentence. I said this out of fear of being misunderstood, but I laughed because it was ridiculous. Coming to see me soon. Is she coming to visit me before school starts? A sense of unease that something annoying might happen soon began to rise strongly. I even seriously considered going on a vacation somewhere else during the remaining vacation. Just as I was pondering that, knock, a strange knocking sound echoed in the room. At the same time, the anxiety that arose from reading the letter surged even stronger like a blazing fire. Stopping Brian from leaving and cautiously approaching the door, I peeked outside. As mentioned earlier, it's currently vacation time. That means there's no one living in the royal palace except me. The fact that a strange visitor came here, where even the facility managers pay no attention. Though I hadn't confirmed it yet, I already felt like I knew who was behind the door. Hoping it wasn't the person in my mind, I cautiously opened the door. Creak. I didn't say anything after opening the door. It wasn't because I was too surprised to speak, but because the situation I had anticipated was unfolding before my eyes. The unfamiliar visitor looked at me with an unabashed gaze and said, "It's been a while, Senior." Naturally, unable to stay in the room, I grabbed her hand and pulled her outside. Luna didn't resist or show any sign of strength as she followed me out, like a soulless doll. The destination we arrived at together was the cafeteria, a place I hadn't set foot in since enrollment. Of course, there were no other people besides us. "You turned out to be quite a bold guy, Senior," she said, stroking her wrist. "Don't talk nonsense and get to the point. Why did you come to find me?" I was bored. Her expression was infinitely confident and upright. There was not a hint of falsehood. "Seeing your face, Senior, it feels like you're facing someone with a secret agenda." She hit the nail on the head. I affirmed with silence. "I'm a bit disappointed. We've sat at the same table, but you didn't seem interested. More like you just joined us uninvited during mealtime. I didn't want to waste time with idle talk." Leaning against the waist with my arms crossed, I gave her a guarded look. "Hey, Junior, you seem to have misunderstood the proper relationship between seniors and juniors. We've barely spent 2 hours face to face. Less than I think. I thought it was about 20 hours. She's talking nonsense. Even if you live for 20 years, trust doesn't necessarily develop in human relationships. It's strange enough to treat you warmly for just 2 hours. Don't you think?" She seemed momentarily speechless, but her face didn't show shock. "Senior, considering we're only a year apart, it's odd that you speak as if you've lived more than 20 years. There's no retort to that." I briefly averted my gaze. She's quick on the uptake. "Okay, anyway, trust should be built between us, right? Since I already trust you, I just need to earn your trust." She's quite articulate. Luna closed her eyes momentarily, lost in thought. She seemed to ponder how to gain my trust. "Shall I tell you a secret about our society that you might like, Senior? In fact, our society, including my grandfather, has been keeping an eye on you. The reason I was sent to the imperial banquet was to investigate you." For a moment, I frowned, thinking I had heard something wrong. What? Am I hearing this right? "You might feel unjust, but our society has been experiencing unfortunate incidents recently." Unfortunate incidents? Yes. A knight who supplied blood from the front lines was suddenly assassinated one day, and a merchant who provided research materials and human test subjects to the society was unexpectedly found dead. Also, the dragons that were of great help to our magic society suddenly disappeared near the academy, among other fatally consequential events. It's unbelievable, but I couldn't laugh. All the facts she mentioned were related to me. Without showing any expression, I asked, "So, the Garam Magic Society is suspecting me as the perpetrator of those disgraceful incidents you mentioned. Is that right?" "Yes," Luna's answer was consistent. "Do you not know that telling lies when trying to gain trust will have the opposite effect?" "It's not a lie, I just told you the truth." I understood. At least, she wasn't lying about the incidents. The problem was that these events were related to the Garam Magic Society Luna belonged to, and they were suspicious of me as the culprit. "On what basis are you saying this?" I could only deny it as frivolous talk. "I honestly think it's not appropriate. However, because my grandfather has a very suspicious personality, he keeps all possibilities in mind. You, senior, have lived near the front lines before enrolling in the academy and are easily capable of erasing traces as a darkness attribute user. So it's not a definite conclusion but a vague assumption? Sort of. Regions, the society president. I knew he was suspicious, but I never thought he'd consider me a suspect. Moreover, the dragons I killed were actually related to the Garam Magic Society. Even in my past life, I didn't know this fact. A pact between dragons and humans. How would other dragons, including those from other countries, react if they knew this fact? Well, if what you say is true, people in the Magic Society, including your grandfather, are now suspicious of me, and you've just told me about it. Is there any reason to go to such lengths to gain my trust? I have nothing to offer you. This is not just a secret, but classified information. It's not something I can casually discuss as a favor. Why is she doing this? What's the reason for continually approaching me to gain my trust? Unless she speaks out about this, she'll never get out of my guarded target. She continued to fixate her gaze on me with unwavering indifference. Behind the slightly trembling pupils, I could see her inner turmoil, as if she were deeply contemplating something. Luna soon opened her mouth. Chapter 79, Luna Rain River. Part 2. When I was about 3 years old, my grandfather said something like this to me. Asking for the reason, she suddenly began an old story. As you were born into the Rain River lineage, you must live for the advancement of the Garam Magic Society. That's your purpose, your duty, Luna. You cannot refuse it. I still vividly remember these words, even though I was only 3 years old. It wouldn't be unreasonable. It must have been a bone-chilling statement even for her young brain, leaving an indelible mark. There's no room for defense. It's only natural that, as a noble family member, one prioritizes the family's ideology over individual interests. I'm no exception. I received early education from that point on. My grandfather didn't restrict my learning when it came to magical texts provided by the society or research materials from the Imperial Society, rather than the kingdom. You didn't even have mana at that age, did you? It was like making a toddler run before they could walk. That's why it was early education. Whether it helped me or not, my grandfather insisted I learn everything. By the time I turned 10 and mana began to manifest significantly, I underwent a proper elemental examination. Senior, do you happen to know what my magical attribute is? I don't. That's a lie. I might not have heard about her attribute in this life, but I knew it very well. Fire, water, wind, light, darkness. I have a composite attribute evenly distributed among the 5 elements at 20% each. It's a balanced composite attribute that doesn't lean toward any single element. As I mentioned before, it's rare but not particularly desirable. While it allows for a wide range of magic, it's difficult to advance to higher grades due to clear limits on numerical values. It's an ambiguous attribute that can only decline to a mediocre level. I asked without revealing my knowledge, "What did your grandfather say about that?" He was pleased. It was somewhat unexpected. Pleased? Yes, he seemed pleased to a degree I hadn't seen before. There was a faint trace of bitterness in her words. He said, "If you pursue it, you'll become an unparalleled existence in this world. Once you, the possessor of a superior multi-element attribute that no one else has mastered, reach the peak of magic, you'll be able to fulfill the wishes of our Rain River family." His words remain unchanged even now. Theoretically, it's not impossible. If we liken the 5 different attributes within her to vessels existing within her, and if each of those vessels is significantly larger than the single vessel others possess, then it might be possible. That is, if her 20% darkness attribute is higher than my over 90% darkness attribute, and the other attributes are also superior, what's the problem? She would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of magic if her abilities far exceeded those of others. Of course, it's theoretically possible, but practically impossible. Given the limitations of the human body, there are clearly limits to raising the vessels. No matter how much magic is poured into an unstable vessel, it will eventually overflow without containing it. And this isn't something that can be solved within the limits of human effort. President Regions and Luna herself would probably know that. Do you think that's possible? I don't know. Based on what I know, I thought there must be limits, but it seems my grandfather didn't think so. I almost chuckled inwardly. There are things you can and cannot do, even if you're obstinate. Unless he lost his mind, does that old chairman really think it's possible? It's impossible without fundamentally modifying the human body. Wait a moment. Lost in the practical possibilities, I momentarily forgot which group this girl belonged to. The Garam Kingdom's Magic Society. Considering the insane things they did in their past lives, using their granddaughter as an experimental subject is not unreasonable at all. Could you lend me your hand for a moment, Senior? My hand? Without thinking, I extended one hand. Luna grabbed my hand gently, and for a moment, a faint light of mana manifested from her hand. You have a darkness attribute of 93% with a magical grade of 5 stars. Not only darkness, but you can proficiently wield magic from other attributes as well. What did you just do? I manifested my mana to confirm your physical grade, Senior. Is that possible? It's a result of experiments. Since that day, my body has become a subject of research for the Society and has been subjected to various experiments. I gain new abilities each time. The expectation fit perfectly. The scan ability I just showed you is one of them. I scanned your body from the moment I embraced you last time, and I relayed all that information to Grandfather. Fortunately, it seems she didn't fully detect my mana. Though it seems similar to a regular attribute check, it's something that can't be ignored. As time passes and her mana grows, the range of mana she can detect will inevitably expand. But that's not the issue now. New abilities from experiments? Nothing special. Even if she reaches the 6th rank, scanning the physical grade of someone lower is nothing. I'm certain the experiment has given this girl more than just enhanced physical abilities. There's something ominous lurking within her. The more experiments I undergo, the less I can adapt to my body. I seem to gain something, but it's injected into me forcibly without my consent. Is there something wrong with your body? Luna answered with a faint smile. I can't exactly say everything's fine. In fact, it's quite bad. I didn't show it to Grandfather, but I probably won't live long. Maybe around 3 years, it could be longer or shorter. On what basis? I know my body best. My body can't handle the influx of mana from the experiments and is gradually deteriorating. I think I can hold out for about that long, considering the time it takes to break down. A chill ran down my spine, and cold sweat dripped from my back. This is like a prophecy from the gods. Her prediction was accurate. Exactly 3 years later, the granddaughter of the head of the Rain River family collapsed one day. Is it okay to tell Senior about this? She asked. It's nothing special. I just told you because it's useless to me. It's the duty of the Rain River family. What does it matter to me, who doesn't have much time left? It's better to tell Senior and gain trust. Despite presenting her reasons, it sounded like a cry of despair to me. Yet she maintained a chilling calmness. Why do I want to gain Senior's trust? I'm not sure myself. I've been drawn to you since I first saw you. Could it be a sense of camaraderie? I felt like you were very similar to me. Similar? Yes. Senior, do you happen to like your household? That was a statement I couldn't even lie about. No. Then, it seems I'm similar to you. I also dislike my household very much. The only difference is that you're making efforts to get out of it, right? That's one way to put it. Then I'm different. I can't even entertain such thoughts. Similar yet different. Listening to those words, I suddenly felt a tightness in my chest. So what now? What am I supposed to do about it? I'm not a savior. I'm too busy taking care of myself and those around me to care for the life of a poor girl who foresees her own death. This means that I am not a divine being who will take care of the life of a poor girl who is predicting death. Just listening to this conversation is the best mercy and redemption I can offer. I said with a dry expression, it's good to live life on your own terms, but you've got the wrong direction. At least, I'm not as good a person as you think I am to be drawn to. But you're not a bad person either, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have saved me like that. I did what needed to be done. There were no other feelings involved. That, too, wasn't for her sake but for mine. I got up subtly from my seat. Where are you going? The restroom. I won't take long, so wait here. Of course, that was a lie. When I returned, she probably wouldn't be there anymore. Take your time, Senior. As if taking my words literally to wait, she sat there, hands neatly folded like a statue. While Cyan was momentarily absent, Luna pondered. Had she burdened him with unnecessary words? Initially, she hadn't felt this way, but as the conversation unfolded, she found herself divulging all her secrets. She knew. She was deeply attached to Cyan. However, the reason eluded her. She had explained it as a sense of camaraderie, but her feelings toward Cyan went beyond that. She wanted to rely on him, to lean on him, and this desire had subtly emerged since their first meeting. But was he just another person? Cyan drew a clear line, denying any deeper connection, leaving Luna feeling disappointed. In front of her, a group of strangers clad in blue robes appeared, encircling her as if to prevent her from going elsewhere. There was no need for explanation. Luna knew they were sent by the society to retrieve her. "Luna, it's time to return. Can't I stay a bit longer? An hour should be enough, not 2. The society head is extremely angry due to your unauthorized absence. Returning promptly is in your best interest." Unmoved by her defiance, Luna sighed as rose from her seat. Sensing something amiss, she looked around and remarked, "But where do you belong? You look different from the usual surveillance team." Luna had lived under constant surveillance since birth. Despite the society periodically rotating surveillance personnel, numbering in the hundreds, Luna usually remembered faces she had encountered before. Yet these 5 individuals surrounding her were unfamiliar. Despite her inquiry, they remained silent. Luna's curiosity quickly turned to suspicion, and in response, the man in front reached out toward her face. "Sweet sleep." A white powder emanated from his hand, entering Luna's nostrils and mouth. Shortly after, Luna fell into a deep slumber, cradled by the mages who, unnoticed by anyone, swiftly departed the scene. Chapter 80, Luna Rain River. Part 3, exactly 3 minutes. It could have been faster or slower. When I returned from the restroom, the only thing that greeted me was a hollow warmth. She must have left. I was aware from the moment she precisely described her physical condition. It was the unpleasant odor of the underlings of the Garam Society. Well, I hadn't entertained the thought that she had received permission to go out. Unauthorized absence was remarkable enough, but if Luna, that delicate girl, had crossed borders alone to come here, I couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. If Luna's words were true, then there was no need to confront the lackeys of the society who were keeping an eye on me. They probably just wanted to take their granddaughter back home as soon as possible. "Seems like our master isn't in a good mood, huh? Sporting a face as rare as a bug chewing dung?" Karam was mocking me to the fullest. Honestly, I can't deny it. It's not exactly pleasant. To be more honest, it's downright filthy. If making me boil with indignation was her main purpose, I'd like to give her my compliments. My feelings boiled as much as they could possibly get. Feeling sympathy for her remaining life? Don't be delusional. In the first place, human lives aren't that sturdy. They're barely tougher than flies. If I, who has witnessed countless deaths and driven many to their demise, felt sympathy for something like that, I would confidently say that I've lived my life poorly. Let me make it clear, I'm not a savior. Then why do I feel so dirty? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know how I feel right now. What's certain is that this disgust I'm feeling stems from a kind of discomfort, like the unease of not doing something you could do, a kind of filthy feeling. It's pointless to dwell on it further. I turned away with a brief gust of air. Just leaving? Of course. There's no reason for me to stick around if they're here to take back their runaway granddaughter. Getting involved will just give me a headache. Really? She, who would usually provoke me with the same old words, showed a somewhat different reaction today. It seemed like she was acknowledging something, yet at the same time, she appeared to have something to say. That made me even more suspicious. "What do you want to say?" I asked bluntly. "Well, nothing. Just about those people who came to pick up the kid. Did you happen to hear anything they were gossiping about among themselves?" "What gossip?" "They probably just said they should hurry up and take him away before they get into more trouble. The longer they wait, the more their lives would be at risk." "Didn't hear anything?" Her ominous laughter made me turn back again. "Did they telepathize? They were openly chatting as if the kid shouldn't hear. Did you catch any of it?" I couldn't laugh at a familiar scenario. Telepathize? It's not a simple magic. It requires considerable computational power to convey thoughts through magic. Even though it's widely used by the members of the Mist, it wasn't the case now. Why? Was there something she shouldn't have heard? They could have just said, "Let's take her back before we get into more trouble." They could have even cursed, "We're suffering because of you." Even though I have sharp hearing, I couldn't have heard their thoughts through telepathy. The fact that Karam said this to me, it means she heard something interesting, but certainly not for me. Suddenly, my gaze turned towards the chair where she had been sitting. I could faintly feel it, the lingering traces of mana scattered by someone, still not completely dissipated. I quickly placed my hand over it. Sweet sleep. As I saw the faint white powder on my hand, I became certain. It was the remnants of a 5th grade mental sleep magic. They had put Luna to sleep. But was it necessary? Did they really need to take her away, sound asleep, from a yard where there was no sign of resistance? Unnecessary actions always invite suspicion. My gaze turned back to Karam. What did they say? Karam leaned in as if she had expected it and whispered into my ear. I'll tell you everything they said. Open your ears and listen carefully. A moment later, her ominous whisper echoed in my ear like a dark aria. As her whisper continued, my expression gradually decayed, unbeknownst to me. The outskirts of Lewin, somewhere along the border between the Ushif Empire and the Garam Kingdom. Not a noble's luxurious carriage, but a modest cart suitable for the upper class, traversed the untamed wilderness where the grass seemed to stretch endlessly. At the forefront, 2 men steered the cart, while 3 others, each from different directions, guarded the cart as if setting up a camp. The commonality among them was the blue robes they all wore, hiding a sense of urgency in their stern faces. Eventually, the leader at the front raised his hand, signaling a halt. What appeared before them was a border post of the Garam Kingdom. They quickly pulled the cart back a bit to avoid catching anyone's attention. Hush, hush. They all began to remove their robes and change into shabby merchant clothes, a disguise to conceal their identities. They even carried forged merchant registration documents of different nationalities. Trudging along, they heard an unfamiliar sound, causing everyone to turn their heads hastily. A presence emanating a somber magic stared at them, draped in a gray robe, also seemingly concealing their identity. The leader of the cart slowly approached him. As others watched, tense with anticipation, they dared not to approach. She's inside. Judging by the voice, it seemed to be a woman. She is inside. She's been put to sleep with a sleep spell, but it seems the magic is not as effective as we thought. It should last for over a day, at least. Can I verify it? Of course. The man in the gray robe escorted the woman to the front of the cart. She climbed aboard, crossing over piles of clutter to find something hidden deep inside. There, she found a frail girl, bound and gagged, tucked away. As the girl's identity was confirmed, the woman smiled faintly. You managed to bring her here. In truth, it was like finding a needle in a haystack. Indeed, who would have thought the brat, destined to rot within the society's walls, would escape on her own? And to think, to the academy of all places. The woman took out a letter from her pocket and showed it. By now, the real observers sent by the society should have arrived. Leave before news spreads to the border post. Yes, understood, the man bowed, receiving the letter. As the woman turned away, she glanced back at the girl once more, speaking as if she was asleep but listening. Don't resent too much. Rather than a lifetime of suffering for a futile experiment, isn't it better to act meaningfully once and die? This is actually for your own good. Though the words sounded convincing, there was no hint of such sentiment in her expression or tone. Just a means to an end had arrived. The girl inside the carriage was nothing more than a presence devoid of any emotion to them. The woman turned around abruptly. Well then, I'll just be on my way. Whoosh. The sound of a sword piercing flesh accompanied the sudden distortion of the woman's face. Ah! Even as her gaze briefly fell on the droplets of blood trickling onto the ground, she slowly raised her head to see someone's jet-black robe fluttering in the wind. Between the deeply buried sword and the faint crimson aura seeping out, before anyone could fully comprehend, the wielder of the sword mercilessly withdrew his arm with swift motion. Thud. A cascade of blood gushed forth like a waterfall. The woman groaned and slumped forward, then immediately ceased to breathe. Those watching were all stunned. Lee, lightning, swish. The man who had received the letter shouted the spell in haste. But the incantation was never completed. Instead, it was interrupted by agonizing screams. Arg! The scream didn't last long either. As one hand in the midst of manifesting mana was ruthlessly severed, and before the scream could fully erupt from his mouth, a cruel sword flew towards him, slicing his throat in an instant, sending his head flying towards the carriage. Thud, they say when people are too shocked, their senses freeze, rendering them unable to move. That's exactly the state they were in now. Their eyes, however, were fixated sharply on the unfamiliar figure before them. A petite figure reminiscent of a boy. But beneath the simple black mask, the lively eyes sent shivers down the spines of those who beheld them. Two thoughts crossed the minds of the men facing him. Why did this happen? Or, we need to run. The latter would be deemed a slightly quicker judgment of the situation. If they had realized that the purpose of that masked figure was the carriage, they might have had time to quickly incinerate the carriage with magic and flee. Of course, that doesn't mean risking one's life. It just means extending the time to live by a few tens of seconds. Either way, losing a limb would be the same fate. But only one of the remaining 4 had such thoughts. The rest harbored doubts about the situation while simultaneously considering the need to deal with the figure before them. However, those thoughts did not translate into action. Just as they were trying to relax their tense nerves to gather mana, swish. That sound marked only the beginning. Swish, swish, swish. The relentless sound of brutal slaughter echoed incessantly. When their ears recognized that sound, they did not entertain any thoughts of survival. If it's not just the sound of a body part being severed, but rather a sound that slowly crushes the human flesh, even to the last handful of soul, then the one who perceives that sound will cease to exist as a human in a moment. It was said to be akin to the dance of death performed by a reaper. Weeing. In the harsh wilderness wind, a stench mingled with the scent of blood wafted through the air. Chapter 81, Luna Rain River. Part 4, 6 in total. None had fled or hidden anywhere. Since confirming took precedence over dealing with them, I hastily approached with my carriage. I thought you'd spare at least one. What's the point of the mask if everyone's to die? Did I wear it because I wanted to? Even though she was under a sleep spell, she should have woken up by now, is what I thought as I hastily wore the mask and came here. However, I hadn't expected her to still be asleep. Out of curiosity, I placed my hand over her face. She was sleeping so deeply that even if someone picked her up, she wouldn't notice. It seemed like she had been sleepless for several days from the start, as if she were catching up on all the missed sleep until now. Even after removing the gag from her mouth and untying her limbs, she remained motionless. Sigh. I exhaled deeply, throwing away my mask and took a breath. But there was no time to leisurely admire her sleeping face. Let's just get it done quickly and go back. I carefully laid Luna's body down. Then, I unbuttoned 2 buttons of her shirt to expose her chest. Placing my fingers on top, I closed my eyes. I cast the 6th level general spell, Searching. A magic spell that injects mana into the opponent's body to check their physical condition. You can think of it as an upgraded magic that she used to check my body grade. For me, it is a magic spell that I haven't used in a long time. I felt it. The flow of mana coursing through her entire body along with blood. However, it wasn't flowing vigorously. As mentioned earlier, something ominous was obstructing its flow, as if chains were tightly wound around her blood vessels. That's it. With this kind of thing wrapped around her body, it's no wonder she can't live up to her name. After confirming the nature of the energy, I immediately opened my eyes. Why? What happened? Heart curve. Heart what? Karam cocked her head as if she didn't understand. She probably wouldn't know. This is one of the proud achievements of those obsessed with magic research. Simply put, it's a device that suppresses human growth. It injects a lump of magic the same size as the target's heart to inhibit the growth of mana. Like tangled vines, there were dull black tendrils entwined around her beating heart. Suppressing growth? She probably wouldn't understand. The President Regents of the Magic Society undoubtedly has a firm goal of elevating his granddaughter to the pinnacle of magic. To achieve this, he would have subjected her to various experiments, treating her like a test subject to enhance her magical abilities. Yet, an unexpected inhibitory device on her? It's understandable if you curse at the absurdity. What's amusing is that it's highly likely the Garam Magic Society, of all entities, implanted it. Who planted this? Obviously, the Society. Why? They probably intended to use it not for suppression but for storage. Keeping a gentle flow of water flowing continuously doesn't cause any problems. But what if that flow were suddenly blocked and suppressed? Unable to block the natural flow, the water that couldn't flow gradually accumulates and swells. What happens when it's suddenly released? It'll burst like an explosion. In an instant, chaos will ensue. The Garam Society probably desired this. The artifact called Heart Curve suppresses the flow and growth of her mana, continuously injecting mana into such an unstable body. When the state reaches its peak, releasing the inhibitory device would unleash the accumulated potential explosively. Is it possible? Well, I haven't tried it, so I don't know. However, I know exactly what they did to achieve it. Through dozens, hundreds of human experiments, they would have applied the most suitable route to her. Perhaps Luna from her previous life couldn't withstand it and died. Strictly speaking, this wasn't about nurturing, but about breaking the vessel. Karam seemed quite baffled, wearing a puzzled expression. Anyway, if you leave it like this, she'll eventually die, right? That's right. So, what are you going to do about it? I haven't decided yet. Actually, what Karam told me about telepathy wasn't related to this. It was just a faction opposing the Garam Magic Society who heard about her unauthorized absence and tried to disguise themselves as society members to kidnap her. It was a kind of petty scheme to take her to their hideout somewhere in the Garam Kingdom and experiment on her as they pleased. Perhaps by now, the real society members have realized the truth and are rushing over. So, why did I help Luna? It's nothing special. I just didn't want to deal with the aftermath when the consequences came knocking after I knew about it. After all, she was kidnapped right after meeting me, so it's natural for the arrows to turn back on me. If I just handle things properly and leave her safely, nothing will change. Well, my job is done, now all I have to do is leave. Sigh? I let out a sigh without realizing it. If that was the case, I shouldn't have come in the first place. With one hand, I once again manifested mana, Kying just below the left chest, between the sternum and spine. Plunging my hand as if into water, my mana-infused hand was drawn into her heart. Splash, it's tougher than I expected. Like untangling vines from a tree, I roughly tore away the black tendrils encasing her heart. Rip, the torn debris was immediately incinerated on the spot. After completely removing the core of the artifact that had been attached until the end and smashing it, the revitalized heart began to stir. Do you know where the person who said he was not a savior has gone? Karam mocked me with rather amused eyes. I casually replied, I just paved the way, nothing more. With the absence of the heart curve, her lifespan was significantly extended. Though she may not know immediately, she will gradually sense that her body has changed. Consequently, a natural change of heart will also occur. With extended lifespan and potential, what can she achieve? Will she allow herself to be whittled away within the confines of the society, or will she break free and pursue a different path? The decision rests entirely with her. Who knows? If she explores her own potential, she might truly fulfill the aspirations of the society's leader, the pinnacle of magic. Whether the sprout becomes a flower or a tree, no one knows for sure. Awakening from sleep, Luna drew rough breaths as if she had just had a nightmare. She instinctively reached for her heart, but there was no discomfort. Instead, she felt remarkably serene compared to before she fell asleep. After the brief moment of disorientation, Luna finally looked around. The surroundings were cluttered with luggage, and a chilly breeze blew in from one side, indicating she was likely inside a carriage. Just as she presumed to step outside, something outside seemed to ripple like water droplets falling. A barrier? It was a magically constructed restraining barrier. Curiously, Luna lightly tapped the barrier with an inquisitive eye. Ping, the barrier rippled like waves and promptly disappeared. With caution, Luna stepped outside. Found her! Simultaneously, urgent cries and footsteps approached her. Squinting, Luna recognized familiar faces, guild members. Are you all right, Luna? They immediately checked her well-being. Luna responded somewhat dazedly. For now, yes. Do you remember what happened? Her last memory was of unknown watchers casting a sleep spell on her, leaving her with no recollection until she woke up in a strange carriage. She had nothing substantial to tell. Anyway, we're glad you're safe. We'll explain on the way. Will you come with us? The president is waiting. All right. Despite the familiar scenario from before sleep, she harbored no suspicions. Throughout the carriage ride escorted by guild members, Luna continuously checked her condition. Whatever had been binding her seemed to have vanished completely, leaving her with an unusual sense of freshness and a newfound inner sense of protection, rather than restraint or devourment. Is grandfather very angry? Luna's question left the guild members unable to answer readily. If you explain the reason for your outing well, I think it'll be fine. For now, the most important thing is that you're safe. Knowing well there would likely be a severe scolding upon her return, Luna wasn't particularly fearful. It seemed like something new, which wasn't there before, was now protecting her. This was a feeling of reassurance, not detachment. The scene was neatly arranged, and through illusion magic, I had clearly left my alibi in place. As a precaution, I had also set up restrictive barriers around the carriage, so unless a sandstorm passed through, there shouldn't be any issues. In other words, no one would know I was there. However, one particularly astute individual, as if not to be fooled even by ghosts, interrogated me as soon as I returned to my room. Did you have some sort of itch while I was away? I'm not sure what you mean. Leader Silica scrutinized me with suspicious eyes. You must know about Luna's affair? Of course. She went to the restroom and disappeared. I didn't think she'd been kidnapped. I put on a serious face and remained silent. The kidnapping incident had already become public within the academy. A magic instructor named Nella Aranis from the academy went missing. She was a woman from the Garam Kingdom and reportedly opposed the Garam Society. She seemed to be referring to the gray-robed woman I had likely killed first. It seems she spread information about Luna to her faction. Her hasty restroom visit seems like a move to inform her allies. My demeanor remained consistent. Can you guarantee you're not involved in this? Without hesitation, I replied, I can guarantee it. I wasn't sure what was at stake. Karam watched me and the leader with a rather displeased expression. It was as if she wanted to intervene but had nothing to say, likely because she was an accomplice himself. Still, I thought you'd be exhausted from the banquet incident. You seem quite uneasy. Not at all. Since there's still some time before the start of the next semester, I'll give you a solo assignment. I was skeptical. A solo assignment? She wordlessly handed me a black envelope from her pocket. Haha, as I unfolded the envelope, all I could muster was a disappointed laugh. Chapter 82, Lambert Cage, Part 1. The warm afternoon sunlight streamed through the windows of the royal chamber. With nothing to do, the board maid yawned, the drowsy dragon lounged after lunch, and the knight, with no one to guard, focused on exercise. But where was the master of the room? Really tough. How can you spend 6 hours exercising every day without fail? Are all knights like this? Oh, my master insists that if you have even a second to spare, you should dedicate yourself to exercise. I'm trying to uphold that. Emily waved her hand as if to say, don't be funny. Ha, you're better at jokes than being a knight. Did you really believe that advice? I know my master the best. He's not the kind to give such good advice to anyone. It's ridiculous. Brian, who spoke the truth, was taken aback. Oh, I have to hear about that. How was Master's academy life? Thus began a conversation about the abandoned ones Cyan left behind. He almost never went to class, spent his days exercising like me, and went out for drinks at night, returning at dawn. Sometimes he'd be gone for a day to a week. Emily chuckled knowingly. Some things never change. Even when he was stationed at the front, he did the same thing. His habit of going out for drinks remains. She flopped onto the sofa, exhaling deeply. I finally get to the long-awaited academy, and all I find is boredom. Really, where did my master go after bringing me here, and leaving behind that weird half-grown kid? Emily's gaze fell on Nana, who was sound asleep in the room. Despite growing up, Nana was still a sleepyhead. Haha, you're not alone. Anyway, my master always had Karam by his side. Brian smiled, trying to offer some comfort. Karam, who's that? Silence filled the room momentarily. You don't know Karam? It's the first time I've heard the name. Who is this person you know but I don't? Brian, feeling embarrassed, couldn't close his mouth. Although she had spent a long time together with the Cyan, she was unaware of Karam's existence. It was a perplexing situation for someone as innocent as him to contemplate. Who's Karam? Judging by the atmosphere, is she a woman? Who's this person you know that I don't? Emily suddenly grabbed Brian by the collar and began shaking him vigorously. Well, she's always by my master's side, even if she doesn't show up often. It was difficult to say something, and even if he did, it wouldn't explain everything. From Brian's perspective, they had simply been together for so long that Karam had become part of the scenery, making her practically impossible to explain. What's up with our master? Besides the princess and that noble lady, who else is by his side? Emily, could you please let go of me? Brian's collar was being shaken endlessly. Ushif Empire's neutral city Lambert in the southwest. If Lewin is a legally neutral city established for the advancement of the academy between nations, this place was implicitly formed as a neutral city for humans to satisfy their desires. In other words, it's a dirty criminal city where money and fists prevail over law and order. Dismal. Are cities like this even real? Even Karam, who used to laugh and joke amidst the chaos on the front lines, was showing intense displeasure. It's not surprising. Everywhere, there's rampant swearing and violence, strange filth and the stench of blood permeate the ground, and the people roaming the streets are rough and intimidating, to say the least. Yet I had only one reason to be here. It was to carry out the solo mission given to me by the leader. A leader who gives missions as a return gift for returning. I'm so grateful for her consideration for her disciple that I don't even know what to do with myself. Isn't she going a bit overboard too? Does she really intend to send a kid like you alone to a place like this? Anyway, since there's no corner that appeals to you. Well, I don't think that's really what you want to say. Despite everything, she seemed displeased just by the fact that the leader had given me instructions. Tap suddenly, a flabby lump from the alley pushed my shoulder. Of course, I didn't budge. I stopped in my tracks and looked at the one who had pushed me. Geez, you really need to watch where you're going instead of bumping into people like this? Quite amusing. He was obviously peeking from the sidelines. What's up? No adult with you? Why is a kid causing trouble in broad daylight? Would a kid be causing trouble at midnight instead of in broad daylight? It's a typical script from typical guys. They pick fights with passers-by and then extort money from them. They probably thought there were parents or adults around me, so they thought they could just push me around. They're the kind of people who don't even have the slightest intention of giving proper education. So it would be best if they just brushed past quietly and took the money. But the problem is, people like them never just let things go. Hey, why are you just trying to pass by? Can't you see my stomach hurting from hitting your shoulder? If you hit someone, isn't it common decency to apologize and compensate? Well said. Even now, if you kneel down and apologize, I might just let you pass. Hey, now that I look at you, you're quite handsome for a guy. If you have nowhere to go, why don't you come with me? There are quite a few guys who like someone like you. I'll give you a job, employment. Instead of apologizing, he crossed the line. He was dripping saliva as he slowly pushed his dirty fingers towards me. It's a cliched repertoire, but unless you go through it at least once, progress is impossible. I lightly twisted his finger as I grabbed it. Ouch! Without even giving him a chance to scream, I immediately kicked his shin, disrupting his balance. Thud, his bulky figure fell with a loud noise. The cheeky stomach that had hit my shoulder was now soaring towards the sky, and I mercilessly brought it crashing down with one foot. It was a warning never to hit someone else's shoulder with such a crude belly again. With a groan, dirty fluid spurted from the guy's mouth. I shoved the finger that had been broken in his mouth and simultaneously stepped on it with my foot to keep it from being removed. His struggling resembled that of a pig in a slaughterhouse. Hey, big guy, it's called a head, you know. It's not meant to be carried around like an accessory. Perhaps he couldn't bring himself to answer, as he only emitted pained groans. Why would a little kid like me wander around such a filthy place in broad daylight? Didn't you think there might be something wrong? Even if you're dumb, you should have some sense. In fact, those without any sense resort to thuggish behavior. If they had any sense, they would have thought twice from the beginning. But this guy approached without any thought. Whoosh still, it wasn't just one. 4 thugs gradually gathered around the guy inflicting pain. However, they didn't approach easily. Unlike this guy, they seemed to have some sense. I'll say this only once, so listen carefully. Spread the word to as many people around you as possible. If anyone finds a boy wandering alone on Lambert Street from this moment on, don't ever touch him. If anyone dares to ignore this and approaches, I brought down my foot, which had been holding his mouth shut, even harder. Crunch, someone's going to lose something, like your teeth. A few teeth broke with a thud. Thankfully, it was just a few teeth on one finger this time. If anyone ignores my warning and approaches me again in the future, it won't end this easily. Do you understand? I gently removed my foot, and the guy with his mouth covered managed to nod his head. Judging from his expression, he understood well. The bulky figure quickly gathered his gang and disappeared in a flash, much faster than expected for his size. Did you really want to make enemies? Are you prepared to face the consequences? With a click of her tongue, Carium spoke. Don't say things you don't mean. I can see you're secretly amused. As the enemies increased, there would be more opportunities for battle, which would be excellent for the demonic sword. Oh my, caught red-handed? Knowing women's hearts, our master has grown up, truly consistent, the demonic sword was. I paid no mind and surveyed the area around the city. The streets felt lifeless. Beggars who had collapsed from starvation were seen everywhere. Though it might seem like an abandoned city, surprisingly, Lambert boasted an influx of capital comparable to the imperial palace. Of course, if that capital was being used for the city's benefit, it wouldn't have this eerie atmosphere. As mentioned earlier, this was a neutral city without a clear owner. This meant that through a series of business transactions, the city managed to sustain itself. Indeed, while walking the streets, you wouldn't only come across petty thugs, but also individuals with some level of power. For now, without much concern, I moved my feet towards the luxurious building in sight. Squeak, the cleanliness inside starkly contrasted with the dreary exterior. However, the faces of the people within didn't match the environment. A brown-haired woman, who seemed like a clerk, eyed me with disdain. Can't blame her. My attire didn't scream aristocracy, it was more reminiscent of a shabby wanderer. "How may I assist you?" she reluctantly inquired. "Looking for a room?" I sensed a slight change in her expression. Perhaps she thought there might be another master besides me. How many guests? Just me. Her expression reverted to its original state in an instant. "Hey kid, you seem to have wandered into the wrong building. We don't have a room for you to stay. Coming to a place where blood isn't even dry on your head." Thud! The clerk in the middle of her sentence startled and stumbled backward. Nothing significant. I just placed a pouch full of gold coins on the table. "The best room you have." "Excuse me?" Only then did the clerk, with widened eyes, start to inspect the pouch. "Is this how you welcome guests here?" Her expression changed once again. "Welcome to the Lambert cage. We will escort you to the VIP room on the top floor immediately." At that moment, all eyes in the lobby turned towards me. Chapter 83, Lambert Cage. Part 2, Lambert Cage. Leaving aside what kind of place it is, what comes to mind when you hear that name? Most likely, you wouldn't think it's a good place. You'd probably imagine something like a cage where human slaves are kept in groups. However, surprisingly, this place is a luxury accommodation facility frequented by numerous people every day. A VIP room that costs 50 gold coins to enter. The facilities themselves were incredibly luxurious, almost on par with a royal palace. It was a stark contrast to the dismal exterior. You could roughly gauge the main clientele of this place based on the atmosphere. Of course, people didn't come here just for a relaxing holiday. Looking out the window, I noticed various individuals, including thugs who had been roaming the streets a while ago, and even some well-dressed signs of affluence, gradually converging here. However, they didn't enter the entrance and seemed to be heading somewhere else. With that, I turned my head and walked straight out of the room. Creak, as soon as I opened the door, numerous eyes fell upon me. A plush red carpet adorned the corridor, with a total of 6 rooms, 3 on each side. Except for my room, the other 3 had guards stationed, all of whom were eyeing me with suspicion. From their attire and demeanor, it seemed like they didn't belong to this building. They were probably bodyguards brought by the owners of each room. I didn't pay them any mind and strolled down the corridor. Swiftly, the familiar scent of perfume and cosmetics greeted me as I descended the stairs. It was a strong scent, almost overpowering. To me, it was quite familiar, the smell that wafted from the bodies of many nobles I had killed in my past life. Lost in the scent, I found myself on the first floor without realizing it. There were a total of 5 floors, a pyramid structure where the space widened as you went down. This meant that the first floor where I stood was the largest area, but that wasn't entirely the case. Beneath the wooden floors of the first floor corridor lay a massive underground space, estimated to be more than twice the size. First, I headed towards the lobby near the entrance. Next to the lobby was a space where you could eat and drink, similar to a regular inn. While there were some people when I first entered, now it looked deserted, like a closed shop. The only person visible was the brown-haired female clerk who had rebuffed me earlier. "I'm Lisa, a staff member at Lambert Cage. How may I assist you?" Even if she wore a mask, her smile was so repulsive that I couldn't help but fake a laugh. Whether it was a strong professional demeanor or sheer audacity, it was hard to tell. Ignoring it, I said, "I'd like to use the cage." "The cage, you say?" Her lips twitched slightly. "I'm truly sorry, but for the time being, we're only accommodating existing customers. It would be difficult for new customers to use the cage." Internally, I thought, they're taking drugs. Money talks, so why would they limit the use of the cage if they're willing to give VIP rooms to even a 13-year-old? If that's the case, shouldn't you have just denied me a room altogether? A single bead of sweat trickled down her cheek. That's because our accommodations and cage usage are separate. What can I do? I just follow orders from above. Does she think I came here without any prior information? In a city where might is right and money talks louder than the law, it's unlikely they would impose such restrictive rules. The woman is clearly lying to me for some reason. That means she's hiding something. Stealthily, my hand instinctively moved towards my pocket. There was no other meaning behind my action. I just intended to pull out a few coins and toss them her way. But then I noticed something. As my hand went into my pocket, hers twitched and moved. Not an unusual reaction. Even though humans might be less sharp than animals, they are highly sensitive to threats. She may have felt wary without realizing it, as my hand was heading to a place she couldn't see. However, it wasn't just the initial startle. It was the subsequent movements, as if preparing for something. Even now, her fingers were constantly glancing towards the underside of the desk, as if hiding something. Time seemed to stand still as I kept my hand in my pocket for nearly 5 seconds without making any further moves. This woman, who I initially thought was just another unassuming clerk like Emily, turned out to be anything but. Isn't that strange? She's single-handedly guarding this spacious lobby. Normally, there should be multiple guards stationed around, especially in a city like this, where trouble could break out anytime. Yet, besides her and me, there was no sign of any other guards or security measures. There could be 2 reasons for this. Either there's an issue elsewhere that has drawn all the guards away, or they deem her sufficient without the need for additional security. The only way to find out is to investigate further. Swiftly, though I hadn't initially planned it, I discreetly grasped Karam's scabbard that was tucked away in my coat pocket. It wasn't just a simple grasp. By holding the sword, I allowed the aura that accompanies it to spread unchecked. She must have sensed my aura because her pupils visibly dilated this time. About 10 seconds passed. Just as my hand was about to emerge from my coat pocket, a loud clang resounded, assaulting my eardrums. The clerk, with a shocked expression, was holding a dagger in her hand. Unlike her, I had nothing in my hand. It wasn't that I came out empty-handed, nor did I draw Karam. What I retrieved from my pocket was a single shining gold coin. Unlike my calm demeanor, she couldn't close her mouth in her bewilderment, looking as if caught in the act. Tumble the coin I threw bounced off her dagger, spinning on the desk like a top. After a moment, it stopped spinning, and she let out an incredulous laugh. "W, what are you doing?" "I was just trying to get some money out." It wasn't a lie. As I said earlier, I had intended to take out money from the beginning. She quickly sheathed her dagger and waved her hands. Please don't misunderstand. This was just self-defense. There are so many unruly thugs in the city that I needed to protect myself. I gave her a skeptical look. Can't I file a complaint about this? The lobby clerk is threatening a guest with a knife right now. I'm extremely uncomfortable, you know? Of course, it wasn't actually happening. However, she was already deeply embroiled in serious consideration, trying to remedy the situation with an anxious expression. Is there something you'd like to? Access to the cage. My purpose was clear. She sighed as if she had lost. So, you're the hotshot of the fresh rumors, huh? Heard about the boy who appeared on Lambert Street, trampling the ruffians and warning not to mess with him. Never thought you'd come our way. She grumbled as she wrote something down before handing me a badge stamped with the seal. It's like an admission pass, just a word of advice. If you're not planning to stay here long, it's better to leave quietly. If you don't have multiple lives, that is. A clerk concerned about guest safety couldn't be anything but kind. She got up and opened a small door behind the lobby. Beyond the door was a staircase leading underground. Lights were installed along the way, so it wasn't pitch dark. It looks like it's for staff. It doesn't matter, the destination is the same. Why bother going around to the back when there's a path? Well, she had a point. There was no reason to refuse her kindness. Without hesitation, I stepped through the door she indicated. The facility aside, there was more than a hint of suspicion about the clerk, but for now, I decided to put it aside. The staircase was longer than expected, descending about 3 floors deep, and the stuffy air of the underground was palpable. Why does the stride feel familiar? Have you been here before? Karam, who had been dozing, suddenly popped out in the middle of the stairs. I had to, not during such a lively period though. In my past life, I had come when it had almost become a ghost house. As we descended, indistinct shouts became audible from below. At least dozens, perhaps hundreds of them. Listening to the noise, I reached an old door. I didn't hesitate and opened it, stepping out. Why's the lineup so weird today? Did I come here to watch these pathetic fights? As soon as I opened the door, I was greeted by loud curses. If you're not gonna watch, get lost. Those worth watching are everywhere else. Accompanied by thugs who wouldn't be fooled by appearances, an atmosphere of exaggerated tension was created. I'll ask anyway, what is this place? It's nothing special, just a betting arena for fights. Traditionally, the most entertaining spectacle was watching fights, and even more thrilling than that was betting on them. This place was the perfect venue for satisfying such primal human desires. Humans who wanted to fight gathered here, beating each other senseless, while the spectators reveled in the brutality, exhilarated by the carnage. And those intoxicated by the thrill of it all would bet to watch new matches, making this place, the Lambert Cage, a renowned attraction in the city. At first glance, it might seem like a gathering of baseless thugs who enjoy fights, but they were just a small, insignificant layer. Apart from the Lambert Cage, there were numerous similar arenas across the continent. But the core customers responsible for operating these facilities were all aristocrats. That's how lucrative this business was considered on the continent, in which aristocrats were the primary patrons of such facilities. The VIP room I had booked was, in fact, just an additional facility for these aristocrats. For now, I headed straight to the betting arena in plain sight. Chapter 84, Lambert Cage, Part 3. In Lambert, fitting its neutral name, there was no lord ruling over it. However, the absence of a lord didn't mean there was no owner. Especially in turbulent places like Lambert, the rulers of territories changed frequently, and with multiple factions vying to control them, it was like a small-scale battlefield. A man with hair redder than blood sat on the stone steps, smoking a cigarette. His name was Gunter Richtus, one of the rulers of Lambert's Western District, managing the waste yards of the city. In front of him sat one of his subordinates, here to report a series of incidents from the Eastern District that had just occurred. A young boy? Yes, that's correct. He appeared in the entertainment alley at the city's entrance, trampling the area's guards and leaving a warning. What did he say? The man relayed the boy's warning, which made Gunter burst into laughter. He said that, if anyone touched him, they would become a cripple. What's wrong with that guy? It seemed more delusional than arrogant, to say the least. He didn't seem particularly bothered by the arrogant warning from the boy. So, how are the folks from that district dealing with it? Delkia isn't one to sit still, right? Of course, as soon as they heard about it, they started looking for the boy's whereabouts. Surprisingly, they found him quite easily. Oh really? Where was he? He's at Lambert Cage. Lambert Cage? Yes, and he booked the most expensive room, the VIP room, alone. Gunter's expression subtly changed. Is he a noble? I'm not sure, but when he booked the room, he didn't give a name. Did anyone see his face? Was there anything special about it? Here's the strange part. Everyone who was there couldn't remember the boy's face. They couldn't remember? Gunter immediately questioned. Yes, although they could remember other details like his hairstyle, clothes, voice, and walk, they couldn't recall his face. They only remembered that he had sharp eyes and black hair. Does that make sense? It's not like they have prosopagnosia, and if they got punched too, why couldn't they remember? There was no answer to be had from someone who wasn't the person in question. Gunter's expression stiffened briefly, but didn't last long. Anyway, the boy is in Lambert cage now, right? He didn't just come to watch. He trampled the street thugs and issued a warning. He must have more in mind than just sightseeing, right? Well, I suppose so. A strange smile appeared on his lips. After flicking the cigarette he was smoking, he stood up. As he rose, a chilling, bone-cracking sound emanated from his entire body. It's been a while since I felt this interested to move myself. He's not just interesting. He's become something to look forward to. His face filled with exhilaration. Gunter's destination was undoubtedly Lambert Cage. People tend to attract a lot of attention when they are in places where they don't naturally belong. And that's exactly the situation I'm in right now. Although I'm not consciously aware of it, it wouldn't be wrong to say that I'm receiving the stare of everyone around me. Oh, Lambert Cage has changed a lot, hasn't it? Even kids like that are coming in? Isn't it like a lost servant wandering without its owner? Otherwise, there's no reason for him to be here, right? Why don't we go and trip him up on the way back? If you do that, your legs might end up broken, so I hope you don't act on it. After work, are you planning to kill everyone here? I asked back, surprised by the sudden and cruel words. What do you mean all of a sudden? No, otherwise it would be too confident, right? No matter how far away you are, is it okay to show your face openly like this? I stared into her eyes for a moment. Why are you looking at me like that? Well, you seemed worried in a way that's unlike you, so I wondered what's up. This rat-sized thing wants to die? Given my past experiences, it's natural to feel uneasy no matter what I do. Well, still, what she said isn't entirely wrong. Normally, when an assassin reveals their face, it signifies a strong intention to kill the opponent. Even though I'm far from the academy, thanks to the recent disturbance with the street thugs, rumors about me must have spread throughout the city. So, it's only a matter of time before my face and identity become known. But why bother revealing my face so carelessly if I was going to do it this haphazardly? I have my own precautions. It'll be fine. People in this city won't remember my face anyway. She seemed like she was about to retort, but suddenly stared straight at my face. Did you use some kind of illusion on your face? I didn't change my face. I simply used a trick to prevent others from remembering it. Right now, my face is obscured by a thin black mist, a modification of one of the techniques of mist, shadow concealment. Disguise, which induces a recognition disorder in those who see my face, preventing them from remembering it. So, anyone who sees my face will all have a facial recognition disorder. Therefore, there's no chance of my identity being exposed, no matter how much chaos I cause here. In any case, it seems like you've perfectly inherited the power of the idiot god. You seem to be quite skilled in such simple tricks, don't you? Why, got something else to say? No, nothing. I wanted to retort that she also inherited the power of the idiot god, but this time, I decided to hold back. I stood in front of the betting area with an indifferent expression on my face. A middle-aged man who seemed to be an usher looked at me with ambiguous eyes. So, are you here to place a bet? Before answering, I glanced at today's matchups displayed on the table. I checked just in case, but as expected, the name I was looking for wasn't there. Can I just watch without placing a bet? Why, yes, you can, but could you please show me your badge? The only thing I had that could be considered a badge was the one the attendant had handed me earlier. VIP. The attendant, after checking the badge, couldn't close his mouth. I didn't know. I'll escort you to the VIP section immediately. What are you doing? Amidst the commotion, guards who were waiting nearby rushed over. I hadn't bothered to check, but it seemed like quite a convenient pass after all. Hey, nowadays, even chicks like this get VIP access. Just when things seemed to be going smoothly, a rough voice came from behind. W, what are you doing? The owner of the voice grabbed the badge the attendant was holding. He was a typical big bully who couldn't judge the situation, nothing more, nothing less. I don't think it's fake, but did this kid really book a VIP room with money? What are you doing? Protect the guest immediately. Why are you all acting like this? I just want to watch. I'm not going to harm anyone. Even the guards seemed to be looking around awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. If you have money, even little kids like this get VIP badges. Is he from a noble family or something? I stared at the guy without saying a word. Wow, that look is really fierce. Oh, could you be the main character of that hot gossip? The one who warned not to mess with him, or you'll be in big trouble. Am I in a really serious situation right now? With a strange laugh that I couldn't tell if it was a joke or mockery, he put his hand on my shoulder. Well, even though he knew my warning, he still touched me right. I casually grabbed his beard and, before he could even realize it, I struck him down. Bam! Despite the loud noise that echoed through the space, I didn't care. There would be 3 more echoes in the future. Bam, bam, bam. After the exact 3 echoes ended, the surroundings fell silent as if nothing had happened. Who? Haha, he didn't faint after all. I unceremoniously pushed away the guy's bloody face. Where should I go? The guards will guide you. The rest of the process proceeded swiftly. The match is over, winner Albert. Yee! Throughout the 5 matches, I felt only one thing, boredom. Sitting in what was supposed to be the best seat in the house, I found the matches extremely dull to the point of almost falling asleep. Why do people pay to watch this? Karam seemed to share my sentiments. The fun of watching a fight is guaranteed when those who are stronger than you face off against each other. The moment you think, I can do better than that, the fun is over. The thrill was long gone. I observed the matches to gather information, but there seemed to be no harvest. I pulled out the directive handed to me by the landlord. Owner of the Lambert Cage, it's quite concise, isn't it? Because that's all there is to it. No exact name, no specific charges, just a sentence demanding the death of the facility's owner. From the receiving end, it's a situation where one can only tear their hair out. However, the slightly better part is that I know who the eccentric owner of this facility is, Lindsay Nihilov. He is the owner of Lambert Cage and one of the practical rulers of this city. But even what I know is limited to just his name. Nothing is known about his appearance, gender, age, or motives, just like in my past life. It's speculated that he must have a lot of money since he operates the arena. In my past life, I had made contact with him in various places, one of which was with the Imperial Prince Louisnal. Louisnal, who later became the emperor, approached him to secure military funds for continental unification, but was vehemently refused. Later, the emperor even sent troops to Lambert to conquer it as part of his expansion. But the city had already turned into a ghost town, and Lindsay Nihilov's whereabouts were nowhere to be found. I was one of the knights who set out to conquer Lambert at that time. I only returned smelling like dust in the end. Ultimately, I need to confirm who this Lindsay Nihilov is. To do that, I need to make him find me, not the other way around. Rising from my seat, I headed back to the betting area. What can I help you with? The attendant, now even more stiff-faced than before, hurriedly asked me. I want to sign up as a participant. Chapter 85, Lambert Cage, Part 4. A structure formed by rusted iron bars reminiscent of a giant bird cage. At first glance, it had the appearance that suited the word cage. The current state of this place was unusually noisy due to a rare commotion. Although the scheduled matches for today had all ended, news had spread that the organizers were hosting a new match. It was called the debut match. However, rather than positive reactions, there were mainly negative responses of skepticism and cursing. Oh, come on, now they're putting kids in as fighters. Seems like Lambert Cage has hit rock bottom. Or are there just no decent fighters left? From the VIP seats to the regular ones, the audience couldn't quite conceal their disappointment. Whether they knew it or not, the boy inside the cage was just standing there with his arms crossed. Isn't that the brat who caused a ruckus at the betting booth earlier? It seems so. The one who turned that troublemaker into a mess, right? Could he be the one behind those rumors? The one who said he'd turn anyone who touched him into a cripple? Oh, and now apparently the Delkia gang is going crazy trying to find that kid. Even if he's a noble, messing with Delkia's employees. If you don't want to die, you should have left here already. Otherwise, the moment you get caught, every hole in your body will be filled up. Heh heh. Despite the high-spirited banter and mockery, the boy showed no signs of being shaken, merely waiting silently for the match to begin. Shortly after, a burly man emerged in front of the boy. What? This wasn't a debut match, it was an event match. Ha, we might finally see something quite intense. The audience's response, which had been rather lukewarm, changed completely with the arrival of a certain player. The player's name was Gelberd, a figure here known for overwhelming strength and cruelty. Wow, the organizers are really ruthless. This poor kid won't stand a chance against Gelberd as his first opponent. Who doesn't? No wonder they gave him Gelberd as his first opponent. It seemed like that kid might not survive today. In some quarters, even expressions of sympathy were emerging. Betting overwhelmingly leaned towards Gelbird, and the audience was eagerly anticipating how badly the boy would be beaten, regardless of the outcome. Boom! With a fierce horn blast, the match began. Gelbird, wearing a sinister smile, immediately charged at the boy. "Crush him, Gelbird. Trample that kid to the ground." Thud! Along with a dull thud, the arena fell silent in an instant. Normally, the audience would have expected to hear clear, crisp blows one after another, but besides the initial strike, nothing else could be heard. Thump! Instead, a sound of something massive falling echoed through the arena. All the eyes of the spectators widened, and their mouths hung open. It was Gelbird who fell. Moreover, it happened with just one blow. Wow, what's happening? In just 1 second, an unbelievable situation unfolded. Gunter, who was watching the match, doubted his eyes. After avoiding the opponent's fist with minimal movement, he smoothly followed up with a turning motion, stepping forward. Seizing the moment when the opponent lost balance, he swung his right foot without hesitation. Gelbird, who had his face struck, fell without even a whimper. It was truly a concise yet perfect movement. For someone like Gunter, whose confidence in his fists was at its peak, it was undeniably an exhilarating scene. It wasn't just a move that someone could show off from learning a bit of fighting somewhere. It was the movement of a truly perfected individual, one that couldn't be achieved without years of training and suffering. Was that all? Gunter could understand. It was indeed a perfect movement, but it didn't necessarily reveal his complete skill. How would that boy fight if he used his fists, wielded a sword, or cast magic with various attributes? Gunter's mind was consumed with thoughts of what abilities the boy possessed. Then he hastily got up and dashed somewhere, none other than the betting booth. "Gee, Gunter?" The guide, seeing his face, was utterly astonished, with a look that seemed to be harboring some reluctance. For him, today must have been quite a tumultuous day. "What's his name?" Gunter demanded. What? What's the name of the boy in the cage right now?" The flustered guide frantically searched through the documents on the desk and checked the document containing the boy's personal information. It's Cyan. His name is Cyan." The night at Cage, after all the scheduled matches had ended, was supposed to be a time when the spectators dispersed elsewhere, making it quite quiet. But today was an exception. A crowd gathered in front of the normally quiet building, and soon the main gate was thrown open. "Oh, welcome." The face of Lisa, the employee guarding the lobby, hardened. It's as if she faced with someone she don't want to see. A woman, adorned extravagantly with chunky jewelry, confidently approached her. Behind her stood several men with a somewhat androgynous appearance, as if they had put on makeup. "What's going on?" Lisa asked in a firm tone. "I don't want to stay long either, so I'll get straight to the point. Among your guests, there was a young chick, right? Bring him out here, right now." The woman's threatening tone didn't faze Lisa. Instead, she seemed amused. What audacity. Coming here without notice and demanding our guest for no reason? Have you lost your mind? Do you want trouble? Trouble? You are lecturing me about trouble? Forget it. If you don't want to see a scene, bring him out now. An unexpected and volatile situation unfolded. Cage's guards, who were informed of the situation, also flocked in large numbers, but this only aggravated the bloody atmosphere. Is this about what happened during the day? If so, you have no shame. Making a scene over a mere junior employee? Aren't you embarrassed? Say one more word, I'll rip your mouth apart. The two women showed no signs of backing down. Final warning, if that kid isn't in front of me in 3 seconds, you'll regret sleeping tonight. Ha, try it, just once. You said you'd destroy us, so I won't stop you. The woman defiantly extended her fingers. Lisa, with steely eyes, returned the stare. "One? Looking for me?" I couldn't even properly count 1, let alone 3. All eyes immediately turned to one place. A boy with a nonchalant expression, calmly seated in a chair, sipping tea. What the? How did he? No one in the lobby had noticed the boy's presence until now. I thought something quite interesting was happening, but it turns out that I was the culprit. They were looking for me, so I showed up, but everyone is as silent as bees after honey. Since there's nothing to say, I decided to wait for someone to speak first. Guest. Where did you? It was probably from the moment of the last warning, right? I said, looking at the woman by the door with a dry look. Why you? Your name is. The assistant by her side whispered something in her ear. From the look of it, she must have told her my name. Mr. Cyan, is that correct? I just nodded silently. Talk about naming sense. It doesn't matter anyway, as it's just a pseudonym to be discarded. I hastily scribbled down a name to participate as a player. But there's something strange about the way this woman is looking at me. She had the look of someone who was frustrated just a moment ago because she couldn't catch someone, but now she's staring at me as if she's enchanted. Guest, you don't need to engage. What are you doing? Quickly, we'll escort the guest to the room. Nice to meet you, Mr. Cyan. The atmosphere changed in an instant. It's the first time I'm seeing you in person. I was quite surprised by your handsome appearance. She placed her hand on her chest and respectfully bowed her head. Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Delkia Bridget, running a small entertainment business at Lambert. Not the kind of greeting I was expecting. One thing's for sure, this woman is not ordinary. And it's understandable, considering the inexplicable obsession in her eyes as she looks at me. You seem to be looking for me? I asked with a consistent tone. Yes, that's right. Our junior staff was trampled by an unruly young boy, so we've been looking for you. We heard you were staying here, so we came looking. I'm not sure if they were from your side, but yes, I did trample someone on my way here. I wish you hadn't misunderstood. It was your side that started the altercation. Yes, I know, we fully admit that it was our fault. Then why did you come? I wondered. Surely she didn't come to apologize, and from the atmosphere just now, she clearly came for revenge, but now it seems like that purpose has vanished. If you have time, please come visit us sometime. There are many things that will pique Mr. Cyan's interest. If you have any questions, I'll answer anything. She handed me a business card with an odd smile. Are you crazy? Even though I'm an adult who has been through a lot, giving a brothel business card to a newly emerged kid, I wasn't the only one who thought it was crazy. Delkia, are you out of your mind? What are you giving to the guest? Your target audience is all wrong. It's not for business. I formally invited him. Despite glaring at the employee, she smiled broadly again and said to me, if you ever come by, just bring yourself. You don't need money. There was an eerie feeling in her words. Then I'll look forward to seeing you soon. Have a good night, Mr. Cyan. I couldn't help but smile coolly. After her entourage left, a puzzled employee came up to me. I'm sorry, sir. You must have felt very uncomfortable. It wasn't so much discomfort as it was puzzlement. Just to let you know, please don't wander around the entertainment alley. It could lead to big trouble. Of course, I have no intention of going there now, but this employee seemed to have some kind of concern about that woman, beyond just her being from the entertainment district. Why shouldn't I go there? Sir, you may not understand because you're still young. Anyway, there's something strange about that woman's taste. Don't beat around the bush. Just tell me, she shouted as if she didn't know what to say. Oh, what did I just hear? Chapter 86, Lambert Cage, Part 5. A night street dominated by bright red lanterns. The air is filled with the hearty laughter of women, and the smell of alcohol permeates the air. Underneath a tree adorned with lanterns, two men are smoking cigarettes, discussing the events that occurred at Lambert Cage just moments ago. I swear, I've never seen anything like it. That joyous smile on Lady Delkia's face. It sent shivers down my spine just watching her. Who wouldn't? She was totally enraged earlier, swearing to make him incapable of playing his manly role. But earlier, she seemed like a completely different person. When people exhibit unusual behavior, those around them are bound to be puzzled. The sight of Delkia they witnessed today was exactly like that. I heard laughter and screams alternating from Lady Delkia's room right now. There's no sign of her coming out. Seems like she's really taken with that kid. Pretty soon, there'll be another portrait added to Lady Delkia's room. Anticipating something unpleasant, the two men nodded in unison. But is it okay? I heard that Cyan boy sent Gelbird, who was his first opponent at the cage, packing in one go. Just like the look in his eyes, he doesn't seem like a normal kid. You know how Lady Delkia is once she sets her sights on someone, right? She'll probably try anything to bring him back, even if it means using force. Yeah, we'll probably be really tired. The shoulders of the two men slumped. But do you remember that boy's face? He had black hair, really sharp eyes. Right? Why can't I remember? It had only been 2 hours since they went to the cage. Even though the memory was vivid, the faces of the boy named Cyan just wouldn't come to mind for the two men. It wasn't just them. Delkia, who had paid the most attention to Cyan's face, was in the same predicament. It won't come to mind. It just won't. Dozens of crumpled papers were scattered around the room, all depicting a figure in disarray. He was the best-looking boy I've ever seen, a man like no other. Why won't he come to mind? Despite pulling at their hair and shaking their heads, Cyan's face simply wouldn't come to mind. The more she tried to recall, the more it seemed to slip away. I have to bring him back. The idea that his adorable face might age and change, it's unthinkable. A scream filled the room, causing the frames on the walls to tremble. Some fell weakly to the ground, but Delkia paid them no mind. Cyan, 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 she repeated the boy's name with eyes filled with madness. Did Delkia really cause a scene at the cage? On the opposite side of the light, in the shadowy space, a woman with a neutral voice chuckled upon hearing the report. And who is this boy Cyan? He went out for a breather. Since we've already discussed Delkia's sexual preferences, he probably won't pay a visit. He seemed hesitant about it, too. Oh, Lisa, you gave advice yourself. Surprising. At this, Lisa's pupils flickered slightly. I just managed VIP guests. I never had any personal feelings. Anyway, that boy is an important one who just came in. Clang. As the conversation was in full swing, the door at the back swung open loudly. The one who kicked open the door, entering with a smirk, was Gunter Richtis, the owner of the Western Waste Yard. Hey, still using this old room. Isn't it time to move? Gunter, do you even know where you are? Surprised, Lisa hurriedly tried to stop him, but the woman in the shadows raised her hand to stop her objections. Soon, she raised her chin and offered an intriguing smile. You've grown a lot, Gunter. It feels like just yesterday you were clearing garbage at the cage. Well, you must still crave that garbage taste, hence why you're still hanging around in a place like this. Don't mock me so lightly. Your mouth might just get torn apart. My emotional control hasn't been great lately. Despite the lively warning, the woman remained unfazed. Okay, let's get to the point. Register me as a participant in your arena. Lisa erupted in anger. Are you out of your mind? You were expelled long ago, now suddenly you want to do what? I want to fight that Cyan, Gunter asserted confidently. Isn't it a win-win? Think about it. If it's I, who is not just anyone, comes back to the arena, won't people flock to see me fight that little kid? Who benefits then? It's you guys. While Lisa was left speechless, the woman in the shadows chuckled pleasantly. Haha, you're truly yourself, Gunter. So you really want to fight with our VIP guest? Enough with the small talk, just give me an answer. Will you do it? Can you do it? Fine, I'll arrange a match with that Cyan, but I can't catch him right away. He's only had his debut match recently. He needs to build up more heat. While the debut match might have been flashy, arranging a big fight right after was foolish. It was the rule here to gradually build up victories and leverage more money from the audience. As hot as ever about making money, huh? Don't make me wait too long. You know I'm an impatient guy. After finishing their business, Gunter left without looking back. Are you really okay with this, Lindsay? Since this Cyan isn't someone we've hired, if he doesn't want it, the match won't happen. Cyan's stance was entirely as a guest. If he didn't want the match right now and left, the cage practically had no grounds to hold him. That boy must want something, otherwise he wouldn't have come here. First, Lisa, try to understand his intentions. If he has conditions, you can decide whether to accept them. Me, are you asking me? Can't you do it? And no, I'll definitely arrange a match between that boy and Gunter. After finishing her report, Lisa immediately left the room. Left alone, the woman with the mysterious smile vanished from sight after a brief moment. The reason I joined the cage as a participant is singular. It's to find Lindsay Nihilov, the owner of this facility and my target for assassination. To achieve this, my task is simple: to defeat all the participants in the cage. Given the nature of the arena, if one player continues to dominate with consecutive victories, the audience's betting will inevitably focus on them. Consequently, they will naturally come looking for me. I have no intention of prolonging this period. From my perspective, this city seems somewhat sinister. Hweeing as always, the streets at night are usually quiet. As a precaution, I completely avoided the West, rumored to have entertainment alleys. That woman, Delkia, I thought she was unusual, but I never imagined her tastes would be so unconventional. Unless the target is in that direction, I probably won't have any reason to go there. thud something from around the corner collided with me. Sorry, sorry. Unlike during the day, this time an immediate apology followed. But I can't help feeling a bit sorry to accept it. I extended my hand to the fallen boy and asked, "Are you hurt?" He seemed about 8 years old. "No, thank you." He held a basket that matched his size. He seemed hesitant, as if he had something to say when he looked at me. If you need it, would you like this?" As I removed the cloth from the basket, its contents were revealed. Cigarettes. Not just one or two, but enough to fill the entire basket. I couldn't help but chuckle momentarily. "Sorry, I'm a non-smoker. I never smoked in my past life either." "Oh, I see." "Sorry." The child lowered his head and tried to leave hurriedly. "Where did you get those cigarettes?" "I got them from the Gray Merchants Association." The Gray Merchants Association? It was a group I heard of for the first time. For now, without delving into details, I wondered if it was a place where they sent kids to sell cigarettes. Well, considering what kind of city this was, it seemed quite possible. "Do you have to sell all of that to go back?" "Yes. I have to sell everything before sunrise. Otherwise..." The child couldn't finish his sentence. Judging by his trembling hands holding the basket, I had a rough idea. "Is there a place to sell? Where do you plan to sell all of those?" So, I was planning to head towards the West Entertainment Alley. If I walk around all night on lucky days, I can sell them all. Then, I can go back. If you're lucky, you can go back. I doubted the place he'd return to would be a good one. Probably, this child wasn't the only one wandering like this. I knew it was a dirty city, but this city, it was even dirtier than I thought. I sighed and took out a gold coin from my pocket. "Take it." "What?" His puzzled expression was truly pitiful. "If it's a gold coin, I don't have change to give you." "You don't need to. Take this and give me all those cigarettes. I'll buy them all from you." It was quite a condescending offer, but I couldn't help it. "Oh, and one more thing." I took out another gold coin and put it in the child's pocket this time. "Why? You won't have anything to lose if you give it a try. This one's for you to use as you wish." Tears started forming in the child's eyes. Thank you. Thank you so much." Though he seemed to be expressing gratitude, he was rubbing his hands together. It was as if he was telling himself not to be so foolish. "Isn't it too late for that? Just turn into a philanthropist." I couldn't bring myself to say that. From the Luna incident to now, I felt like I was becoming more and more soft-hearted. It's not very pleasant to lay down traps and still not feel content. Even after sending the child away, I lingered in that spot for a while. Why turn into a plaster figure again? I just feel uneasy if things continue like this. Though it's a gut feeling, there's something about it. In other words, if I don't get out of here, I feel like I might get involved in something like that. "Ah!" The scream of a child echoed faintly, spreading around. At that moment, I felt my intuition was spot on. Hastily turning my steps, I headed towards the source of the sound. "Hey, didn't I tell you that if you sell cigarettes in this area again, I'll kill you? Doesn't my word mean anything?" I sold everything and was about to go back. The child showed his trembling hands, revealing an empty basket. "What, you really sold everything? Did this brat hide some?" 3 adult men and the little kid I saw earlier. Just by their stance, I could tell the situation. "Hey, there's a gold coin in this kid's pocket." "Oh no." Ignoring the child's attempts to intervene, the man approached. You brat, where did you steal this from? It's not something a kid like you should have. And not just one, but 2. Suddenly, he rummaged through the pockets and found the remaining gold coins. That was given by someone? Keck. With a swift kick to the stomach, the child struggled to catch his breath. "Don't lie, where did you steal it from? Did you steal this stuff? With this, we can have a good time at the entertainment alley today. What a lucky day today is. Ki-ha-ha." Silently, I approached them. Who's this kid?" "Ag." I grabbed the hand holding the gold coin and twisted it around. Crack. The sound of bones breaking mixed with screams, creating a bizarre harmony. Perhaps this guy would have to eat with the opposite hand starting tomorrow. What's wrong with this kid? As an unfamiliar fist flew from behind, I grabbed the wrist and twisted it forward. It was the same guy who had ruthlessly kicked the child earlier. I seized one of his ankles and without hesitation, snapped it. He'd probably find it difficult to walk properly from tomorrow. There's no one to rescue a child who's been robbed of his money and subjected to injustice. I picked up the dropped gold coin and handed it back to the child. The child looked bewildered, just like before. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, applause echoed from behind. Turning my head slightly, I saw a burly figure resembling a bear clapping at me. What's going on here? It's too lucky to be a coincidence, isn't it? Meeting like this in a place like this? Upon hearing the voice, it seemed familiar, as if he knew me. Of course, I didn't know him. However, judging from the atmosphere, he didn't seem like some random thug. Are you the new guy, Cyan? Chapter 87, Lambert Cage. Part 6. A surreal space crafted by divine power. Silica, the leader of the mist, sat alone in the vast square, continuing her mental cultivation. Behind her tightly closed eyes, restrained emotions revealed nothing to the observer. Towards her, a handful of black mist slowly approached. You sent Cyan on an interesting task, didn't you? Her tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. What do you mean? The words spoken were from that directive. Isn't he the target of the purification task you decided on? Silica couldn't bring herself to answer directly. I won't deny it. There's no intention to criticize. I merely inquired because sending that child for your personal matters was unexpected. She rose gracefully from her seat. Cyan was a perfect child from the moment I met him. His existence puzzles me. Perhaps Eru knows the reason. Aer smiled invisibly. I don't currently, nor in the future, have any intention of probing into that. However, Cyan needs to realize. Realize what? It's about what one can and cannot do with their own power. My personal emotions are indeed involved in this mission. However, through this task, Cyan must come to understand. That way, he can wield his power in the future without regret. A faint smile blossomed on her lips. As I mentioned before, I've used the mist's secrets to disguise my face, making it impossible for others to recognize me. Yet, amidst all this, someone I've never seen before recognized me by my face. This was absolutely not something to overlook. Without revealing my concern, I asked, "Do you know me?" "Yeah, I do. Honestly, your face seemed familiar, but I recognized you right away after seeing your punch. It was the same movement you showed earlier." From the context, it seemed like he might have watched my match during the day, but he recognized me just from my movements. While my head might have been a bit empty, it seemed like I needed to acknowledge at least one thing. "Gee, Gunter?" The henchmen, who had been lounging, were startled when they saw him. Gunter was a name I hadn't heard before either. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gunter Rictus. I'm one of the rulers of this city, managing the Western Waste Disposal Facility. A ruler of the city? Was this some kind of gangster? But leaving him aside, the faces of the thugs lying around were a sight to behold. Despite having broken limbs because of me, they were seized with tremendous fear of the man named Gunter, not me. I'm telling you, that's how it is. So for now, consider me your fan. I was impressed by your flashy skills. It was like seeing the old me. You're out of your mind. It was truly pathetic. Don't get me wrong, I said it out of genuine admiration. That's why I rushed straight to the big boss of the cage after the match. I asked her to set up a fight with you right away. In an instant, my brow furrowed involuntarily. The big boss? I heard something I couldn't just let slide. Oh, you don't know, huh? She's such a peculiar lady, sticking to her mysticism. Don't worry about it. You don't need to know. Without a word, I calmly walked towards him. Things seemed to be unfolding unexpectedly easily. Huh. The atmosphere got weird. Are you intrigued by something I said? Precisely a two-step distance. If I extended my fist or swung my foot, I could reach him in less than a second. Within that distance, I asked with a composed face, "Do you know the owner of Lambert Cage?" He chuckled and replied, "Of course I do. I'm one of the few beings in the city who knows her face. That's Lindsay Nihilov." Whoosh, the moment he mentioned the name I was searching for, my body moved without hesitation. Thud, my right foot swung in a semicircle towards his head. There was a dull thud, but he didn't budge. He had raised his arm to block. "Ha, what do you think you're doing?" The exploration was over, and my task was clear. I was going to make him spill it right here about that Lindsay Nihilov. As he reacted to my aggression, he clenched his fist and swung it fiercely towards me. Thunk! I swiftly dodged the blow, the ground tremoring momentarily from the immense force. Quite fiery for someone who looks so young. "Did you want to fight me too?" I didn't bother to respond. "Well, there's no need to wait until the match day. If you want it and I want it, there's no problem fighting right here, right now." Ha ha ha, I needed to shut that big mouth first. After adjusting my stance, I gathered strength into my fist and lunged again. "Stop, Gunter." My gaze automatically turned towards a familiar voice. Swish, a gleam emanated from a short dagger as it sliced through the air between us. Flustered guards, along with a neatly dressed attendant with flowing brown hair, were waiting in the aftermath. "Are you okay, sir?" I was slightly taken aback by the unexpected question. "Gunter, what's the meaning of this? How dare you attack our guest from outside? Do you want to rot in a dung barrel?" I couldn't help but chuckle at the rather intense statement. Indeed, this attendant didn't seem entirely sane either. "What nonsense are you spouting? He attacked me first." "I won't listen to your excuses. What are you waiting for? Protect the guest?" At her command, the guards began to move swiftly. Before long, a protective barrier formed around me. What's with this excessive protection? They're treating him like some VIP guest, acting all high and mighty. Shouldn't you relax the guards a bit? Acting like uncivilized thugs, don't you think? Though I didn't say a word, just looking at the attendant's face, it seemed like she was thinking enough on my behalf. "Tell me, Gunter, what's the reason for attacking our guest at such a late hour? This is insane. He attacked me first, and it seems like there's some misunderstanding here. This is clearly my territory. What business do you have interfering when it's my fight in my territory?" Territory, huh? Come to think of it, when Gunter introduced himself, he mentioned being one of the rulers of this city. Were they playing some kind of territorial game among themselves? And how did this attendant find me? I was unintentionally left out, creating a subtle tension between the two. They maintained fierce gazes at each other as if a predator were encountering another predator. "Enough! What do you gain from fighting with me?" Surprisingly, it was the ruffian who backed away first. "If you really don't want to witness a brawl, then I suggest you arrange a match with that guy over there. Do you get my drift?" He took a drag from his cigarette and glanced towards me abruptly. "Then I'll be looking forward to our match, Cyan." With a last swaggering farewell, Gunter vanished into the alley. "Squelch, are you all right, sir?" I couldn't decide how to respond at that moment. "Why are you here?" That guy, Gunter. I came to chase after him and happened to stumble upon you. Anyway, I'm just glad I could protect you from his threats. But I was the one who attacked first." "What?" There was a strange silence around us for a moment. "Oh, that's right. It's just that Gunter guy started a dispute with you first." "No, that's not it. I attacked him first." She was seemingly at a loss for words from my impassioned words. What? Then why are you here?" "Well, maybe because of that little kid?" I gestured towards the boy crouched in an empty basket, looking startled yet endearing. There was indeed a real reason, but there was no need to mention it. "Ah," she seemed to deflate, as if relieved. "By the way, I heard something strange from that Gunter guy." What do you mean?" "He said he went to find the owner of this facility because he wanted to fight you." "Ah, I suppose that's what he meant." She bowed her head as if in resignation. "I won't deny it. He came to us a while ago, demanding a match with you." "Why?" "Well, he wanted to fight you, I suppose. He used to be a player here at Cage, quite well known, but he was permanently banned from the matches a few years ago for killing someone during a match. But now, he suddenly wants to fight you, so it's been a bit of a headache for me." Was that kid also from here? But considering the atmosphere from earlier and her words, it seemed like there was some kind of connection between this attendant and him. It wasn't my concern, but there was definitely something I needed to address. "So, you arranged a match without my consent. I'm not affiliated with you, am I?" As if expecting this, she swallowed hard before replying, "Oh, it's not confirmed yet, but both Gunter and our owner want the match. That's why I was going to ask for your opinion." "The owner?" I couldn't help but react to that word. What's wrong? If you're talking about the owner, are you referring to Lindsay Nihilov, the owner of Cage? Yes, that's right. Our owner, Lindsay Nihilov. Knowing that Lindsay Nihilov was the owner of Cage wasn't particularly significant. The issue was this woman. Her previous words and her manner suggested that she was speaking as if she had received direct orders from the owner. I decided to play it cool and said, "Yes." She seemed to misunderstand my lack of reaction and smiled awkwardly. "Arrange the match, as soon as possible, the sooner the better." Are you serious?" Taken aback by my unexpectedly swift acceptance, she was visibly flustered. "Why, yes, please tell me your conditions. We'll try to accommodate them as much as possible." My gaze shifted to the little cigarette-selling boy, lost in thought about the situation. He seemed to be struggling with the unexpected turn of events. "I have a condition. Please tell me, we'll do almost anything." My gaze fell on the boy, and I made my request. "Let that kid work at your facility." Rumors of a comet-like rookie appearing at Cage had only spread a week ago. Cage was packed to its highest capacity ever. I had my doubts, but it's really him, isn't it? Gunter from the waste yard is back. What on earth brought him here? I heard Gunter personally requested a match. Seems like he was itching for a fight with that cheeky kid. Heth, Cage is in for a show. Can you believe a brat like that is reigning over Cage? 1 week. It took the boy named Cyan to dominate Cage. In terms of actual fight time, it didn't even reach 5 minutes, and he hadn't gone beyond 2 rounds. It was undeniably astonishing, but not necessarily a good thing for the matches themselves. People crave excitement, after all. Such a figure emerged at Cage, capable of satisfying the audience's taste for stimulation. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Cage, home of Lambert. The much-awaited match of today is about to begin. A man with sunglasses, appearing as the announcer, announced the commencement in the center. The audience responded with excitement as the players appeared from both sides, Gunter and Cyan. While Gunter seemed somewhat cheerful, Cyan maintained a stoic demeanor. Now, just enjoying a fiery match like today wouldn't be proper. A special rule is added to this match starting now. The audience began to buzz with anticipation. A special rule? I hope they're not giving that boy a handicap, right? Who knows, even if he's a brat, he's facing Gunter, isn't he? There's probably a clause about not killing each other, right? Heh heh. As long as they don't impose any weird restrictions. In reality, most of the audience expected Gunter to win. Despite Cyan's performance, the memories of Gunter's ruthless actions lingered more in the audience's minds. As if anticipating the audience's psyche, the announcer chuckled and continued, "No-rule match. Today's match will proceed as a no-rule match." A moment of silence swept through the stands. Literal no rules, anything goes in this match. Not just fists, but weapons, magic, even tricks are all fair game. The goal is to dominate your opponent by any means necessary. The silence turned into cheers in an instant. Chapter 88, Lambert Cage, Part 7. No rules match. It's a story I've never heard before. To be precise, it seems like I'm the only one who hasn't heard it. While I looked somewhat puzzled, Gunter, as if he had been waiting, had his iron knuckles ready. "Your expression is strange. Haven't you heard that our match is a no-rule match?" "I haven't." Didn't the news reach you? If you need any weapons, go get them now. I'll allow it personally." "There's no need for that. I haven't used it for a while, but I have my own weapon in my possession, unlike any other in the world." I pulled out xperrif from my arms and adjusted my stance. "It seems like you're reluctantly pulling me out. You're sharp, aren't you?" Honestly, whether there are rules or not doesn't matter to me. But facing him, I didn't really want to use xperrif. It wouldn't feel good to strike him. "You know what, Cyan? I'm going to kill you in this match." I couldn't even laugh at something that didn't even seem like a joke. However, from his expression, he didn't mean it like a joke either. "I thought it's not a death match." "Of course not, but I'm serious. You've ignited my thirst for battle, which has been parched for a long time. This isn't just about exchanging punches to quench it." His body seemed to twitch as if something was about to happen. "I've faced countless opponents here at Cage. Many have fallen to my fists, with broken jaws or limbs. You could be one of them? What does he want me to do? Do you know why I left Cage? For killing people?" "That's right. My fighting grew fiercer over time, eventually leading to killing my opponent during a match. But that's not the only reason." As if to show me, he extended the knuckles he was wearing. Upon closer inspection, they had a murky brown hue. "Let me tell you, I believe useless garbage should be eliminated from this world. That's why I manage the waste yard. Useless trash should be disposed of and eradicated. Isn't it the same for humans?" For some reason, my brows furrowed. "No, actually, I might know the reason. Enough with the nonsense. Anyway, I'll do my best to kill you. You should do your best to face me. Do you understand, Cyan?" To an outsider, it might seem like they're watching an intense match between two hot-blooded men. But doing your best. In literal terms, it means to exert all your effort and strength. Right now, is he demanding that I do my best against him? Let's consider it for a moment. Am I in a situation where I need to show him my best? No, definitely not. What I can show in this situation is not my utmost effort, but rather mercy to make him realize his mediocre position. I think it's time for me to throw in a word or two. Make a choice. Left. Or right, what are you talking about? I'm asking which arm you'd prefer to keep. His shoulders trembled noticeably. I don't understand. I told you to do your best. I never asked for petty arrogance. Are you disrespecting me? If you don't want to choose, I'll decide for you. The somewhat indifferent atmosphere of the guy changed in an instant. Do you really want to die? Hasn't he been saying he'll kill me all along? I don't know what's gotten into him, but his eyes started to show a genuine intent to kill. I've been holding back, but it's getting harder. Your eyes, as if looking down on me, infuriates me. I warn you, remove that look from your eyes right now. Of course, I'm not going to remove it just because he says so. I maintain the same gaze without any reaction. Let me make it clear. I will make you suffer as much as possible before killing you. I will make sure that you beg for death instead of begging for life. This time, I couldn't help but laugh. It sounded similar to what I used to enjoy saying. Sitting here listening to it from such a person, I couldn't help but laugh. Boo! At that moment, the sound of a horn rang out, signaling the start of the match. As soon as it started, he rushed at me with all his might. At the same time, mana of brownish hue manifested from both his hands. Petrification? Creak with a cracking sound, his hands gradually began to solidify like stone. It emitted quite an intimidating presence, as if wearing solid gauntlets, making it quite formidable to ignore. The petrification magic, by casting earth elemental petrification magic on oneself, reinforces parts of the body, making it optimized for defense. Of course, it can also be converted for attack like now. Swish 5 meters away. Seemingly determining the range, he pulled his fist back large. His trajectory was precisely aimed at my face. I had no other action to take but to wait until his fist came at me. At 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, in the split second between 0 and 1. Finally, just as his fist was about to connect with my face, swish stepping back a pace, I dodged his body. Splat, then I swung the karam I was holding vertically. Swoosh naturally, as it rose into my view, I saw something gray shoot into the air. The moment when red liquid spread out from one side and fell carelessly without anyone to catch it. Ah! A loud scream echoed dizzyingly through the arena. The arena fell into stunned silence as if doused in cold water. The spectators were not only shocked, but also enveloped in confusion by the spectacle before them. One-armed Gunter, screaming in agony, while the boy looked at him with an oddly calm expression. Is that really what a person should look like? Beyond mere disbelief, a strange sense of terror arose among the audience, and as the boy's face turned towards the bewildered spectators, breath caught, hands and feet trembling, an inexplicable phenomenon began to unfold among the audience. It was like facing a vile demon, an experience some may have never had but could imagine. Some even left the cage as if fleeing. What is this? However, among them, there was one who couldn't take his eyes off the boy. Morris Jarrick, with his thick mustache, sitting in the VIP section of the arena. He was one of the rulers of the city, responsible for the Grey Merchants Guild in the northern part of Lambert. Behind his flashy golden spectacles, what caught his eye wasn't the boy's face but the crimson dagger he held. I can't believe it, but that's unmistakable, Morris understood. That the weapon the boy held was anything but ordinary. With decades of commercial experience, he was absolutely certain. The sharp aura emanating from the blade, the mysterious vapor enveloping the dripping blood, and the black gem exuding madness as if it had gouged out the eyes of a demon. Considering all these, there was only one conclusion he could draw. The weapon the boy possessed was undoubtedly the demonic sword. I observed his writhing form in agony for quite some time. I had no intention of delivering any blows. I simply hoped it would end like this. Eventually, the referee, who had been watching me cautiously, approached and asked if I wanted to end the match. I agreed. The duel ended anticlimactically, just as I had expected. Well done, Cyan. As I entered the waiting room, the little one who used to sell cigarettes yesterday handed me a drink. Is this your first day? Yes. Manager Lisa asked me to assist with the arena facilities for now. Facility assistance, not a bad job it seemed. Actually, anything would be better than selling cigarettes outside. But a manager? That meant she was directly under the owner, and why would such a high-ranking person be doing menial work in the lobby? Zyani, she appeared before I even had a chance to call her. From her desperate gasping, it seemed she had something important to say. Mistake, it seems there was some misunderstanding. I can't possibly be unaware of something like this. This is a complete error on our part. We didn't even inform you about such an important matter in advance. I'm really, really sorry. She kept bowing, apologizing repeatedly. I snorted. It's incomprehensible. I'm speechless. Even if I had 10 mouths, I wouldn't know what to say. It's only natural to think that. No, I mean you. It's understandable if you didn't know, but was it necessary to rush over to me? Shouldn't you be going to that guy whose arm got cut off instead? I wasn't injured at all. If anything, it would be more appropriate to run to the owner of the waste disposal site. What do you mean? Her reaction indicated she hadn't considered that at all. Mr. Cyan is our esteemed guest. I am a manager who prioritizes the convenience of such guests. It's only natural for me, as a manager, to take responsibility and apologize when a guest suffers unexpected harm. I momentarily forgot what I was going to say. To think there was someone here with such a staunch work ethic, in a place where rules and ethics were thrown out the window. Suddenly, a middle-aged man's voice came from one side. May I have a moment of your time? He looked like the type who would sell you something fishy. Unlike me, who was meeting him for the first time, the manager here showed a rather shocked reaction. Morris, the little one, who had been dozing off, quickly hid behind my legs. I apologize for coming without prior notice. I wanted to meet the person in front of me no matter what. It seemed like many people here were frustrated by not being able to find me. I replied bluntly, "You mean me?" "Yes, I am Morris Jarek. I hold the position of chairman of the Gray Merchants Association." As soon as I heard the term Gray Merchants Association, my eyes naturally turned to the little one. From his trembling hands, it was evident that he felt fear from the man in front of him. You truly exude more nobility up close than from the spectator seats. You seem like a noble's retainer. However, the label of a merchant wasn't just casually given. I maintained an indifferent gaze. "Could you give us some privacy for a moment, Manager Lisa?" But. I'd like to propose a deal to Cyan. I've come alone, without any escorts, so you can rest assured. Indeed, there was no one else around except him. After hesitating for a moment, she reluctantly said, "I'll give you 10 minutes. Thank you." With an uncomfortable expression, she left the waiting room with the little one in tow. 2 men left alone in the room. It wasn't an ideal situation for me. On the other hand, the man named Morris smiled at me with inscrutable eyes. He clearly wanted to propose a deal to me. A merchant proposing a deal meant that he wanted to buy or sell something to the other party. However, as of now, I don't have anything I deem worth buying, nor do I have anything worth selling. I'll be straightforward without beating around the bush. I want the demonic sword you possess. I was stunned. The incredulous sigh of the Karam echoed in my mind. Chapter 89, Lambert Cage, Part 8. I had been careless. I never used any secret techniques and hadn't even infused mana into it. I simply thought it looked like a dark sword to others. But this man clearly said he wanted to buy the demonic sword from me. "What are you talking about?" I naturally retorted. "There's no need to beat around the bush. There are only 2 of us in this city who know that your sword is a demonic sword," he said. If he had decided to buy it, he wouldn't flaunt it. The issue was how he recognized it as a demonic sword. I instinctively hid one hand behind my back. If need be, I could use Persona of Shadows to make everything vanish and then kill him. You're very cautious, I understand. Let me explain why I'm convinced your sword is a demonic sword." He suddenly stopped the flow of magic that had been rising. There was no need to use it if he could explain with his words. "Go on," Morris continued without hesitation. "I originally worked for the Alba's Merchants Association, a large organization. 2 years ago, the leader of that organization, Zykerman Albas, was murdered by an unknown assassin. Afterward, I left the organization and established my own. Since then, I've gained enough influence in this city to be called a ruler." Zykerman Albas. The name sounded familiar. He was the man who tried to sell Nana, who was still asleep in the egg. I never knew he was under a merchant's umbrella. Ironically, he was right in front of the criminal who killed his former leader. I've always been interested in weapons, including swords. I've seen swords from all over the continent. To exaggerate a bit, I've seen all the swords made by human hands. Among them, there are only two swords I haven't seen: the holy sword and the demonic sword. Weapons created not by humans, but by the power of gods. Although their existence is uncertain, I believe they must exist in this land, and I've been collecting information about them. There was a strong sense of pride in his tone. Today, I finally saw one. For hundreds of years, hidden in the mist of the unknown, the resplendent figure of the demonic sword has finally appeared. My eyes are not mistaken. It's what I've longed for. I didn't want to judge, but Morris might be the epitome of what the demonic sword would desire. He seemed perfectly insane, ready to devour anything. Even if you didn't know it was a demonic sword, it doesn't matter. Sell me that sword, I'll pay whatever price you want. If you want another sword, I can provide you with the finest swords. Just name it. If you can give me the demonic sword, I can give you anything. The mist emanating from the sword wrapped around my body like fog. Just to clarify, it wasn't me who did it. The other participant in this conversation was heralding his manifestation. Long time no see. Did this insignificant human recognize me? Without any room for a reaction, Karam, who successfully manifested, appeared on my shoulder. Who? Morris looked at Karam with a face full of reverence. As expected, the divine weapon indeed has a soul. It's truly an honor to meet the illustrious demonic sword in person. Now she's deliberately trying to put me in a difficult situation. What are you doing? I asked, shooting her a look of discomfort. Regardless, I can't stand not being included in the conversation about me. Thankfully, there were no others around to witness this, but this could lead to a very awkward situation. All right, I'll ask one thing. Given your physique, you don't seem capable of handling me flying around in glory. So, what exactly do you want with me? I was curious too. With just that body of his, he couldn't possibly fly around, and judging from the atmosphere, there he seemed to be wanting to sell it. Why would someone who couldn't even use a demonic sword want it? Yes, as someone who doesn't handle swords, I won't be able to wield you freely. But I'd like to ask a question in return. Do I need to handle you? Can't the demonic sword handle me? You can take everything I have. My money, power, even my body. You just need to grant me a little favor. Favor? Specifically, what are you talking about? Morris answered Karam's question with a joyful smile. It's nothing much. After all, aren't you a god? A noble god, if you kindly pet this insignificant human. Swoosh, kek. His excited babbling was abruptly cut off as his throat was suddenly seized. Did Karam grab him? No, I did. I think I know what that bastard's intention was when he approached me. Karam seemed quite taken aback by my actions. Do you know one of the things I hate the most? It's when people talk nonsense with a face full of joy, as if they truly believe that what they're saying will happen to them. How does someone live their life to have such nonsensical values validated? Favor from a demonic sword. How does someone come up with something so absurd? What does he see me as, and her, to say something like that? It's aggravating to the point where I'd want to live life again just to avoid it. Please spare. He struggled in agony, but my grip didn't seem to loosen. What's going on? Sensing the disturbance, guards rushed into the corridor. Karam naturally concealed herself, and just as the guy was about to pass out, I released his throat. Gasp, Morris! Guards who seemed to be his escorts rushed in to support him. Some drew their swords in response to me being wary, but Morris, barely regaining his senses, halted their actions. Stop. Everyone put away your swords? His disgusting smile still lingered. It seems the owner is a bit excited. He seems to hold that being in high regard. I didn't respond. I'll come visit again next time. Please consider my proposal. In about a second, I deliberated greatly. Whether to just tear off that abominable piece of trash's throat right now or not. In the end, instead of killing him so easily, I figured it would be better not to. Morris hastily fled the scene, as if escaping from a danger zone. Squeak, the iron door opened urgently, and Lisa's face showed signs of urgency. Inside the room, as if waiting for her, a woman was seated. You seem to have a lot to say, Lisa. While the woman wore a relaxed smile, Lisa's expression seemed uneasy. There's no need to say it explicitly. You must be wondering why the rules of the match changed without your knowledge, right? Yes, that's correct. Lisa didn't deny it. Does Lady Lindsay have a special reason for changing the rules herself? At the mention of reasons, the woman's smile grew wider. Well, in this case, it might be better to talk about the conviction gained from that reason rather than discussing the reason itself. She spoke somewhat cryptically. What do you mean? Aren't you curious? That infamous man lost the use of one arm without even throwing a punch. Who is that boy to display such unbelievable moves? Cyan was clearly an extraordinary presence, capable of knocking down grown men with just one punch, displaying movements even beyond what ordinary people could imagine. More importantly, what he had shown so far was by no means his full potential. By now, not just her, but anyone who had seen him would have questions. Has Lady Lindsay found an answer to that? Lisa stared at her with clear eyes and asked. Let me ask you in return. Lisa, do you think you could remember the boy's face? His face? There was no way she could forget. Wasn't it the face she had seen every day for the past week? She had just seen him a moment ago. Unless there was a memory impairment, there was no way she wouldn't remember. But oddly enough, Lisa's face twisted in confusion. I can't remember. Although she remembered everything clearly, from his head to his eyes, nose, mouth, voice, and manner of speech, the image of his entire face didn't come to mind. The woman smiled mysteriously, as if she expected this. It's a technique called shadow. It was a technique name Lisa had never heard before. In simple terms, it's a trick that uses a specific power to prevent others from remembering one's face. So even though there is undoubtedly a memory, it doesn't come to mind. I've never heard of such a technique. You wouldn't have. It's a technique that only permitted beings known as mists in this land can use. Lisa's pupils shook heavily for a moment. Wait, did you say mists? A-A-H-H-H. Bam, bam, bam. A man's screams mixed with unidentified noises echoed through the dump. The guards could only watch in silence, unable to intervene. In their eyes, there was a palpable sense of anxiety, not knowing when trouble might erupt. Crash, thud, whoosh. This time, instead of just noise, there was a very unfamiliar sound reverberating. It was so harsh that it sent shivers down the spines of those listening. In fact, the guards, witnessing the scene, were so terrified that they avoided looking directly at it. Just when it seemed like the anger might subside, Gunter suddenly looked down and, upon seeing his missing right arm, let out another roar. Cyan! The feudal demeanor of before had disappeared from Gunter. He was now filled with intense rage due to the tremendous humiliation of experiencing defeat for the first time. Calm down, Gunter. You might aggravate your wounds. Shut up. Despite the guards' protests, he paid them no heed. I have to kill him. I have to kill that bastard. Otherwise, I feel like I'll die. But he knew. No matter how he attacked, beating Cyan was thoroughly impossible. The wound on his throbbing arm seemed like a warning. Suddenly, a crumpled cigarette pack came into view. At that moment, Gunter recalled the encounter with Cyan in the alleyway. The boy whom he rescued from the torment of the thugs and was now said to be working in the Lambert cage. A meaningful smile crept onto Gunter's face as if he had thought of a plan. Right, no matter what, I just have to kill him. If you die and I live, that itself is the ultimate victory. He chuckled maniacally, running his fingers over the severed arm. The ground was now stained with drying blood, a testament to the chaos that had unfolded. Chapter 90, Lambert Cage, Part 9. In a disheveled alley somewhere in the Western Entertainment District of Lambert, the surroundings were in such chaos that it was hard to believe it was anyone's living space. Papers littered the floor, broken perfume bottles mingled with the scent of cosmetics, furrowing brows. Quite a mess, muttered Morris, halting in front of a door. Faint sounds of distress or cries emanated from inside, but he paid them no mind as he pushed the door open. What a sight, Delkia, he remarked, observing her disheveled appearance with tangled hair and a worn-out complexion, bearing the marks of days spent in squalor. Morris, why are you here? Delkia's eyes, though tired, still held a flicker of life. There's only one reason why a merchant would come looking for someone, isn't there? I've come to make a deal. Seated, Morris picked up a crumpled piece of paper from the floor and glanced at its contents. I didn't expect it to be this bad. You seem to dote quite excessively on that boy. What do you know? Who in this city doesn't know about your eccentric sexual tastes? I hear you've been neglecting your facilities lately. And precisely since meeting that boy, Cyan. Morris unfolded the paper, revealing a sketch of the boy. We don't have much time, so let's get to the point. Let's make a deal, Delkia. What do you want? No need to be so guarded. I don't desire the same as you. All you want is the boy's body, isn't it? Delkia didn't deny it. Take everything. I only want one thing he possesses. If you give it to me, I won't interfere with what you do with the boy. Are you suggesting we collaborate? A mutually beneficial arrangement, each using the other to achieve their respective goals. Delkia asked with uncertainty, "What do you want me to do?" I'm not one for dirty work. My role is merely to provide the goods, not execute the plan. Morris offered her a small glass vial containing a vivid pink liquid. This is a top-grade paralyzing potion imported from the Garam Kingdom. A single drop can instantly paralyze a person, but harmful components that could endanger life have been magically removed. It's purely meant to incapacitate. Delkia examined the vial with suspicion. Do you expect to feed him this? I'm not in the business of testing products. My role is solely to provide. Whether or not it's feasible is up to you, Delkia. Delkia glanced at Morris, opened the lid, and brought it up to her nose. A strong floral scent wafted up to her, and suddenly her head started spinning. Delkia quickly removed her nose and immediately closed the lid. Would you like to, Delkia? Flinch, her trembling eyes and quivering lips reflected the human tendency to become grotesque when desires are within reach. Her current sinister smile was a testament to that transformation. Yes, it's possible indeed. Within her flickering eyes, she saw the image of a naked boy fallen to his lowest state. It's been 8 days since I arrived in Lambert. It feels like I've made plenty of mistakes, yet the harvest seems lacking. Let me think for a moment. Why did I come here? It's to kill Lindsay Nihilov, the owner of Lambert's cage. To achieve that, what did I do? I participated as a fighter in the arena to draw attention on myself, hoping they would come looking for me. However, contrary to expectations, the owner of this facility hasn't shown any sign of recognition towards me. Did I underestimate Lindsay? They say people tend to have irrelevant thoughts when they're desperate, and I seem to be in that state right now. Karam, lying on the bed, was looking at me with pitiful eyes. Even if I were chewing on crap, I wouldn't make that face. Have you ever looked in the mirror? Led by her words, my gaze naturally turned towards the mirror. It definitely looks pathetic. Yesterday was significant. Well, it's too late to blame Karam now. Even if she didn't materialize, there's no way she didn't hear and react to those words. The longer I stay in this city, the worse it'll be for me. With a determined mind, I rose from my seat. It's time for a change of plans. If they don't come to me by now, then I'll have to go to them. I left the room without hesitation and headed straight to the first floor. Ah, good day, Cyan. On my way, I spotted a familiar face on the stairs. Dressed quite neatly, it was almost hard to recognize the little cigarette peddler who now works here. Are you working? Yes. I was exploring around inside cage. The manager asked me to quickly learn about the facility structure. Perhaps because he's doing a proper job, his face seemed brighter. Well, working at his age isn't ideal, but it's better than selling cigarettes on the streets. All right, work hard. Don't mess up and get scolded for nothing. Yes, thank you. I suddenly noticed the name tag pinned to his chest. Roy. Come to think of it, I didn't even know his name until now. Looking at the direction he rushed off, it seemed like he was heading towards the arena. Next time, I should address him by his name. I returned to the lobby. Hello, I'm Lisa, a staff member at Lambert Cage. How can I assist you? She greeted me, playing her role as both manager and employee as usual. As I stood at the counter, I glanced closely at her face. An awkward smile and a forced grin were evident at a glance. Something seemed off. By now, I should have been accustomed to this place, yet it felt like she reverted to her initial bewildered state upon seeing me. Do you need anything, sir? She asked, undeterred. I wanted to meet the owner, I replied casually. Her face turned pale and stiffened. If you mean the owner of this facility, Lindsay Nihilov? Her expression was undoubtedly one of astonishment. If I didn't suspect anything after seeing that, I'd be naive. Are you planning to file a complaint? Is there something unsatisfactory about our facility? She stuttered nervously. No, nothing like that. I just want to meet them personally. I knew it was an unreasonable request. It's not every day that a stranger demands a meeting with the owner, and it's understandable that she would be taken aback. However, her reaction wasn't merely due to that. It felt more like she was signaling that such a meeting should never happen. Was she hiding something? Well, our owner, if you want to meet them personally, it might not be possible, she stammered. What do I need to do to meet them? Do I have to file a formal complaint? I pressed. With a sigh, she lowered her head. Sir, may I ask you one thing? Her voice suddenly turned grave. How much longer will you be here at Cage? Why do you ask? I raised my head, sensing an inexplicable urgency in her demeanor. I'm not sure why you came here, but let me tell you this. I'll turn a blind eye to one thing, leave this city as soon as possible. I couldn't help but chuckle nervously. What happens if I don't leave? You'll die, sir. A silence fell over the lobby. Though it seemed quiet on the surface, I could sense the tumult raging within her as loud as thunder. And I was no different. Me. Die? I uttered incredulously. She barely managed to nod in response. It felt like being struck in the back of the head, not with force, but with an unpleasant feeling. And though they didn't show it, it wasn't just me and the manager in the lobby. Guards, unseen before, were watching me with uneasy gazes, some even with a hint of malice. In other words, it wasn't a joke to be taken lightly. Why? Why is this happening? Why am I being warned of death now? Upon brief reflection, it seems there might be one of two reasons. One is that someone perceives me as a threat and seeks to eliminate me. It's not a good sign for one player in the arena to wield almost dictatorial control. While it could attract significant attention in the short term, if I persist in repeating dull matches, the arena's popularity will quickly wane. While it's possible, there seems to be insufficient evidence to justify killing me for such reasons. So, what could the second reason be? It's the most dangerous one for me. Someone has become somewhat suspicious of my identity. Yesterday's match exposed Karam's existence to a merchant. Instead of covering it up, I gave him complete assurance. He said no one else knew besides us, but that's uncertain. The owner, Lindsay, must have seen my match yesterday and might have sensed something suspicious. However, setting aside the reasons, there's one thing that's most perplexing right now. This woman. Why did this manager reveal such a secretive fact to me? Essentially, she's risking her life by telling me. Or perhaps, when you only consider her face, she seems to be hoping for a disruption in the plans, isn't she? Why me, of all people? Manager, something serious has happened. In the increasingly tense atmosphere, a man's urgent shout cut through. A guide from the betting hall rushed in through the main entrance. What's going on? She asked, startled. Gunter's gangsters are attacking the arena right now, he blurted out, visibly shaken. Behind the alarmed man, a sinister figure opened the blocked door, wearing a smirk as he gazed at me. What stood out was his missing arm. It seems like you two were having a serious conversation. Why do your expressions look so grim? He remarked. As he finished his sentence, guards who had been waiting nearby emerged and immediately stood in front of him. What? Weren't there just a few guards missing? They were all here, he questioned. Gunter, what is the meaning of this? She approached him, grabbing him by the collar in her anger. Whoa, calm down, let's not be too harsh on someone who's already lost an arm. Isn't that right? He replied with a mocking grin. Cut the nonsense and tell me, why are you here? She demanded, her voice trembling with rage. His gaze shifted directly to me. Hey, Cyan. I need another round with you. It seems my teachings were somewhat lacking. Instead of leaving one arm, I should have cut both. One arm wasn't enough, huh? Haha, your eyes are as sharp as ever. If I don't thoroughly chew and swallow you up, it'll be unbearable. You seem to be under some illusion, but this isn't a suggestion, it's a demand. You have an obligation to fight me again. With a swift motion, he threw something towards me. It was a crumpled cigarette case. Give it a look, he exclaimed. As I checked its contents, my body froze in place. A golden object the size of a finger. Inside the cigarette case was someone's name tag. Roy, my mind went blank for a moment. Seeing the now familiar name, I couldn't gauge what my reaction should be. I looked up again and asked, What did you do? Your expression is intriguing, isn't it? It's nothing special. I just thought, in case you don't want to fight barehanded, I'd prepare a little gift. Do you like it? Did he ask if I liked it? I couldn't fathom his intentions, but strangely, this was the only way I could interpret his words. Is he asking me to kill him? Chapter 91, Conditions of Power. Part 1. The demand from Gunter was simple. If you want to save that kid Roy, come to the waste disposal site by the time specified. If you don't show up, think about the consequences yourself. The intention was obvious. It was about seeking revenge in the arena. However, knowing it wouldn't work out normally, they resorted to desperate measures. It's truly unbelievable. Words fail me. He's so anxious, yet in the end, he resorts to this, Gunter, you worthless scum. Ironically, the one most excited was the manager. I apologize, sir. We'll take care of this matter ourselves. Please don't worry, sir. I left without saying a word in response. Where are you going? Are you really going there? Leave it to the kid. She was taken aback and blocked my path in an instant. Are you crazy? This is obviously a trap. You don't know what might happen if you go. A trap, indeed. If we define it, it's like an analogy for schemes that trap others in difficulties, right? It's definitely not going to be a good thing if you go. But then again, I don't even consider the thought of encountering any trouble just because I'm going. Ignoring her words, I headed towards the waste disposal site. In the previous life, there was a situation quite similar to this. It was during the height of the war between the Ushif Empire and the Garam Kingdom. At a time when the Garam Kingdom was somewhat on the defensive, they executed a scheme to turn the tide. The kidnapping of Cyan Vert, the eldest son of Vert. What does being Vert's eldest son entail? It meant being the son of Ashel, who was a prominent figure in the empire. Although not of royal blood, being the child of such an influential figure made him valuable enough to be a hostage. There were debates within the empire on whether to rescue him or not, but I remained silent, simply waiting to see what Ashel would decide. Contrary to my expectations, he asked me what I thought should be done. I told him that if he sent me, I would not only rescue Larshel, but also annihilate those responsible for his capture. I was quite enraged at the audacity of those who caused him trouble. I couldn't tolerate it. Looking back, I realized that I was more inclined to think about killing those scoundrels rather than rescuing the son. Regardless of reasoning, it was a rather pathetic situation. But life goes on, and now a similar situation has come before me again. A street urchin selling cigarettes? Frankly, it doesn't matter. It's not related to my current mission, and nothing changes if he dies. He just happened to cross paths with me, one of the many street urchins in the city. I may have given him some assistance, but that's where it ends. I have no further obligations. Yeah, none at all. Strangely enough, my current emotions are hardly different from what I felt back then. Reasons, relevance, they don't really matter. Right now, the thought dominating my mind is that I should kill that insignificant piece of trash. With each step I take, a smell wafts in. There are exactly two types of smells. One, the foul stench of discarded waste, and the other, the very familiar scent of human blood. The latter, however, has an unusually strong metallic tinge, different from usual. I didn't want to know what it was. It wasn't particularly important to me. Though I didn't consciously acknowledge it, I was aware that many people passing by were watching me. However, none of them dared to approach. Quite ironic, isn't it? Even these insignificant street rats tremble in fear and watch from behind, yet the fool who lost an arm is still clueless, floundering about. Lost in meaningless thoughts, I found myself in the designated area. You're here? Gunter, arrogantly perched atop the trash, flashed a satisfied smile as he watched me. Frankly, I was quite surprised. I mean, I did invite you, but I never expected you to come all the way here just for that little brat. Seems like you're more compassionate than meets the eye, huh? Ignoring the fellow's blabber, I glanced around. The space was filled with metallic waste of unknown purpose. What was odd was that among the rubbish were scattered white fragments that seemed strangely familiar. In fact, I already knew what they were: human bones. There were easily hundreds, if not more, scattered around. Although it wasn't a communal graveyard, this guy probably knew why human bones were here. Just by looking, you already know, right? Curious about why there are human bones here? I gestured for him to spill the beans. Don't you know the meaning of waste? Simple. It means disposing of something no longer useful. This place is a disposal site for such things. He proudly extended his remaining arm. As I mentioned before, I conquered the Lambert cage, but I was expelled for killing someone during the match. I had no regrets. I enjoyed it as much as I could, so when I left with joy. His eyes gleamed maliciously. But as soon as I left, strangers greeted me. One had lost an arm, another had a crushed knee, and yet another had a crushed face. I don't remember, but they all claimed I did it. Living like this, it's strange not to have enemies, right? They said they'd seek revenge, that their lives became meaningless because of me. Upon hearing that, I thought this. If something becomes useless, shouldn't it disappear from this world? Like waste, what's so different about humans? He tossed a handful of bones among the rubbish, as if they were no different. I also thought, why not dispose of useless humans besides them? It's meaningless to keep living anyway, right? In a way, am I not a god here within this waste disposal? Who would stop me from judging and discarding humans? Nobody, right? I expected this kind of babble from the arena. Useless trash must be disposed of. Therefore, useless humans should be disposed of from this world. It's a simple yet equally ridiculous logic. According to your logic, you, missing an arm, are also a useless human. Shouldn't you be discarded too? Missing an arm? Who? Me? What are you talking about? Womb, he manifested mana with his remaining hand, reaching towards the empty shoulder. Creation, hands of nature. Squishy sound fine soil emerged from the magic circle created by the spell. Gradually taking shape like molding clay, it formed a new arm. Absolutely absurd. The guy who argues that useless things should be discarded casually wields creation magic. At that moment, it felt like a waste even to shake my head. I didn't harbor ill feelings towards you from the beginning. I just thought you'd be a good opponent to wake me up from this trash. But after seeing your eyes, my thoughts changed. That contemptuous gaze that almost belittles me. It's exactly like that lunatic on the other side. He extended the newly created arm towards me as if challenging me. Do you think you can face me with this new arm? Of course not. I hate to admit it, but among the men I've seen, you're quite the powerhouse. I never thought I could win against you no matter how hard I fought. The guy who knows this created the current situation? But isn't it true? The end of a fight ultimately depends on who lives and who dies. If I live and you die, then I'll be the ultimate winner. Snap, he signaled something, and the lackeys lurking around began to gather. Each held some unknown metallic device in their hands. Without hesitation, they activated the devices. Whoosh, suddenly, the surrounding air felt heavy, and soon an immense pressure, as if crushing my body, engulfed me. If my memory serves me right, this isn't magic but the ability of an artifact called the gravity zone. It amplifies gravity in a certain area, severely restricting movement. In fact, for an ordinary human, simply standing would be impossible, causing extreme pain. Oh, you're holding up quite well. I didn't plan this for you, but I wouldn't mind using it on you. I have to admit, he prepared quite a clever trap for me. I'm going to turn you, a seemingly intact person, into useless waste. Then you'll sleep peacefully like the white bones piled up here. But I don't like things ending too easily, so give it your all and resist. Resist. I couldn't help but burst into laughter. Forcing me with strange words like giving it my all and resisting, isn't it amusing? Having to pour out all my strength against such guys? This isn't even Velia's or the Academy. Even here, except for one person, nobody knows that I'm Cyan Vert, except for one. Shall I help? Karam asked with a mischievous smile. No, there's no need to involve her. He asked for my all-out effort. Unfortunately, there's only one person on this land I want to face with all my might. But I can give it my best shot. I'll give him the most extreme pain a human can feel, as I always do. Clang finally ready, he leaped forward. Certainly, his speed was twice, no, more than 3 times faster than what he showed in the arena. With a body as large as a bear's but a speed like an arrow, it was truly a devastating movement. So what will I do? In front of me is just a sluggish movement. I clenched the mana sphere generated in my palm and pulled it back. Swish, there's not much I can do. It's the most basic posture when training the body. The stance of a martial artist. As the guy came charging towards me with all his might, I calmly threw a punch at him. Thunk! Our fists met naturally. Despite the powerful impact and the violent shockwaves that rippled outwards, the waves soon tilted to one side. With a crunch, there was no crackling of bones. The moment my fist made contact with his arm, it turned into dust and scattered in the air. His body, unable to withstand the shockwave, was promptly ejected into the pile of waste. Thud, the lesson was over. His face, buried in the garbage, spoke volumes, a stark contrast to his demeanor just 5 seconds ago. What's happening? Does this make any sense? When people encounter their limits, they easily succumb to despair, more than any other creature. Perhaps he knew this, and it wasn't about giving it my all. It was about showing him the insurmountable wall, delivering extreme despair and emptiness. It's clearly an impossible task, but I slowly approached him. Who are you? This is completely different. Is it fair that I can't do anything and just take it? Despair and confusion mingled in his face. Every person I've encountered during my cleansing operations wore a similar expression. Though he wasn't initially on my list from the client, adding one more won't hurt. I looked down at him and asked softly, "How many were there?" He remained silent. "I mean the humans you've discarded so far. How many were there?" Whether he couldn't remember or had become mute, considering the number of white bones scattered around, it wouldn't be surprising if there were less than 1,000. Humming, I took Karam out of my pocket and said, "I'll divide you into exactly 1,000 pieces. Then, throwing him into the trash, he'll be disposed of automatically." Soon, the screams of a man writhing in agony echoed throughout the landfill. Chapter 92, Conditions of Power. Part 2. On the opposite side of the landfill, the refuge of the zone wardens. As the guard checked on the child's condition, he shook his head after a moment. "He's already dead. It seems like he was intended to be killed from the start. It's been about an hour or so." The state of the body made it evident. One arm severed, bruises scattered across the body, a clear indication of extensive torture. The child probably endured unimaginable agony until drawing his last breath. "Gunter!" Lisa emitted a roar of anger, her face expressing a desire to rush towards the perpetrator and exact revenge. "Hold on, Lisa. For now, we need to contain the situation, don't we?" At the mention of containing the situation, Lisa let out a hollow laugh. "Containment? Of course we should. Then tell me, what do we do to contain the situation?" The question was posed, but there was no answer. With nothing else to say, after some time, one guard spoke up after much deliberation. "I am not sure if this is the right thing to say, but couldn't we just stand by and watch?" "What do you mean?" Lisa inquired, her expression demanding an explanation. "Anyway, wasn't the plan to dispose of that boy soon? If Gunter takes care of it, wouldn't it be a good situation for us? We wouldn't have to exert any effort." Some guards nodded in agreement. They hadn't said it, but they too were considering it. After all, if the two of them fought, one of them would surely die. Just watching and reaping benefits seemed like the best option. On the other hand, Lisa wore a desolate expression, her thoughts inscrutable. Is that really a good thing for us? Once Gunter had drawn out the boy, the reason was simple: to kill him. To achieve this, he kidnapped a child with whom the boy had a relationship, and the boy responded and ended up going to Gunter. Then what? Could Gunter really kill the boy? Lisa doubted it. Almost to the point of perfection, it seemed impossible. Because, in the eyes of the boy who came to the landfill to find Gunter, she encountered a suffering so intense and vile, unlike anything she had ever experienced before. She couldn't even fathom the thought of the boy dying, or even the possibility of killing him. Suddenly, a strange presence, accompanied by the smell of blood, was felt from behind. "Guest?" Lisa turned her head, thinking she must have seen wrong. But soon, her heart started pounding, and her nerves tingled. What on earth was happening? She had just closed her eyes and opened them again, only to find the boy, who hadn't been there a moment ago, now standing before her. The boy, without any expression, simply gazed at the child's body. He didn't ask anything, nor did he say a word. It was as if he could understand the situation just by looking at it. The boy's impassive gaze spoke volumes. After a considerable silence, the boy finally lifted his foot. From his pocket, he retrieved something and wordlessly placed it on the child's chest. "As of today, you're out of the game." With these emotionless words, the boy turned away. Until he completely vanished from sight, nobody dared to speak. Only the golden name tag placed on the corpse shimmered bleakly, marking the end of an era. You know, it's hard to say. I wasn't particularly happy or sad, but it wasn't like I didn't care at all. It just felt a bit strange. As I mentioned earlier, I didn't feel any particular anger about the kid's death. I already expected him to be dead. But when I saw the body for the first time, I could tell. The blood had started to congeal, and the face was already starting to discolor. It had probably been about an hour since he passed. For some reason, at that moment, I had this thought. If I hadn't hesitated and just taken out the Gunter right away, could I have saved the kid? "Our master, you seem completely downcast. Are you regretting something?" Karam was enjoying seeing me like this, mocking me. Regret, huh? Do I really have to call what I'm feeling regret? Ha. Was it some kind of thrill from experiencing something new? I couldn't help but laugh, even though it seemed absurd. It's ridiculous. The last time I felt regret was when I was pierced by the holy sword. Didn't I promise then? I swore I'd achieve everything for myself by myself. And now, here I am, regretting my actions. It's simply unacceptable. In the end, I couldn't say it. Say what? His name? It'll probably linger in my mind for quite a while. Gunter is dead? A slight tremor ran through Morris's voice. Yes. The body was fragmented into hundreds of pieces, making identification difficult, but it was definitely Gunter. The gravity zone? It seems completely destroyed to the point where it cannot be used. At the mention of destruction, Morris smirked bitterly. It's regrettable that we let it go so easily. Did that brat really not make proper use of it and just destroy it? Tusk. What a waste of goods. Morris's reaction was calmer than expected. After all, he had once dominated the arena, and now he was the lord of the Western District of Lambert. How could he not be surprised to be defeated by a mere boy? His subordinate, who had come to deliver the report, found it incomprehensible. So, where did that boy Cyan go? Well, according to them, he didn't return to Cage. I think he might have escaped, but I'm not sure. Bang. Excited, Morris slammed the desk. What, that means he could leave the city? Well, yes, but... The reaction had changed 180 degrees from earlier. These idiots, what were they doing instead of keeping a tight watch? He couldn't have gone far. Go out and find that boy, mobilize all available personnel if necessary. Yes, sir. His sudden command sent his subordinates rushing out. It's unthinkable to let the found demonic sword slip away like this. No matter what happens, it must come into my hands. A strange, inexplicable smile played at his lips. Morris, about a minute later, the subordinate who had left in a hurry returned to him. We received a message from Delkia Bridget. From Delkia, what's the matter? They say that boy Cyan has come to the entertainment alley. It seems like an opportunity, so they're asking you to come quickly. His heavy body rose from the chair in an instant. Looks like the gods are on my side. Tick-tock, the urgent and hopeful footsteps of a woman echoed through the corridor. Delkia Bridget, the ruler of the Eastern Entertainment Alley. Her elegant makeup and glamorous yet subtle attire showcased her confident figure. While her face remained quite restrained, occasional uncontrollable laughter caused her lips to twitch, presenting a bizarre sight. Finally arriving at a door, she took a short breath before opening it. Inside, there sat a black-haired boy with the same arrogant gaze as when they first met. I appreciate your acceptance of my invitation, Cyan. She gently lowered her head, revealing her ample cleavage, but the boy didn't even glance at it. He simply looked around with an indifferent gaze, not acknowledging Delkia's presence. Did you expect me to come? I'm not bragging, but there hasn't been a single person who hasn't set foot here after receiving my invitation, at least among men. But Delkia didn't know. The reason this boy came to such an inappropriate place was completely at odds with her thoughts. You don't look too good. Is something bothering you? Just say the word. There are many entertainments prepared to lift your spirits. I'm sure you'll enjoy them. Despite being an offer no man could refuse, the boy remained silent. His indifferent gaze was fixed precisely at the bottom left of the table, where there was nothing. A bead of sweat trickled down Delkia's forehead, sliding down her neck to her chest. With each passing moment, she felt the heat rising within her body. It's dangerous. I can't bear it. The more she looked at the boy, the more her desire surged. Her demeanor was like that of a starving lion desperately restraining itself from its prey. Swoosh, finally calming her heart, she took out a small vial from her pocket. Quietly approaching a corner out of the boy's sight, she brewed the tea. You should have a cup of tea to soothe your mind for now. If you have anything to say, feel free to tell me. I'll listen to everything. As she offered the tea with an odd smile, the boy's gaze finally returned to her. From the steaming vapor, a rich floral scent blossomed. Another minute passed in silence. The boy's gaze, previously fixed on the tea, finally turned to Delkia. I wasn't feeling like this until I came here. His voice carried a weighty air. Just one question. How many have you killed? What are you talking about? At her bewildered response, the boy's gaze returned to the empty floor. Now you can clearly see the ugly evil that appears when a person commits an act. She was momentarily speechless, unable to even retort. That manager from Cage warned me, right? She said the ruler of the entertainment alley has quite eccentric tastes, so be careful. But maybe even that manager didn't know what to be careful of. What are you talking about? Though she managed to speak, her body refused to move now, as if an invisible force were pressing down on her. Heh! The boy, who had remained expressionless, suddenly laughed, his gaze still fixed on the empty space. Delkia was completely at a loss. Clang suddenly, the boy drank the tea she offered in one gulp. Thud, not even 3 seconds later, he collapsed face first onto the table. Another 10 seconds of silence. Regaining her senses, Delkia burst into uproarious laughter. Chapter 93, Conditions of Power. Part 3. Remarkable, Delkia. I never imagined the job would be done before I arrived. Morris exclaimed with admiration as he arrived on the scene. The unconscious boy lying there and Delkia looking pleased, and to top it off, the boy's body was elegantly wrapped in white silk rather than clothes. I've already removed the item you mentioned. Check over there, it's placed on top. She pointed towards a silver chest. Without any hesitation, Morris rushed over and opened the chest. Wow! The crimson hue of the demonic sword neatly nestled inside. Overwhelmed with emotion, Morris let out an indescribable groan. To be honest, it was a bit unexpected. It doesn't matter what the item is to me, but as a merchant, you weren't buying it. You were stealing it. To this, Morris chuckled and said, "Ha ha! When a true treasure appears before your eyes, something you'll never see again, you'd give up your entire fortune to obtain it. If buying isn't an option, then you must seize it, even if by theft. This sword is that kind of item to me." In the way he caressed the sword with his fingertips, his intense obsession was evident. Delkia felt the same. Now that they had achieved their goals, what they desired was time alone together. Now that we've both gotten what we wanted, our contract should be over, right? You can enjoy yourself for a while, but don't come looking for me for a while. Don't worry, Delkia. In fact, it's something I want to tell you. Delkia carefully cradled the sleeping boy and left with him in her arms. Now, only Morris remained in the room. Finally, we're the only ones left. Oh, noble demonic sword. You have no idea how long I've been waiting for this moment. As if performing a ritual, he knelt down and began murmuring fervently. Perhaps in acknowledgement of his sincerity, the dormant sword soon emitted a black mist. Hiss within the fog-filled room, there seemed to be strange movements as if something was trying to emerge, and Morris watched with eager anticipation. Before long, the black mist began to take the form of someone eagerly awaited. The moment Morris erupted into ecstatic cheers, Snap the form vanished as if it were a lie. Morris, stunned, couldn't close his mouth. The demonic sword. What's happening? The dense fog in the room had disappeared, and in its place, an unfamiliar presence loomed behind him. It felt like the tip of an unseen blade was aimed at his neck. More precisely, it felt like the scythe of a hellish demon, encompassing his entire throat. Morris couldn't bring himself to turn his head. It simply wouldn't turn. It was as if a nail were driven into his bones, fixing them in place no matter how much effort he exerted. At that moment, Morris thought to himself, behind him right now, there lurked a demon from hell contemplating when to sever his neck. It seems you're disappointed. And the voice of that demon, because it's not the demonic sword you were expecting. Strangely, it sounded eerily similar to the voice of the boy. From the room where she had put the boy to sleep, exactly 1 floor below, lay the underground space permitted only for one employee of this entertainment alley. Delkia, after laying the sleeping boy on the bed, quickly lit the candles. As each candle was lit, the hidden space started revealing itself in the darkness, but Delkia paid no attention. At last, finally, you and I are here, Cyan. No one else can come, and no one can interfere in this place with you. Delkia gently brushed the boy's cheek. You wouldn't understand how much I longed for you. Your face is truly beautiful and lovely, like nothing else in this world. It would be unthinkable for this face to ever disappear. The clown who had ascended showed no signs of coming down, and a bizarre sound of laughter echoed throughout the basement. But don't worry, Cyan. I'll make sure that doesn't happen. You'll preserve your current beauty like an eternal jewel, within my space. Like someone preparing to taste the finest cuisine, Delkia slowly began to remove her clothes. She thought, at this moment, no one could enter this space. Only the boy and herself were allowed, and she had no doubt they could enjoy this ecstatic moment without any interference. But soon she had reason to doubt her own eyes. Upon returning after all the preparations, all that greeted her was nothing but white silk. The boy who had just been lying there elegantly had disappeared without a trace. What is this? Frantically searching the bed, the missing boy was nowhere to be found. Instead, something unfamiliar was caught between the silk that had enveloped the boy's body. It was a dagger. A crimson blade with a black jewel embedded in the hilt. If memory served, this was undoubtedly the same dagger she had taken from the boy's possession and handed to Morris. Why? What is this about? Disappointed, aren't you? As the atmosphere grew colder, her entire body stiffened. A voice of a strange woman she had never heard before. Thinking she misheard, Delkia tried to look around hurriedly, but for some reason, her body wouldn't move. A pedful, was it? Feeling sexual desires towards the young chicks, quite an amusing taste. Struggling to raise her eyes, Delkia soon realized the presence before her. Of course, the face wasn't visible. All she could see was black hair that fell to her knees. I'll admit it. You are in the top 3 of the countless crazy people I've seen. The owner of the voice freely roamed around the basement, seeming quite interested in the surroundings. Delkia couldn't even bear to watch. All she could see was the dagger in front of her. Feeling sexual desires towards young boys and then preserving them as they are, quite an art, isn't it? A cold hand swept her cheek and gradually descended. Then, gently lifting her chin, the countless artworks hanging on the walls finally came into view. Still, you're quite talented. It's truly a piece that even I would want to applaud. Could that really be called art? The scene was undeniably nauseating. With grotesque postures of bodies, taxidermied against the walls in such twisted positions that it was impossible to discern their intent. They were all boys, some naked, some barely clothed, and others stripped down to their very flesh. It was beyond eerie, bordering on heinous, raising doubts about whether humans were responsible for such atrocities. However, Delkia, though taken aback, remained unfazed. After all, the entity behind this spectacle was none other than herself. Yet, her trembling pupils spoke volumes about her current state of mind. What are you? Why are you here? Delkia managed to ask, barely. A chilling laughter echoed, as if it could cut through nerves. I can be jealous. It's also true that you have good eyes. He may be a bit picky, but he's so attractive that anyone who sees him would want to eat him, right? But there was a saying back in my day that touching a man with an owner might lead to utter annihilation. What do you mean? You probably didn't know. Maybe he didn't either. A few days ago in the cage, and just now, how I gnashed my teeth seeing you gaze at that him. The voice, once tinged with curiosity, turned instantly hostile. Dare you, such as you, to send such repulsive glances to my master? An indescribable negative energy, akin to rage and resentment, surged forth, shaking Delkia's face so intensely it seemed as if an unknown force held her chin, swaying wildly with her emotions. Gah! As she regained some semblance of sensation, Delkia pushed away the hand. She dashed towards the door, desperate to flee the scene, but even the latch eluded her grasp. An invisible barrier blocked her path completely. It's useless. This place is already sealed by my restrictive barrier. A rhythmic tapping drew closer, a prelude to impending doom. Yet, Delkia saw nothing. The impending sense of dread, the unknown of what was approaching, crippled her with fear. Still, I am a merciful demonic sword. I will grant you your final moments. Say farewell to the children you've touched. It may be the last time you see with your own eyes. But her surroundings were engulfed in a black mist, obscuring any identity. Chin up. A bone-chilling hand emerged from the mist, grasping Delkia's face. Even her blood froze in its presence. For an ordinary human, such a sensation would render them senseless. No need for that, huh? After all, when you fall into hell, you'll meet those children again. So, let's save the joy of reunion for there. Delkia finally faced her observer, the owner of the crimson eyes peering from within the black fog. She was not human, not by any measure, defying all explanation with her otherworldly presence. Soon, the basement was filled with the piercing cries of death, tearing through the darkness and silence. If you come across something you'll never see again in your life, seize it no matter what. Well, that's not wrong. If you want something so badly, even if you have to steal it. It's a problem if the acquisition isn't rightful. But shouldn't we think the other way around too? If you want something so desperately that you're willing to sacrifice everything for it, wouldn't the person who has it also fiercely protect it? To the point of not even allowing approach. Why, Cyan? Delkia was supposed to have taken you. Oh, it's nothing. That insane pedphile had someone she desired more than me. If you really want to scrutinize, they're not even human. I leaned back in my chair and spoke. Well, it's definitely charming, albeit a bit picky. It's a unique blade you won't find anywhere else in this world. Flowers attract bees, and jewels attract thieves, they say. What about a sword? Martial artists would gather to feel her touch. But this case is different. It's like some ignorant trash satisfying base desires by coveting something they know nothing about. How could I not be angry? Thud, I kicked his ankle, causing him to slump, and grabbed his neck to meet his gaze. You're nothing compared to such a being. Coincidentally, the number of targets increased by 1 or 2, but what can I do? It's not like it's something I can't handle. I slowly raised my clenched fist. Honestly, I'm not a big fan of using fists. The sensation isn't great, and it's not easy to control. But rather than having Karam be tainted by a guy like this, wouldn't it be better for me to be tainted? So I only hope he lives long enough to experience the utmost agony. Chapter 94, Conditions of Power, Part 4. Whoosh, as I wiped the blood away with a towel, the fog in the room dissipated completely. This room had been enveloped in my barrier since that crazy woman entered. Utilizing the power of mist rather than mana, there would have been no way for an ordinary person to notice. Once I finished my task, my gaze naturally drifted downwards. I had entrusted it to her, but somehow I felt uneasy. I descended to the basement where another operation seemed to be underway. For heaven's sake. I almost burst out laughing but quickly covered my nose. I was standing in front of a basement door. This place was directly below the room where I had dealt with that perverted merchant. Though not locked, I couldn't enter. Another barrier, created by a presence other than me, blocked the way. This meant that regardless of what was happening inside, there was no way anyone outside would know. However, what was the thick smell of blood seeping through the crack in the door? What kind of act had been committed to breach the barrier and let the scent of blood flow out? The barrier was soon lifted, and without hesitation, I stepped inside. "Are you here?" Karam greeted me with an endlessly innocent face. But my attention was drawn more to the scene around her. It could pass for a banquet of monsters. What exactly have you done? What? It's a legitimate purification process. Somewhere along the line, the meaning of purification seemed to have gone awry. The body of that insane woman, which should have been there, was nowhere to be seen. It wasn't entirely gone, though. Perhaps what remained were just chunks and white pieces visible to my eyes, which had become more accustomed to the scene of blood than that of food. When you do something, you have to do it right, don't you think? Being halfway is worse than not doing it at all. Karam licked the blood off her lips with a shameless grin. I couldn't help but laugh at her audacity. And aren't you the same? How much beating did you give that your hands were all torn up? Am I that precious? There's no need to respond to words that clearly reveal intent. Turning away from Karam, I found my gaze drawn to the bodies on the wall. There were so many, almost enough to fill the entire wall. I frowned at the bizarre postures, unable to understand what they were trying to express. They were all young boys, similar in age to myself. How long had they been here? Already dead but not decomposed, condemned to eternal suffering. Yet, even in such a state, they would receive no attention. They were just like the street urchins, no different from the cigarette-selling kid. Continuing to watch them only made me feel worse. It wasn't like they were worth keeping anyway. I conjured a small fireball in my hand and hurled it at the wall without hesitation. Whoosh, the flames engulfed the piled bodies, spreading in all directions. Before long, the raging fire consumed the entire wall. I wasn't quite the same anymore. Whether it was a mission from the mist or an order from the Empire, I used to just follow orders and leave. When did I become so nosy about others? Looks like those chicks were quite pitiful, huh? You even gave them a proper cremation, I said nonchalantly. I do it because I can. I have no other intentions. It's better to do it and regret it than not do it at all. What do you mean? Lisa couldn't contain her excitement and sprang to her feet. It had been only a few hours since she saw Gunter's body. Before she had time to recover from the shock of seeing something so hideous that she couldn't believe it was done by a human, new news arrived. A fire had broken out in Delkia's entertainment alley. Judging by the seriousness on the guard's face, it wasn't a simple fire. Well, first, we're trying to contain the fire and assess the situation in the entertainment alley. But there's some strange talk going on. Strange talk? What do you mean? There was someone who met Delkia just before the fire broke out. The guard hesitated to continue. Speak up. Who was she meeting? Well, she was meeting a boy named Cyan. For a moment, Lisa's face contorted in disbelief. Cyan? Though she clearly heard the name, she couldn't help but question it. Just hearing a name had set her entire body tingling with nerves. Cyan? Her face looked as if she had seen a ghost, but it didn't last long. As if something clicked in her mind, Lisa hastily dashed out of the cage. Lisa, ignoring the guard's call, she sprinted away. Her face was a mix of complex emotions as she raced towards an unknown destination. Bam arriving at her destination with an urgency like never before. As always, a woman sat proudly, waiting to receive her. "Lie, Lindsay, there's a fire in the entertainment alley. It must be that boy." "Calm down, I already know, even without you telling me." The woman's expression was much more serious than before. "I thought I was the only target, but was I not?" Seemingly lost in thought, the woman absently stroked her lips with her hand. There wasn't much time for speculation. "Lisa, yes, Lie Lindsay, prepare yourself." At the word prepare, Lisa's eyes suddenly sparked with murderous intent. "Because that boy will likely come this way soon." The woman's lips formed a crescent shape. Simultaneously, an unknown mist began to rise around them. The room felt emptier than expected. Other than a worn desk and chair, there was nothing. Not even a hint of mana, let alone a barrier. Calling this place a secret chamber would be embarrassing. But there was someone here, a woman with a short haircut, whose presence seemed almost eerie. She was smiling as if she knew I was coming. "Welcome. It's been a while since someone else set foot in this place." Not a face I recognize. She was a complete stranger, passing by without leaving a trace. Yet, somehow, she didn't feel entirely unfamiliar. Though not exactly familiar either, there was a strange sense of connection between us. "Who sent you here? Morris? Delkia? I doubt it was Gunter." "Gunter." She raised her eyebrows in surprise. "Really? He wouldn't willingly teach someone like you. But then again, he had no choice in the matter, did he? He may be dead, but somehow, I can't help but feel a twinge of pity for him." What's the best way for a person to conceal their emotions? It's to maintain a constant smile, not out of happiness but to mock the other person, to laugh at them. And she was a perfect example of that. I don't like it. She's one of the human types I truly despise. "Are you Lindsay Nihilov?" "Well, that's what I'm called here. I'm not sure if I'm the Lindsay Nihilov you're looking for." "What do you mean?" In an instant, her crossed arms trembled faintly. "Unless it's a soul, a healthy human body wouldn't blur like that. Which means what I'm seeing isn't a normal human body." "You're corporeal, aren't you?" "Well, I can't just show my true form to an assassin sent to kill me, can I?" She already knows my purpose, doesn't she? "You're no different, are you? There probably isn't anyone in this city who remembers your face, is there?" I furrowed my brow. "What's your identity? Seems like you're lacking in manners for such a young friend. Didn't that bitch teach you to introduce yourself first before asking who someone else is?" "That bitch. Silica Negriti. Is it her, the one who ordered me to kill?" Silence lingered for about 10 seconds. Seems like I need a moment to gather my thoughts. She knows the purpose of assassination, and although I'm not sure, she seems to know what abilities I'm using. Yes, I guess it can be done up to that point. The most important thing is that the name of the leader has now come from that unknown woman. In this situation, there's only one conclusion I can draw. This woman is connected to the mist. A strange yet familiar black mist spread before me as if to confirm it. This is how the world works, full of surprises. That boring woman became the leader of the mist. It's almost miraculous that she's managed to keep it going. I felt disgust welling up inside me. There could be several reasons for it, but the biggest one is probably the woman's gaze. The negative emotions she couldn't hide behind that repulsive smile. It's evident to me. Come to think of it, it's a bit puzzling. If you found out where I was through Gunter, why didn't you come right away? Could it be that they were also included in your list of targets? No, it was just you. I thought I had nothing to hide, so I told her, and she ended up laughing out loud. Ah, I'm laughing heartily for the first time in a while. So, was it purely for personal reasons that you killed them? How amusing, an assassin openly displaying their presence. I never said I killed them, did I? If you're going to play dumb, at least clean up the blood smell next time. I don't know what you did, but right now, the scent of their screams mixed with yours is vibrating. Whether it's her tone or the aura she emanates, she's not at a mere grunt level when it comes to knowing about the mist. At least, she's above the level of a mere foot soldier, perhaps even connected to the leader. Did the leader know about this and still let me go? She gazed at my face as if she were contemplating a painting. The more I see, the more interesting it gets. You clearly have a ruthless look that shows no hesitation in killing, yet there's an inexplicable hint of hesitation somewhere. Hesitation? It was so absurd that I couldn't even laugh. Regardless of her connection to the organization, my mission ultimately is to kill her. So, how long do you plan on hiding in the mist? Don't you want to tease me a little bit at least? Or are you hoping I'll keep looking for you until the end? Of course not. I just wanted to confirm a few things. I wanted to see how much power Silica's child really has. And also, a strange smile, tinged with murderous intent, appeared at the corner of her mouth. I wonder how my child compares to yours. Suddenly, a sharp sense of danger surged from under the desk where she was sitting. Crash, swiftly, I pulled back and the desk split in half, creating a shockwave. My view was obscured by the broken desk. Thud. Once again, a dagger sprang out between the split desk, which I blocked with Karam. The moment I saw the owner of the dagger, I instinctively squinted my eyes. The face was familiar, but the atmosphere was completely different. It felt like seeing a different person with the same face. Lisa, the golden name tag on the right chest sparkled distinctly. Chapter 95, Conditions of Power, Part 5. Honestly, I was a bit surprised. The stance she took with the sword, the force emanating from the blade, and her spatial manipulation abilities all surpassed my expectations of a mere manager. And above all, her gaze. It was like a fiery determination to kill me, spreading like wildfire. Was she warning me to leave the city as soon as possible if I wanted to live? Just a few hours ago, her indecisiveness was evident, but now it was a whole different story. From behind, Lindsay watched with amusement. Swish continuing the brief standoff, she drew another sword from her waist. Swish, 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 4 swift sword strikes, seamlessly connected with smooth curves, reminiscent of a butterfly's fluttering wings. Of course, none of the attacks were meant to hit me. In such a confined space, extravagant movements would be futile. She must have known that too. I quietly extended 1 foot back, creating about 2 steps distance. Then, I naturally adjusted my grip on the sword handle and brought my withdrawn foot forward again. I resumed my sword strikes, diagonally from the lower right, then swiftly adjusting the grip and striking vertically. She must have predicted the direction of movement and blocked it without difficulty. However, she was mistaken if she thought it was over. I naturally linked the previous 2 sword strikes and resumed the sword attack. Shook once diagonally from the bottom right, Visor quickly turned the hilt of the sword in the opposite direction and hold it vertically again. Although she was a bit embarrassed because she didn't expect it to happen 4 times, she was still able to block it without wavering. Unfortunately, it's not over yet. As my foot descended to close the gap by just 1 cm from the ground, I smoothly lifted my arm, aiming for the center of her chest. Slash, she couldn't block my final strike, and one of her swords flew into the air. Her face betrayed a hint of surprise. It took about 5 seconds for the sword to embed itself into the ground. During that time, I remained still, knowing that sometimes inaction can inflict greater wounds. I don't think she knows the meaning of my actions. Woo! She hesitated for a moment, pondering her next move. She realized she had been underestimated. Her gaze now held not just murderous intent, but venomous intent. I paid her no mind, silently waiting for her to make her next move. Swish with fluidity akin to a dance, she retrieved her sword and swiftly resumed her stance. Clang this time, without any elaborate swordplay, she pushed forward with both swords, emanating undeniable pressure from the crossed blades. Though she was a mature woman, she seemed to opt for strength, given her advantage in stature over me. It wasn't just the physical force that I felt. It was the unwavering determination to kill me, accompanied by an urgency that transcended mere strength. Lost in the intriguing mix of emotions, my body found itself gradually pushed back against the wall by her. "There's none." Amidst my attempts to push her away, she suddenly whispered something. "What did you say?" "I have no personal feelings." I couldn't help but inwardly scoff. Emotions, matters of the heart, were things I hadn't bothered with in ages, so it didn't matter. But it seemed she was laboring under some misapprehension. "Listen, Manager Lisa." I broke the silence with a dull voice. Such words should only be spoken when you are absolutely sure you have the upper hand over your opponent. Though she didn't answer directly, her eyes conveyed that she knew well enough. "Do you think you have the right to say such things to me?" I slightly eased the restrained force and pushed back. Caught off guard by the unexpected strength, she lost her balance. Thud seizing the opportunity, I swiftly grabbed her throat and pushed back. GRRGH? It wasn't a complete subjugation. Though I had her by the throat, her hands were still free. She immediately retrieved her fallen sword and swiftly retaliated. Clang! Of course, it was an attack I couldn't possibly handle. However, as her strikes came at me like water flowing, I deflected them left and right, causing her sword to fly out in a wide arc. Finally defenseless, I awaited her next move. As her retaliatory strike was rendered futile, her fiery will extinguished like a candle snuffed out. "Ha!" With a sigh of defeat, she closed her eyes entirely. I don't know if she's quick to admit it or if she's quick to give up. Without the slightest hesitation, I swung my corrected Karam down upon her. Thud as her body hit the ground, a cloud of dust rose. Once again, silence flowed for 5 seconds. I lifted my head, feeling indifferent. "Ha, ha!" From below, the breath of a woman who had narrowly escaped the brink of life and death grew rough. "What were you doing?" Lindsay, who had been observing the situation all along, asked me with a stiff voice, unlike the mocking tone before. It could be said differently. "Why didn't you kill her?" "Actually, I'd like to ask you the same thing. What were you doing?" "What?" Even though it was just an illusion, it was a situation worth intervening in. "Why did you stand by and watch instead of stepping forward?" She said it unmistakably. When comparing myself to her child, she admitted that she wanted to see how much power I had. I acknowledge it. This manager showed quite remarkable movements. She was far superior to the riffraff in the junkyard. Her mindset as an assassin, with no hesitation in killing her target, was extremely commendable. It was simply insufficient to reach me. The problem lies in the fact that she in front of me, and even this manager lurking below, all know this fact. When her last counterattack was blocked, she closed her eyes. Her face seemed resigned, as if surrendering all will to live. Her expression was observed not only by me, but also by Lindsay, who was openly watching. However, she didn't lift a finger. She just watched endlessly with an inexplicable smirk. I asked for the reason. She sarcastically licked her lips and said, "What? Do you think I was going to step in and save that child?" Oh, the child known as an assassin is truly naive, showing mercy to the target who had tried to kill none other than themselves. Why? Didn't she call her own child? Why let her die so easily? At least this manager was sincere with me. She had poured out everything to kill me, and when that failed, she cleanly acknowledged it and gave up everything. Just for that woman who had been merely watching. Shouldn't I be disgusted by such a sight? How arrogant. Why did Silica send a child like you? For a moment, her eyes sank coldly, and her body, which had been swaying like waves, was engulfed in mist for a moment. It was a power bestowed upon her by a superior being, undeniable Eru's energy. "Are you finally revealing your true self?" She opened her mouth with the same arrogant smile as before. "Yes, you probably already guessed it, but I too was once an assassin submerged in the mist. I joined around the same time as your master Silica and shared blades. I wasn't particularly surprised since it was expected. You might not know this. If I hadn't left the mist and had still been around, the person you would call your leader might have been me, not her." It was a bold, almost shameless gaze. It wasn't just empty boasting, but words that came purely from the heart. "Do you find it hard to believe? Silica and I, even when we were low-ranking members, both achieved remarkable growth. From swordsmanship to magic and the application of secrets, rising to become senior members was a breeze. The spreading fog gradually invaded the narrow room, as if trying to imprison me within it. The god of mist, Eru. Although an entity banished from the divine realm, his power is undoubtedly immense. It is a realm that mere mortals can never reach, and truly, it is a power that can accomplish many things. It can also pursue infinite development. She asked me while looking at me, "The Mist's assassin, what do you think the purpose of the Mist's existence is?" All I could offer was a conventional answer. It negates the existing world order centered around light and reveals the hidden, sinister aspects of humanity. She nodded as if she had expected my response. "You know it well. Then let me ask another question. What did the Mist do for that goal?" As I was about to answer, assassination, I hesitated. The Mist had not been consistently active. It had hidden its traces for 50 years due to the whims of the idiot god. During that long period, all they could do was wait indefinitely. It did nothing. Despite possessing the power to achieve and change many things, the Mist did not act. It waited for an heir who might never be born. Ironically, that was me. Isn't it truly pathetic? Why fear when you possess the power of gods? Why hide from the world? I couldn't understand why this power had to be wasted, why it had to be rendered meaningless. Someone listening might think it was their own achieved power. So I left that organization. I couldn't bear to see my power go to waste. But I didn't just leave. I wasn't the only one rotting away there. I entertained the idea of listening a little longer, but I couldn't bear it any longer. Just as I was about to reveal my true intentions, the fog, which had been gathering, finally spread in all directions, distorting the space. Wait, is she unleashing this here? The old wooden floor vanished like dust, replaced by dense fog. If my senses weren't mistaken, this was undoubtedly a pocket dimension, an unreal space created by the power of gods, an area that allowed no external access. This was definitely not a mere illusion. Chapter 96, Conditions of Power, Part 6, A Sudden Transition to a Strange Space. Lisa, barely recovering her composure, didn't stop wandering around the changed surroundings. The old room she was in just moments ago had vanished without a trace. It wasn't just the space that had changed. Lindsay. No human figure was visible. Instead, there was a peculiar shape shrouded in black mist emitting an unsettling aura. The sight was extremely eerie, sending shivers of revulsion and discomfort. Lisa quickly turned her head, naturally looking at the boy. He didn't have the same calm face as before. With slightly parted lips revealing teeth and a narrowed forehead, he seemed quite flustered himself. It was a perfectly natural reaction. It would be odd for someone not to be surprised by such a strange sight. Perhaps thinking that even humans couldn't help but be taken aback by this unfamiliar scene. "Ha!" he laughed. They say when people are too shocked, they laugh uncontrollably as if losing their minds, but it didn't seem like that. Though it's hard to pinpoint the exact meaning behind his laughter, if we go by what's visible, it seemed like he laughed out of incredulity. There are broadly two cases where humans can wield the power of gods. One is when a god directly bestows power upon a human. I'm precisely that case, having inherited the power of Eru through the Mist Stone, and the other is when the power of a god is passed down through relics or artifacts for their use. Come to think of it, that's me too. Having received almost the entirety of a god's power, it's like having a child who's practically inherited that power nestled in my arms right now. Surprised, aren't you? Well, you can't help it. This is the omnipotent power that you absolutely must obey. Whether it was laughter or tears, her ambiguous whimpering was ignored as I carefully examined the aura she emitted. It's familiar, even intimate to the point of being uncanny. It was so familiar that one could believe it was just another pocket dimension created by that bastard god, devoid of any sense of distance. I couldn't create such a space myself. But if a qualified human were to encounter it, they could handle it perfectly well, just like I am right now. In the momentarily blurred mist, she directed a triumphant grin towards me. Along with it, she extended her left forefinger, indicating the gold ring she wore. If my memory serves me right, that's an artifact, the so-called Ring of Absorption. It's a kind of storage device that can condense a certain amount of mana into a pocket-like form, and at times, it can contain not only mana, but also other energies. Given the circumstances, it seems she's contained Eru's power in that ring. Ha! I couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Could it be that idiot god allowed his power to be stolen? This isn't like stealing treasures from a warehouse. It's a blatant act of taking them right in front of the owner's eyes. It's laughable enough that a common artifact contains a god's power, but the fact that she attempted it and succeeded. There are no words. I'm sure the leader doesn't know about this fact with absolute certainty. If she did, she wouldn't just stand by quietly. It's likely that she would have come running herself to try and destroy that artifact. What do you think is the reason I left the organization and settled in Lambert? To earn money? That's just a secondary reason. I've been nurturing my own power in this city all along, not relying on the power of gods. I started to sense personal frustration in her voice. How foolish, isn't it? In the end, just like how we humans were created by the hands of gods, there's no problem in using their power. Yet we're expected to wait idly for the sake of one supposed successor. Certainly, she wasn't just rambling with an open mouth. In fact, for the past 50 years until my appearance in the Mist, countless members of the Mist wasted their time in meaningless waiting. It would be a lie to say there was no dissatisfaction among them. Ultimately, she was one of those in that category. You might also be a pitiful existence, clinging to passive obedience without understanding the changing world. I don't know why you've resumed your activities now, but it doesn't matter. Your organization will soon be destroyed by my hands. Seems like your dreams are a bit too grandiose. She said it with a hint of disdain. You might see it that way with your naive eyes, but I'll make sure to make you and your organization, even your leader, fully aware. Then, I'll stand before Eru once again and clearly state that I'm the only one who can fully inherit your power. It's a peculiar feeling. Was there some level of sympathy in me for what that woman said? Disliking the decay of her own power, she left the organization and worked to increase her influence by cultivating her own strength. Regardless of her motives, the fact that she firmly decided to pioneer her own life makes it hard for me to criticize her. For some reason, though, I felt compelled to ask her one question. What do you plan to do with that power? To kill me, destroy the organization, and gain recognition from Eru. But what does she want to do next? Lindsay responded with a joyous smile as if she had been waiting for this question. I will do everything I can, I retorted immediately. Everything you can? Yes, just as there's a qualification needed to possess any power, the same applies even after acquiring it. To have power and abilities but not use them. That's nothing but deception and waste. We must use the given power to its fullest extent. That's the condition for wielding power. Though she spoke somewhat verbose, in reality, it was a simple and obvious statement when dissected. One must fully exert the power they possess. It's a phrase often found in common sayings, but the importance lies in how one accepts it. Sometimes people laugh unknowingly, like when they have an epiphany. And that's exactly how I feel right now. I think I might understand a bit why my leader sent me to this strange place. That's a good saying. Coming from me, it was an uncommon acknowledgement. But even so, it doesn't change anything. In the end, here and now, you'll die by my hand. Swoosh as usual, I slowly raised my dagger, aiming it at her, the intent of an assassin who will kill the opponent before them. Recognizing this, Lindsay chuckled as if amused. Ha, you might have gained a bit of insight, but you're still foolish. Well, it's probably better to beg for mercy than to die. I'll make sure to give you a death that suits you. She gently extended her finger and immediately shouted the incantation. Shadow Art's sixth form, Mist Space. Whoosh, the mist that extended from her fingers like beams of light soon divided into several strands, enveloping Cyan from all sides. Without any resistance, Cyan was quickly engulfed, and soon a sealed space was completed. Although your physical abilities may be comparable to those of a senior officer, when it comes to handling tactics, you're inevitably immature. The sixth form of mist, the mist space. It covers a certain area with black mist, completely isolating the targets inside from the outside world. It's not just about creating a barrier. It's a technique that can control all the power and mana possessed by the target, leaving them feeling utterly powerless. Despite having power, they're rendered completely helpless, and the misery that arises from it. Lindsay's purpose was to inflict such cruel emotions upon Cyan. Slowly, savor it for a very long time within that space, and finally, realize it, that you were nothing from the beginning, that in the face of absolute existence, you were nothing more than creatures groveling on the ground, even more powerless than insects. As Lindsay's hands spread wide open, the energies contained within scattered in all directions. As these energies gradually covered Cyan's body, her laughter grew louder. A ring containing the power of Eru. Humans can be quite amusing, seeing things like this, don't you think? However, her joy didn't last long. At the sudden sound of a voice from behind, Lindsay quickly turned her head. With an intense and seductive gaze, as if tinged with blood, the mysterious woman smiled provocatively at her. A woman of mystery who suddenly appeared before her without a trace, without even the slightest hint of her presence. For a moment, Lindsay doubted her eyes, but soon realized that she couldn't move, as if she were petrified. Impressive, isn't it? Most humans wouldn't even be able to think about moving. The disdainful voice sent shivers down Lindsay's spine. It felt like a devil with an innocent face whispering in her ear. However, the woman with black hair paid her no mind and carefully observed her ring. Frankly, I was surprised, creating a pocket dimension similar to Eru's by human hands. I wonder what expression that bastard god would make if he knew? She sensed it. Feeling extremely familiar with the energy of the pocket dimension she had unfolded, yet being dominated by a strange feeling different enough to suppress all that familiarity, she was overwhelmed by her emotions. This pocket dimension is quite an interesting place. It's like a paradise for oneself, isn't it? It makes you feel like you're a god who can do anything when you're inside. But the woman with black hair reached out into the air and gently caressed it. Instantly, the surrounding black mist, which had been blooming, responded and rushed towards her, converging in one place. It's equally difficult to guard. You never know when or where a transcendent being higher than oneself might come and seize this place. Whoosh, the gathered mist swirled like a whirlpool above the woman's palm, as if searching for its rightful owner. Lindsay shook her head in confusion. Why are you here in this place? Oh, you know me? The woman seemed nonchalant as she smiled. The demonic sword, Karam, an artifact that inherited the power of Eru, the god of black mist, and serves as its successor. She embodied the essence of mist and wielded the power of the mist god, making her an undeniable presence. Is this feeling one of disbelief, yet also inevitability? However, she soon realized what it meant for Karam, the demonic sword, to be present in this place. It meant that someone capable of wielding the god's artifact was also present. Then you. Lindsay's gaze immediately turned towards Cyan, trapped within the mist space. A single beam of light extended from the pitch-black mist, like a glimmer of hope. Though it appeared as light, strictly speaking, it wasn't light at all. It was merely the reflection of the sinister aura emanating from the sharp blade. The tip of the sword was precisely aimed at Lindsay's throat. Successor. Chapter 97. Conditions of Power. Part 7. From the moment Lindsay first saw the boy during the match with Gunter, she could tell. His smooth movements, almost as if cutting through space, the light yet powerful gestures. Within them, there was even a mercilessness akin to ice. Those who could display such prowess were rare on this continent. Mist. The place she had belonged to, where she gained her power, and the place she had abandoned in her mind. A place where they persisted in the meaningless waiting for a successor, despite possessing the unmatched ability of divine power. That boy was undoubtedly of the mist. Why would they, who usually keep themselves hidden, be here in Lambert? Lindsay could easily grasp the reason. They had come to kill her. As long as there existed someone other than themselves capable of wielding Eru's power, she was well aware that they would eventually come to eliminate her. But just a single boy. She pondered. Silica, that woman seemed to be underestimating her too much. It was laughable, really, that they would attempt to assassinate her with just one high-ranking member. It was so pathetic it was almost unbelievable. However, there was one intriguing aspect. It was the sword the boy had used. The crimson blade exuding a sinister aura and the black jewel embedded in the hilt. On the surface, it bore a striking resemblance to the Eru's demonic sword known as Karam, but she soon shook her head. To think that such a demonic sword would be here, it just didn't seem plausible, did it? The presence of a demonic sword meant that its wielder was the successor, but Lindsay never thought for a moment that the boy could be the successor. To her, the idea of a successor was akin to a non-existent entity in this world. In fact, she had even entertained the thought of taking on the role of the successor herself. But now, standing before her, was someone she never expected to encounter, the wielder of Karam, the one who had been bestowed with Eru's mark, the successor. The mist that had escaped from Karam enveloped my entire body. Swirl in a situation where two incompatible spaces coexisted, the mist within the mist space, which had imprisoned me, surged violently. There's a misconception among people that the power of the black mist is so grandiose that it can destroy everything in the world. But in reality, it merely neutralizes whatever it encounters. It's like soothing a crying child, rendering things quiet and subdued rather than causing destruction on a massive scale. That's the essence of the mist's power. Crack, what? What happened to my mist? With the sound of shattering glass, a rift appeared in the space. Her mist, without any resistance, dissipated helplessly. Technically speaking, it wasn't disappearing, but rather being absorbed into my mist. I shouted at her as she finished getting ready. Shadow Art's sixth form, Mist Space, it was the same technique she had cast. However, the power behind it wasn't quite the same. Still, shouldn't she make sure to confirm? To see what kind of power the successor, whom she has hated so much, possesses. Do you really think I'll submit to your mist? She didn't retreat, roaring loudly as she embraced the mist space head-on. In reality, there was no escaping it. This place was an alternate space created by the power of the mist. There was nowhere to flee from the mist's power. Erg! She was desperate. Her gaze showed a strong determination, as if she wouldn't be consumed by my mist no matter what. But can things in the world really be resolved through willpower alone? Struggling within the increasingly oppressive mist, just when she thought it would end without any major changes, the mist space vanished. Ha, ha, she had finally broken through. Momentarily surprised by the unexpected outcome, she soon narrowed her eyes and shouted at me. That gaze, those disgusting eyes that seem like they're going to crush me. You're no different from her? I didn't expect to hear such words. Since when did my eyes resemble those of the leader? Why won't you vermin just get out of my way? I am the true successor who should inherit the power of Eru. Then prove it. Lindsay's gaze turned to Karam beside her. Everything will be shown by the outcome. If you truly are the rightful successor who can inherit the power of that accursed god, then why not kill that successor right here and now? There's no better proof than that, right? The demonic sword, Karam, taunts again. Perhaps it's teasing her to see more amusement, but staying silent in such a situation seems even more strange. When our eyes meet, there's nothing more to say. Simply raising my eyebrows as if to say, do as you please, her eyes filled with anger once again. Mist, successor, you're of no use to me. Swish at the same time, a dagger appeared in her hands. So, I'll kill all of you and stand at the center myself. No one can stop me. Slice, do you know one of the things an assassin should never do? It's rushing in recklessly fueled by emotions. Although it's been a long time since leaving the organization, forgetting such basics of being an assassin and trying to take the center stage bewildered me. Didn't she say you need qualifications to possess power? That's correct. You should use the given power generously without hoarding it. That way, you won't regret it later. Swipe, the sensation of limbs being severed was distinctly felt. One movement was enough, and I slowly exhaled while bringing down the sword. Thud, soon the mist cleared, and from above, crimson blood poured like rain. Wasn't that a bit anticlimactic? Karam asked with a dissatisfied expression. I didn't see the need to make it more complicated. I replied indifferently, as usual. While watching the battle between Lindsay and the boy, Lisa could do nothing. In fact, calling it a battle was ambiguous. It was more like one-sided dominance. Just like in the arena, the boy effortlessly overwhelmed his opponent. She felt disheartened. At least she thought Lindsay was among the strongest people she had ever seen, yet here she was, facing such a pitiful end. Beyond disappointment, a sense of helplessness and misery weighed heavily on her. The boy looked at her. Lisa still held the sword in her hand, but there was no trace of caution in the boy's face. She thought it was natural. To him, she was like a bug he could crush at any moment. Clomp, clomp, he finally started approaching her. All Lisa could do was meet his gaze. 3 seconds of eye contact with those sinister eyes. Lisa silently closed her eyes. What are you doing? The boy asked, and she replied resignedly, if possible, please let me go without suffering. In reality, it was a forced plea disguised as a request. I know. It's shameless to make such a request after trying to kill you. If you don't want to, I understand. I'll just accept it calmly. The boy chuckled briefly, then squatted down in front of her and asked, "Do you think I'm going to kill you?" "It's obvious. I tried to kill you, and I saw your secret that no one else should know. There's no reason for you to spare me. Even if just to keep me quiet, it's only right for me to die." "I'm not going to kill you." Her narrowed eyes widened in an instant. This manager, she's making quite a fuss. Even though nothing is as precious as life, is it right to give up on it so easily? What did you just say? I said I'm not going to kill you. That's right. Why you'll torture me by cutting off my limbs one by one until the end. I have no intention of doing that. I'm just going to let you go with all your limbs intact. She looked at me with a strange mix of confusion and astonishment. I, in turn, accepted her gaze calmly. There's another misconception people have. Mist's goal is assassination, not slaughter. Once the target is eliminated, the mission is over. There's no point in further bloodshed. It didn't take long for her to speak up again. Don't lie to me. You shouldn't joke around like this. You're an assassin. What assassin would spare someone they tried to kill? What kind of assassin does that? I replied calmly. It wasn't intentional anyway. That's true, but I could tell from the moment she clashed swords with me. Alongside the determination to kill me, there was a subtle agony mixed in, acknowledging the impossibility of it. She merely clashed with me out of necessity to fulfill her owner's orders. But I know you're an assassin working for Mist. So, are you trying to spread rumors? And no, I would never. Well then, isn't that settled? There's no one around here who will remember my face even if I say something. Are you really not going to kill me? Are you going to keep talking until your mouth hurts? How much more do I need to say? Judging by her expression, it seemed like I would have to repeat it 100 times for her to believe it. It's strange to see an assassin so lenient. I couldn't deny it, so I chuckled. Just one question. She, who had been silent for a moment, blinked once again. I couldn't wrap my head around it, so I had to ask. What is it? Why did you tell me to leave? Despite being in a position to obey Lindsay's orders, she seemed to show unnecessary acknowledgement by telling me to leave if I wanted to live. Was there really a need for that? We were just a guest and a shopkeeper, after all. Her gaze, pondering repeatedly, soon turned to the gruesome sight of Lindsay's mutilated body. This kind of situation occurred more often than one might think. After dealing with the target, being around others who were still present. It might seem puzzling, but Mist's goal was strictly assassination, not massacre. Once the initial target was dealt with, that was it. There was no need to eliminate unrelated bystanders. Whether it was a feeling of disappointment or relief, she sighed. I'm not sure if this will explain anything, but I'd have to hear it before I could judge. It was around the time when I was just a guest, when Gunter and I came in here. Chapter 98, Conditions of Power, Part 8. We were originally street urchins wandering around Lambert. No home, no parents, just kids who had nothing. All we could do at that young age was steal. In reality, it's very rare for normal families with normal children to be born in such abnormal cities. Most of them either came from other areas, were abandoned in the entertainment district, or were children who escaped from the slave market, with parents being a rarity. That's no different for this manager. You know about the Gunter who was killed, right? He wasn't always such a troublemaker. He only knew how to use his fists, so he didn't hesitate to rob and raid, but because of that, many kids like me managed to survive somehow. Were you siblings? How could that be? We didn't look anything alike. We were just friends. Friends, that was all in the past though. It was an unexpected outburst. In any case, we were the kind that it wouldn't be surprising if we were caught anytime, or if we died anytime. At that time, I, like others, just foolishly hoped for tomorrow to be the same as today. But not the Gunter. He wanted to end this tedious street life, and to do that, he chose to rob the Lambert cage. You joined him? He couldn't do it alone. Eventually, it formed a kind of thieves' guild to rob the cage. What do you think happened? It was a question with a predetermined answer. You must have failed. That's right, we failed. We got caught right at the entrance before even trying anything. So what do you think happened next? Unlike the quick response before, this time I couldn't come up with an easy answer. It's not that I don't know. The teenage children who came to rob the cage, they were nothing more than unwanted thieves in the eyes of the cage, with no value as guests. Thinking that they were sent off well is a big mistake. It would be one of two things. Either they were beaten to a pulp so they couldn't even whimper again, or they were mercilessly killed right there. They're all dead. The correct answer was the latter. Exactly. Everyone, except me and Gunter who were waiting outside, died. They said the thieves had to be punished. We lost all the friends who were like family in an instant. As I had already expected it, I wasn't particularly surprised. Do you know? Actually, I felt quite relieved back then. Relieved? Yes, because I felt like there was no need to cling to life anymore. Somehow, I felt relieved. Life had nothing good left to offer anyway, so I thought it was better to die quickly now. A bitter smile formed on her lips. It was Lindsay who saved me. She said living to avoid death is what people do, but I seemed like someone who couldn't die and was just living. Then Lindsay reached out to me, asking if I would live for myself this time. It's probably because she held that hand that she's here in this position now. I wasn't the only one who survived. Gunter, who cursed until the end, also managed to survive somehow. From then on, he just started working as a cage employee. Gunter, who had a bit of a knack for fighting, was quickly promoted to a guard, and I ended up doing odd jobs within the lodging facility. Her eyes, which had been fixed on the corpses, suddenly turned to the dagger clenched in her hand. But that was just a side job. The moment Lindsay took me in, I had to become a blade for her. From then on, I honed my skills with the blade every day. A blade, once grasped in hand, doesn't naturally develop. Perhaps Lindsay judged that she had talent for swordsmanship and even assassination techniques. Indeed, the movements she showed demonstrated a talent that couldn't be achieved in a short time with mere effort. At first, it was all good. It felt like I was working hard to earn a living legitimately. But Gunter, it seems, wasn't satisfied. After dominating the arena, he left the cage not long after. Lindsay didn't really stop him either. She felt like she had used him enough and it was time to let him go. "Why did you stay?" She couldn't immediately respond. Actually, before he left, Gunter said something to me. He said I should leave too, that he would take care of me, and that we should get out of this miserable place quickly. But I couldn't. The Gunter back then wasn't the Gunter I knew anymore. He was just a cruel murderer who insisted that everything useless should be disposed of. I expected there to be some connection with that guy Gunter, but it seems like their relationship was closer than I thought. The person themselves might not realize they've changed, but those around them who watch can often tell. It couldn't help but be sad. Seeing your childhood friend gradually deteriorate into someone who revels in bloodshed. Well, looking into her eyes now, it seems like she doesn't have any of those emotions anymore. Don't feel too sorry for me. It's been twisted for so long already. You don't blame me. What's there to blame you for? You did the right thing by killing him. He wouldn't have been any help to the world if he had lived. She seemed genuinely empathetic. The conversation went off track for a moment, didn't it? You asked why I told the guest to leave. When I first saw the guest, I immediately thought of ourselves. Before reaching the cage, we still felt happy being together. When Lindsay first mentioned killing the guest, I immediately thought of my friends who had already left. So that's why I told the guest to leave. I didn't want to witness such deaths anymore. Was that also why you tried to keep me from going to the arena? Yes, that's right, but it seems like it was a needless worry. I never imagined an assassin from the mist would come. I smiled without saying a word. Her gaze returned to Lindsay's body. Even though the owner died, you don't seem to show any signs of sadness. Yeah, that's right. I received a new life from her, but I don't feel particularly sad, despite feeling empty. I guess her emotions have dulled to that extent. Well, it's not a bad thing. For anyone who handles a blade, emotions are just unnecessary elements. Once the job is done, there's no reason to linger. I turned away from her. Are you leaving? The job is done. Can I ask just one thing? I turned around and nodded my head. Is Cyan your real name? I shook my head again in response. If you're okay with it, could you tell me the guest's name? I stared at her intently, wondering why she was curious about it now. There's no particular reason. Most of the guests who come to the cage register under aliases, not their real names. If it's difficult for you to say, you don't have to. It's just my personal desire to know the guest's real name. Throughout my entire current existence, I've never left a purification job name behind. It's not like I deliberately didn't say it. It's just that once the job is done, there's no one left to listen. In fact, there's no need for me to say it, since it wouldn't benefit me in any way, but Cyan. Cyan Vert? It probably wouldn't hurt. For some reason, I have a feeling that my relationship with her won't end here. I left Lambert along that path. Your face has changed a lot, hasn't it? Her eyebrows furrowed at the somewhat out-of-the-blue comment. Have you been injured? Well, they say you can't really say someone has changed unless there's a physical change. When people gain enlightenment, their demeanor changes. Smooth transition, isn't it? Since we didn't come to exchange comfortable reunion sentiments, I went straight to the point. You gave quite a heavy assignment for the break homework. If it resulted in something for you, then it's worth it, isn't it? She smiled as if to say, what's the problem? I discreetly pulled out an item while pretending to blow my nose. Lindsay Nihilov, she seemed to really dislike the leader. The expression on the leader's face was subtly changing as they examined the item. Surely, she had this. What I presented was a single dagger. While it's important who the owner of the dagger is, right now, it's more important to focus on what kind of dagger this is. A black blade enveloped by the night sky of darkness. Such an eerie black sword not found in the market, nor made to order. It's an exclusive dagger only high-ranking members of the Mist can possess. Perhaps the leader also has the same dagger. Lindsay was the descendant of some fallen aristocrat who fled from the slave market. The surname Nihilov is probably an alias. She joined the Mist to break free from all the chains that bound her. The leader's chin rested on their hand as if an old memory had come to mind, a strange smile playing on their lips. She desired the future that the Mist pursued more than anyone else. It was almost as if she was born for it. Did you ever consider quelling that desire? Of course, I did. I told her to wait with hope that her time would come when she desired it, but it was futile. Her desire never seemed to wane, like a burning flame. The leader examined the dagger with interest. But in the end, she couldn't wait and left the organization. I never imagined she still had the Mist's dagger. The leader's gaze turned back to me. Tell me straight, was she the only one you killed? Surely, you don't think it was just her? She flashed a satisfied smile. I've said it before, but you can display a flawless performance to the point where I have nothing to teach you. But the more perfect you are, the more you need to realize what you can and cannot do with your power. That's the only way you can use your power without regrets. Using power without regrets? Well, that's true. This lifetime is dedicated to living without regrets. Naturally, I must use all the power I have without regret. Well, it wasn't a particularly difficult task, was it? Even though she was an assassin from the Mist, she didn't pose any threat to you. Do you really think so? Whether you think so or not, it's not like there were any other issues, right? As expected, she was unaware. I changed my mind. I had originally planned not to bring it out, but I felt it might be better to show it. I dramatically pulled out another item from my pocket and placed it on the table. The Ring of Absorption? It was an artifact she couldn't possibly be unaware of, given her undercover employment as an academy instructor. What do you think is contained within this? From her expression, it seems she's already realized what's inside. Her lips tremble like waves, her forehead creasing like a valley. Seeing such a rare, subtle reaction from the leader, akin to a poker face, is quite refreshing. This, too, is an item the target possessed. She mentioned that when she left the organization, she imbued the power of mist into this. Within the ring, a black mist imbued with the power of Eru was slowly emanating like burning smoke. When did she? Considering she was also a member of the Mist, couldn't she freely traverse the Eru's void? In truth, the power of the gods isn't as common as the air around us, but encapsulating it in such artifacts isn't too difficult. Even now, if one desires, the energy of this space we and the leader currently occupy could be captured within the ring. Consider this. Could there be someone who could be oblivious as a mosquito feeds on their arm? Even if they could tolerate it for a while, there wouldn't be anyone who wouldn't notice, especially in a space where their power is abundant if someone were to siphon it away. That's why the wretched god allowed it. Ignorance would be a problem. Awareness would be an even greater one. Eru, the mist figure which had been approaching us just moments ago, suddenly retreated into the distance. Chapter 99, Winds of Change, Part 1. It's already been 2 weeks since Cyan left the academy. As usual, Nana, who had just finished her midday nap, stretched and yawned. I slept well. Despite her sudden growth spurt, she still needed plenty of sleep. Feeling refreshed, she stepped out of her room and saw Emily by the window, nervously chewing her nails. Emily's body trembled, her eyes filled with anxiety. "Emily, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell?" Despite Nana's innocent inquiry, Emily replied with a serious tone. "I don't look well." "Well, can you blame me?" Nana chuckled. "It's been 2 weeks since the young master left. Not only that, but he's with some girl named Karam. How can I not worry when there's been no word, no sign of him at all?" Even though Emily didn't show a hint of concern when Cyan fell off the cliff, this time was different. She prided herself on knowing Cyan better than anyone else. But leaving with some unknown woman to an unknown place for a vacation, it felt like a bizarre turn of events. In truth, it was more exasperating than worrying. Papa always says the most useless thing in the world is worrying about him. If you have time to worry, why not spend that time sleeping more? Just wait a little longer, he'll be back. Even those who were enraged couldn't help but smile at her innocent words. However, Emily's face, upon seeing that smile, only seemed to contort even more. How could the young master end up with such an immature little brat? Ironically, Emily had no idea how Cyan really felt about her. Squeak at that moment, the sound of the door opening echoed through the room as someone entered. Since the only person who would enter at this hour was likely Brian, Emily didn't even bother to turn her head. If you end up with the wrong woman, your life's in big trouble. Seriously, what kind of woman and where? What's wrong with how my life is? A high-pitched scream startled the room. Emily quickly turned her head, doubting her eyes. "Why, young master?" Cyan, who had been missing for half a month, was suddenly standing before her. "Papa!" Unlike the startled Emily, Nana rushed forward with a joyful cry. Cyan calmly patted Nana, who nestled into his arms. "When did you come back?" "Obviously, just now. Didn't you hear the door opening?" "We did, but we thought it was Brian." At that moment, the door creaked again, and Brian followed behind. From the situation, it seemed they came together. "Welcome back. Oh wait, young master, who is Karam?" Overcoming her initial shock and panic, Emily soon straightened up and questioned Cyan sternly. You didn't know?" As always, Cyan's reaction was nonchalant. "You never mentioned them in the first place. Who are they to be with you all this time? Were you looking for me?" "Kaya!" Emily screamed again at the whispered voice from behind. With fine black hair that seemed to shimmer in the starlight and captivating eyes, the mysterious woman exuded a nobility far beyond that of the noblewomen Emily had ever seen. As she smiled oddly at her. "Nice to formally meet you, isn't it?" "Pleasure to meet you." Emily was dumbfounded. Who are you?" "Surprised, even though we spent a year together on the front lines with your master." What does that?" Setting aside the fact that they were meeting for the first time, the woman's presence was strangely unsettling, stirring Emily's senses. "Why, you're really beautiful." You're really beautiful, the most beautiful woman I've ever seen," Emily blurted out in her confusion. At this, Karam's face lit up in a rare and bright smile. "Oh my. Do you have a different perspective from your master?" Cyan shook his head in disbelief. "Papa, did you buy me a present?" "Oh right, just wait a moment." Cyan retrieved a small rectangular box from his pocket. With a flick of his finger, a tiny dimensional portal opened, revealing a large basket inside. The basket was filled with snacks that children would enjoy. "Don't eat them all at once. Eat them in moderation, okay?" "Yeah. Thanks, Papa." As she hugged the basket tightly, her face lit up with a bright smile of happiness, and soon Cyan wore a satisfied grin on his face too. Observing this, Brian had a somewhat peculiar expression in his eyes. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Well, it seems like your gaze has changed compared to usual." At this, Cyan chuckled softly. "You're saying the same thing as the leader." "Yes." "Nah, forget it. Since the sun hasn't set yet, let's go do some exercise. You didn't slack off on your training while I was away, did you?" "Of course not. I'll get ready right away." As Brian began his preparations as if he had been waiting, Cyan smiled with satisfaction. "Yeah, when I'm not around, you have to look after the kids too." Brian, who was focused on getting ready, didn't hear his words. A week before the start of classes at the Royal Academy, it was time for students who had returned to their territories during the vacation to come back, but the academy was unusually quiet. Some students chose to observe the situation further before returning, and some even outright refused to come back to school. This was truly an unprecedented situation in the history of the academy. About 1/10 of the total enrolled students have expressed their intention to delay their return. It seems that not only students, but also some faculty members are considering taking leave. If things continue like this, it's likely to cause significant disruptions to the operation of this semester. Despite Silica's report, Headmaster Kundal maintained a composed demeanor. But she knew, it was evident from the headmaster's face that there was hidden worry. Isn't it still a bit precarious with the Negriti? You don't need to worry about appearances. If you want to take a leave of absence, go ahead. It wouldn't be appropriate. We should maintain a separation between personal matters and official duties. Silica's response was unwavering. At this, Kundal chuckled. Even though you're known for your strategic mind, you're quite composed even when your betrothed has passed away. Well, judging by your demeanor, it's not particularly surprising. She carefully averted her gaze. It had been a month since the infamous blood feast incident at the Ushif Empire Palace. While the incident itself had been resolved, its aftermath had reverberated throughout the continent, causing significant shockwaves. Social gatherings among students, which should have been in full swing, were canceled one after another, and most nobles didn't dare to step foot outside their territories or mansions. However, before the dust from the incident had settled, another incident erupted at the academy: the kidnapping of Luna Rainriver. It occurred just a fortnight ago when disguised outsiders infiltrated the academy and kidnapped a female student who was alone in the cafeteria. Although the incident was thwarted by the Garam Society, it didn't receive much public attention. However, given that a noble's daughter was kidnapped in broad daylight, it was quite a shameful incident that inevitably raised doubts about the academy's security. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that, compared to the previous banquet incident, most students postponed their return due to this kidnapping incident. Well, considering the current situation, all we can do is strengthen the academy's security. Just tell the remaining staff to focus on preparing for classes and not to worry about the guards. Understood. With her head bowed, Silica noticed the numerous letters on the headmaster's desk. Judging by the Quasel family crest stamped on all of them, she could tell they were sent from noble households. Are you concerned about what's happening in the capital? If I weren't, that would be a lie. There was a hint of bitterness in Kundal's tone. After all, aren't I also from the Empire? I was once the Emperor's father-in-law. Well, now the Academy takes precedence over the Imperial Court, but at least I need to know how the capital is functioning. Silica inadvertently noticed the name Louisnell written on one of the letters, but didn't show any reaction. Shortly after, Kundal gathered the letters and set them aside. Anyway, on another note, we've decided to bring in new instructors for this semester. New instructors, you say? We need to fill the vacancy left by Nella instructor, who went missing after the kidnapping incident. Coincidentally, it seems our family sent a replacement directly. Are they from the Quasel family? Not exactly. They're from a branch I've never heard of before. Have you heard of Ruchelheim? No, I haven't. It's the first time I've heard of it. Even she had never heard of such a place. While they don't seem to be of common birth, they appear to be quite extraordinary. Despite being barely in their 20s, their magic grade is said to be an impressive 8th tier. An 8th tier? An 8th tier, just below the headmaster's 9th tier, which is almost on par with a grandmaster, surpassing her official 7th tier rank. Considering that most humans can't achieve the level of magic prowess achievable by those in the upper 8th tier even in a lifetime of study, this was a remarkably high rank, suggesting potential for a high-ranking position within a magical society. Smart looks like they've arrived. It was just a knock on the door, but Silica felt extremely flustered inwardly. How did I not sense anything? The assassin's senses are so sharp that they can detect even the slightest sound of a leaf falling from a tree beyond 100 paces. Though she tries to be more cautious about relying on those senses now that she's a teacher rather than the leader. Until just before the knock on the door, she felt no inkling of any presence or energy. It was like an intangible spirit materializing at the door. Silica couldn't shake a sense of unease somehow. Creak finally, the door opened, and a man of small stature stepped inside. Welcome. You must have had a long journey. The headmaster greeted with hospitality, and the man nodded with a subtle smile. Nice to meet you, I'm Boris Ruchelheim. Chapter 100, Winds of Change, Part 2, 2 hours had already passed. The chair and her buttocks seemed inseparable, with not even a hint of discomfort. Truly remarkable concentration. Still in her late 20s, not yet 30, Silica found the man's first impression quite intriguing. Before entering the headmaster's office, the sense of unease wafting from beyond the door was so palpable it could have made her hair stand on end. Yet, as soon as she laid eyes on him, that sense of unease vanished like a gust of wind. He embodied the typical image of an academic scholar. Seemingly secluded in some remote chamber, devoting a lifetime to magical research, with an impression that he wouldn't harm a fly, let alone a person. So Silica cautiously approached and struck up a conversation. "You seem deeply engrossed in your work." As if unaware of her approach, Boris appeared slightly flustered. "Haha. With so many outstanding students around, I thought they might feel apprehensive about me. I just wanted to get a bit closer first, even if it's through conversation." He was looking at stacks of students' records stretching into the thousands. Including freshmen and even graduating students, it was certainly not an easy task to individually verify hundreds of students' records. And for the most part, it was an action that most wouldn't even attempt. Instructor Boris is probably the first instructor to check students' records as soon as he takes office. Really? I wonder if I'm doing something wrong. Oh no, rather, wouldn't you want to learn from his passion? Do you have any students you're interested in? Boris reacted with a smile, as if he had been waiting for this. Yes, there are. The student I'm currently looking at seems quite interesting. Silica's gaze naturally shifted to the record book he was holding. Cyan Vert, It felt like a needle had pricked her somewhere in her body, but Silica kept her smile without showing any signs of discomfort. "Do you also know about this student, Instructor Silica?" "Of course. He's quite famous at our academy. It would be strange if someone didn't know about him. Since entering the school, almost every student has had some interaction with him at least once. He's neither a top student nor a problem child, but rather a truly ambiguous student. Moreover, he has a very close relationship with her. As the youngest son of the famous continent's guardian, Duke Vert, and with unprecedented attribute scores of over 90%, they're quite talented. But what's interesting is that among our instructors, they're known as a student who's hard to come by. Indeed, Cyan's attendance record was quite remarkable. Their attendance rate was just enough to avoid failing grades, yet they never received a single academic warning, and they diligently attended every exam. What's amusing is that in theoretical subjects, they usually received grades close to failing, but in practical subjects like swordsmanship and magic application, they consistently scored near perfect marks. With a strange smile, Boris asked, "So, is this student currently in the academy?" Trot trot, the thundering sound of hooves broke the silence, coming from beyond the horizon. Any experienced knight could easily recognize whose carriage it was from the distance alone. A white carriage running in the center, surrounded by dozens of escort knights, their surroundings are closely guarded. Even the golden flag, swaying vigorously in the wind, bears the emblem of the imperial Sevalorous family, descendants of the divine Lumendal, the god of light. Since the Fabian and Nerobian brothers graduated last year, there was only one person who could carry that flag to the academy. "Welcome to the city of harmony, Lewin." As the carriage arrived, the guards presented their arms in salute. Creak, the carriage door opened, and a short-haired woman with a sword at her waist emerged. Though just past her youth, her confident demeanor was evident in her sturdy face. After exchanging pleasantries with the guards, she quietly handed over 2 badges. "Excuse me, would it be possible for another companion inside to present their credentials? Due to recent events, the security measures have been tightened." Another woman emerged from the carriage at once. As soon as the guards saw her face, they immediately made way without hesitation. "Allow me to introduce Her Highness Erin Sevalorous, Princess of the Ushif Empire." Without any issues, the 2 women were allowed entry into Lewin. "Please go ahead and unload the luggage first. I want to take a walk around with Resimus. We will follow your highness's command." Some of the knights, who received the order, immediately entered the city along with the carriage. Erin, along with the remaining knights including Resimus, slowly walked through the city. It's unusually quiet. It wasn't like this before. Not even students, nor merchants crowding in for the start of the semester, were visible. It felt like seeing the deserted city after a war evacuation. The aftermath of the banquet incident seems to have been significant, and on top of that, the incident from a fortnight ago. Aaron sighed heavily with a sense of sadness. It's really unfortunate for that child, enduring such events in the Empire and now experiencing the disgraceful act of kidnapping. Resimus's heart ached even more upon hearing this. She knew. Despite Aaron's efforts to appear strong, her inner turmoil was evident. No matter how brave and resolute she appeared, she was ultimately just a 13-year-old girl. It was truly cruel to bear the responsibilities of a princess, unable to show distress or shed tears even when facing difficulties and sorrows. Let's go, Aaron. Even if you go back to the dormitory, Cyan will be there. Cyan? Contrary to what was expected, Aaron's expression turned sullen. Never mind. It's not like I came here to see that guy. Resimus couldn't help but feel flustered for a moment. Are you serious? Anyway, whether I come or not, he won't care, right? He didn't even bother to meet me when he came to the banquet. I don't care anymore. Aaron's face was covered with a layer of resentment towards Cyan. However, beneath that troubled facade, her girlishness, which had been hidden, was subtly revealed. But that doesn't mean I won't go. I made a promise. I said I'd visit him first when I come back. How boring must it have been for him to be with boring Cyan all this time? Well, I suppose. Resimus sighed with a sense of relief for some reason. As the two women were about to head towards the royal palace, welcome to the city of harmony, Lewin. Suddenly, the sound of guard spears came from behind. Normally, Lewin's guards only present spears to nobles or high-ranking academy officials. When Aaron turned her head, thinking it might be another student like her, Aaron was faced with a very familiar face. Luna. Both women couldn't hide their surprise, as if they had seen someone they shouldn't have. Upon passing through the gate, Luna also noticed Aaron and reacted. Princess Aaron? Unlike Aaron, she didn't seem particularly surprised. Dozens of wizards clad in robes followed behind her. Are you okay? Was there something wrong with me? In her confusion, Aaron unintentionally asked about her well-being, but Luna just grinned in response. The initial shock of the unexpected reunion soon faded away. Aaron and Luna found themselves walking side by side towards the academy. Following behind them was Resimus, and behind him, knights from the palace and wizards from the society maintained a certain distance as they followed. Speaking of which, how have you been all this time? Not much has changed. After returning from the Empire, I just stayed holed up in my room. Same here. I didn't step outside my room until I came to the academy. Aaron responded with a clap of her hands, feeling a sense of camaraderie. For a moment, an uncomfortable expression crossed Luna's face. You can speak freely. After all, this isn't the Empire, it's the Academy, so just feel free to call me by my name. But in return, can I call you Senior Aaron? Sure, why not? Aaron was taken aback by the sudden informality. Sensing a bit of ease, Luna continued speaking as if nothing had changed. In truth, it wasn't because of the banquet, but rather my grandfather's strict confinement. One day, I got too bored and decided to escape without his knowledge. Eventually, I made it to the academy. Oh, how did you manage that? It was simple. The guards around me were always stationed at designated times and places. Their shifts were consistent. Actually, I could have escaped any time before. I just didn't have anything to do outside, so I didn't. Although my grandfather seems to have tightened security a bit since then, it's still not impossible. Aaron expressed her admiration a beat later. Wow, that's impressive. I had no idea you were so perceptive. Honestly, I was really worried when I heard about your kidnapping. Luna maintained a nonchalant gaze as if it were no big deal. Well, it wasn't much. So, why did you go to the academy? Can I ask? Oh, I went to see Senior Cyan. Aaron's steps, which had been moving steadily forward, suddenly halted. This caused not only Luna but also Resimus and the guards following them to stop in their tracks. What? You went to see Cyan? While Aaron was visibly excited, Luna's expression remained calm. Yes, I just wanted to see Senior's face because I was bored, so I went to find him. And did you meet Cyan? I did manage to meet him when I went to the royal palace by myself. But instead of letting me in, he grabbed my hand and took me to the cafeteria. Aaron immediately understood that it was because of Nana. Anyway, we talked for a bit there, but while Senior went to the restroom, I got kidnapped. Looking back, it was really foolish of me. I should have realized something was off when I saw those strangers I've never met before. It was entirely my fault. Luna was actually blaming herself for what happened. Seeing her self-blame, but also her lack of discouragement, Erin felt a strange mix of emotions. Despite blaming herself, Luna exuded a strong sense of confidence that she would never fall prey to such a situation again. As the girls continued their conversation, they soon arrived at the academy without anyone noticing a man approaching them. Sorry for startling you. Did I interrupt something?" Resimus quickly stepped in front of Erin. The knights and mages following them did the same, unaware of the man's presence until now. The man who suddenly appeared quickly bowed his head and apologized. Who are you? Nice to meet you. I'm Boris Ruchelheim, the new instructor at the academy for this semester. A new instructor? To dispel any doubts, the man immediately presented his badge. It was a clear badge with the emblem of the academy. I apologize for the intrusion. I happened to approach you unconsciously when I saw you in the academy. Are you Erin and Luna? Yes, but despite it being their first meeting, the man seemed to already know who they were. Indeed, the top students of the academy. I was quite surprised by your abundant mana energy. If it's not too much trouble, may I check your mana for a moment? How would you do that? It's simple. Just create a small mana orb and hand it to me. But if you're uncomfortable, you don't have to. It's just a request. Although his identity as an instructor was confirmed, Luna didn't ease her guarded gaze. Meanwhile, Erin seemed somewhat intrigued and effortlessly created her mana orb. Should I just hand it over? Yes, that's correct. As the white orb emerged from her delicate hand and was about to be handed to Instructor Boris, thunk someone's rough grip forcefully grabbed Erin's wrist. Caught off guard, Erin stumbled backward, only to find herself embraced by someone moments later. Erin was stunned when she saw the owner of the hand. See, Cyan? His face seemed oddly furious. Chapter 101. Winds of Change, Part 3. The time was in a past life. It was when the Ushif Empire was on the verge of a full-scale war with the Garam Kingdom. Boris visited Cyan, who was sharpening his sword in a secluded place as usual. Ah, there you are. I've been looking for you, Lord Cyan. What brings you here, Boris? It was a somewhat unexpected visit. Boris Ruchelheim, the head of the Ushif Empire's magic society. Cyan thought there was no reason for him to visit since he was supposed to be busy preparing for the war. It's not that I have something urgent. I just wanted to have a chat with Lord Cyan before embarking on something big, shall I say? He approached Cyan slowly with an innocent smile, devoid of any malice. Cyan's gaze was indifferent, but it wasn't friendly either. In the first place, Cyan had no intention of having a friendly conversation with him, as he was thinking of assassinating him at any time, if only not for the fact that this man was Ashel's close associate. If you have something to say, please do. Despite Cyan's stern demeanor, Boris maintained his smile. If it's not too much to ask, could you show me your mana sphere, Lord Cyan? My mana sphere? At that moment, a hint of suspicion, which had been somewhat suppressed, surfaced a bit more. No need to misunderstand. Your magic level is around 6th rank, isn't it? I understand there hasn't been much advancement in your rank for a while, but I wanted to see if there might be any issues with your mana. Cyan's feelings became quite complicated. To think that a man, who had reached the 9th rank in his early 30s and was considered a genius mage of the era, would ask to see his mana. Whether it was pure-hearted intention or some sort of impudence, Cyan didn't feel like showing him. However, contrary to his feelings, Cyan created his mana sphere and handed it to Boris. Of course, it wasn't a complete sphere of mana. Boris, upon receiving the sphere, showed a very interesting reaction. Indeed, it must be an extraordinary attribute value. As expected, you're quite remarkable. Do you really see that just from my mana sphere? I'm just analyzing the mana emitted from the sphere in my own way. It's just a trivial skill. Cyan's officially recorded magic level was 6th rank, but that was just a record. In reality, Cyan could freely manipulate magic up to the 7th and 8th ranks, and even master 9th rank magic related to dark attributes, which could be considered the highest rank of magic. Of course, most of the people who witnessed this were no longer in this world. Let's see. Even though the mana is scarce, the potential contained within it is tremendous. I see infinite possibilities. It sounded like something a newly admitted genius freshman to the academy might hear. Rather than sounding like a compliment, it sounded more like mockery to Cyan, who felt somewhat uncomfortable. I apologize for this intrusion. To think that I would speak of infinite possibilities for you, the greatest knight of the Empire, if my words were bitter, I apologize. It's fine. It's a sign that I shouldn't settle and should strive for further development. Besides, if it could be of more help to Brother Ashel, wouldn't that be great? Please don't worry about it, Boris. Unexpectedly, when Ashel was mentioned unintentionally by Cyan, Boris's lips twitched ever so slightly. Every time I see you, Lord Cyan, I can't help but find it very intriguing. What do you mean by that? Although I have sworn allegiance to Lord Ashel and received his grace, frankly speaking, I don't think I can match your loyalty to him. Isn't Lord Cyan's heart towards Lord Ashel more than just friendship and loyalty? Cyan responded indifferently. There's nothing special. I simply believe it's where I ought to be, and therefore, I should rightfully be there. Isn't that the case for you too, Boris? Whether it's me or you, our worth truly shines when we're by Lord Ashel's side, wouldn't you agree? You speak truly. However, I must say, Lord Cyan seems to be somewhat distant from the light. For a moment, Cyan's gaze became sharp and piercing. Internally, he felt extremely uncomfortable, but he didn't express it outwardly. He knew that eventually, he would meet his end at Cyan's hands, and that fact wouldn't change. All he could do was hope that moment would come sooner rather than later. At the time, it passed like that, but as time went on, Cyan came to realize something. That man, from the moment Cyan handed over his monosphere, or perhaps even long before that, knew everything about him. There was a smell, certainly not a pleasant one. It felt like the sudden appearance of garbage that had been left unattended and was now making itself known. So I went out, and there it was. That face that I wouldn't mind tearing limb from limb and feeding to the beasts. Boris Ruchelheim, the head of the Imperial Magic Society of Ushif and the right hand of the Emperor. The very same man who shook hands with the devil and stabbed me in the back. Still, it wasn't as intense as facing Ashel, so I managed to momentarily suppress the surging anger. But that suppression didn't last long. The moment I saw some foolish princess trying to hand over her mana to him, the anger I had restrained now erupted, accompanied by a will to act. Giarea, the grip of my right hand, which held the princess's arm, grew tighter, touching none other than the princess herself so recklessly. If this were not the academy but the palace, I would have been dragged away as a criminal. Indeed, even if they were to truly draw their swords and hold them to my neck, it wouldn't matter. Compared to the dozens or hundreds of blades aimed at my throat, this one human in front of me was more threatening. "See, Cyan, it hurts. Let go." The moment she cried out in pain, the strength in my wrist naturally loosened. Turning my gaze away, I saw red marks left on her delicate white skin by my hand. Are you okay, Your Highness?" Resimus rushed over anxiously. "Why, yeah, I'm fine." Although not heavily injured, she seemed quite startled. Resimus's gaze immediately turned to me. "What is the meaning of this, Cyan? How dare you lay hands on Her Highness?" The stern gaze of the knight, not quite 16, pierced me deeply. "No, it's okay, Resimus," the princess quickly interjected. "I think there was a misunderstanding. Cyan, was it because I reached out to a stranger? This person is Boris, the new instructor at the academy." "Instructor?" I frowned, feeling like I might have misheard. I think this is all my fault. I simply wanted to examine the mana of the esteemed princess, no, esteemed student Aaron, but it seems I unintentionally caused a misunderstanding with Cyan. What a joke. A hollow laughter erupted from within me. Why would an instructor need to confirm a student's mana? Pardon? After all, wouldn't it all be recorded in the academic records? What's the need to personally come and check? WL, you see? An awkward smile mixed with confusion, but I know that such childish and inadequate behavior was thoroughly staged. Enough, Cyan. The teacher can verify a student's mana, right? No need to get worked up like this. The princess now held my hand, urging me to stop. No need to get worked up? Does she know what kind of situation she could have been in? I couldn't even find words to retort to such absurdity. "Did you say Cyan, the student?" he called out to me. I wanted to make some time to talk with Cyan and get to know him better, but it seems today might not be the best day. When Cyan has calmed down, would it be all right for me to visit him officially? There's a significant point to note here. Boris Ruchelheim, the man who would later become the head of the Imperial Magic Society and Ashel's right-hand man. However, during my time as a student at the academy, he had never been appointed as an instructor. A new instructor? That's not important. Changes in instructors were common, happening every semester. The faces of those who came and went several times were not memorable to me, but this man is different. I firmly believe that Boris did not come here by mere coincidence. If I know that, then I must also know everything about him. Please do so. Boris disappeared from my sight like that. Even after he left, I couldn't seem to move from my spot. Once the excitement subsided, I finally looked around at the others. Why is everyone still here? As expected, he was quite a forceful man, Senior. Luna, who had been thought to remain confined to the society for a while, said with a strange look in her eyes. Well, she seems sharper than before, and there don't seem to be any side effects from detaching the heart curve. It's been a while, Cyan. In the midst of it all, Erin, the princess standing next to me, greeted me cheerfully. Instead of responding, I simply bowed my head to her. I apologize for the rudeness just now. I think I misunderstood the situation. The princess waved her hand in dismissal. No, it's okay. If the misunderstanding is cleared up, then that's all that matters. Why? You were just worried about me, that's why you did that. For a moment, my mind went blank. It wasn't like I acted based on that thought, or should I say it was? If I had witnessed the sight of someone other than the princess trying to hand over her monosphere to Boris, would I have stepped in and stopped it like I did just now? At least judging by the circumstances, it seemed plausible. Wasn't that a bit unexpected? It feels like it's been a while since I've seen Cyan so worked up. Well, I can't recall ever being worked up in front of this woman, but it's true that she smoothly diffused a potentially awkward situation. But please refrain from doing so next time. I mean, showing or giving away your monosphere to others, princess. She tilted her head in apparent confusion. I don't see anything wrong with it. I mean, it's just showing my monosphere to someone. What's the problem with that? It's not about the monosphere itself, but rather the fact that the princess seemed willing to give something away so easily. Shouldn't the imperial princess hesitate to freely display her possessions to just anyone? Regardless of how trivial it may seem, she should receive something in return. The princess looked bewildered and even seemed to feel unfairly treated. Of course she would feel that way. I know it's forced. Still, I wanted to convey this one thing. If you don't want your life to get messed up, don't get too close to that guy. I mean, she probably won't fully accept it either. She'll probably just dismiss it as nonsense. Okay, I understand. Her voice sounded resigned, devoid of energy. I should have remembered that I am a princess before I am a student. I was too naive. What? She's admitting it that easily. No, she should at least deny it once so that I can. It feels like something inside my head just went out like a candle. What's with that face? Even though she's desperately suppressing her emotions, it's blatantly obvious to me. I'm sure if I say another word here, she'll definitely burst into tears. Chapter 102, Winds of Change, Part 4. As the sun sets, the moon rises. It's an unchanging law of nature. When the moon appears, I head to the bar. This has been my routine without fail for the past 2 years. But today, I feel unusually down. I know why. It's probably because of what happened during the day. Unlike most people, I've seen more twisted and disgusted faces than smiling ones. I'm talking about the faces of people on the brink of death, consumed by despair. But the face of the princess I saw during the day was different. It wasn't despair, it was sadness. It was a face filled with sorrow for her own helplessness. A face I'm not familiar with. Looks like someone's feeling down. But then again, no man is more trash than the one who makes a woman cry. But she didn't cry. I have to admit, I was close to making her cry, but I didn't. That's even worse. If you're going to make her cry, do it properly instead of keeping it bottled up inside and causing her pain. Why does she have to suffer silently? Oh, but I can't even scold my master. As usual, I should listen with one ear and let it out the other, but oddly enough, I couldn't do it this time. Is it my fault? I haven't done anything wrong, but it feels like I've committed a grave mistake. Normally, I wouldn't even bat an eye, but for some reason, the image of the sad princess keeps haunting me. So, is that skinny guy you saw during the day your archenemy? Seems like it, but honestly, he's even more inscrutable than that devil's spawn. Why can't we solve difficult math problems? It's simple. Because we don't know the answer. People are the same way. Those who are easy to read are easy to deal with, but those who are hard to decipher are the ones we struggle with. Boris falls into the latter category. I know he's shady and smells fishy, but I can't figure out exactly what he is, a mystery within a mystery. Honestly, if I were to kill him now, there's nothing stopping me. But I won't. Killing him would be too easy. Instead, like savoring unfamiliar meat until it reaches its peak flavor, I'll wait until the right moment to strike. To do that, I need to find out why he came to the academy in the first place. That's definitely something I should do, but why am I here now? Hop! The sound of a determined battle cry pierces the night sky. It's the training ground where Brian, dedicated to his training, punches in his time card every day. And there's another person here who stands on par with him. Muscles bulging on her arms and legs with disciplined posture and precise movements. It's safe to say she's made a remarkable leap compared to just 2 years ago. As they say, when people have a goal, their latent potential shines through. Now that she has the ultimate goal of being the guardian of Princess Erin, she'll continue to train relentlessly to achieve it. I'm willing to bet she'll surpass even the greatest swordsman of the previous continent. When Resimus noticed me, she stopped moving. Don't mind me, keep doing what you were doing. Apparently unable to ignore it, she hurried over to me and respectfully bowed her head. I'll apologize for my rudeness to Lord Cyan. No, it's my mistake. Why should you apologize? Touching the princess was something even I couldn't justify right there. It was the best course of action for her. Do you always come out at this time? Yes. After Lady Erin falls asleep, I always come out to continue my personal training. I already knew that, so it didn't matter. But I didn't come here to see Resimus. I came to ask something of her. Do you have something to say? As if she had read my mind, she asked first. Without hesitation, I asked right away. Princess Erin, what happened at the palace? Her eyes widened for a moment. May I ask why you think that? No, it's just that she seemed a bit off today compared to usual. She looked a bit gloomy. I'm really asking about anything and everything. But if I'm feeling uneasy, it's better to ask outright than to let it linger. After a moment of hesitation, Resimus cautiously spoke up. Why did Lord Cyan come to the palace banquet? It was a rather unexpected question. Well, Princess Erin sent an invitation, so. But why didn't you meet Lady Erin? I was momentarily speechless. It's been a while since I felt this way. I owe Lady Erin and Lord Cyan a debt of gratitude that I can never fully repay. If it weren't for you two, I wouldn't be alive and well at this academy. Her eyes changed into strong eyes full of determination. The lives saved by you two, I am prepared to dedicate mine to you at any time. Lord Cyan may not need it, but at least as long as Lady Erin is by my side, I want to protect her even if it means sacrificing myself. That's why I'm here with Lady Erin. Are you not already doing enough? But no matter how much I'm by her side, I don't think I can unravel all the burdens she carries. If I can't unravel them, those burdens will only fester and become heavier. The pain from that will go straight to Lady Erin. So, what do you want to say? She spoke without hesitation. Can't you unravel those burdens for her? For a moment, I didn't understand and cocked my head. On the night of the banquet incident, Prince Louisnel visited Lady Erin's room. The first prince, Resimus, recounted all the disrespectful behavior Prince Louisnel had shown towards Princess Erin. It wasn't particularly surprising. He was very much like the first prince, always finding a way out of trouble, never doing anything that would harm himself. In the end, regardless of how Prince and Ashel's plans unfolded, Princess Erin was bound to face unwanted unhappiness. It's too much for a 14-year-old girl to handle. Now I understood why she looked so distressed. I've already heard about what happened between Lord Cyan and Lady Erin on the battlefield. Lady Erin is trying to grow herself to please Lord Cyan before pursuing her dream of becoming an empress. She continues to fight against herself, a fight no one else can help with. I understand. Princess Erin's growth over the past 2 years has surprised even me. She's been an outstanding student, never missing an S grade in any subject since enrolling. In some circles, she was highly praised at the academy, almost comparable to Alice, who was called the Child of God. The only difference is that her achievements were based entirely on hard work. But Princess Erin is different. She didn't possess the overwhelming talent that Alice did. To compensate for her lack of talent, she put in bone-deep effort. That's why, even if not in the palace, she's earned recognition from many here at the academy. So, what's the point? What more do I have to do? Should I praise her, saying you're doing great? As I say repeatedly, I only show the path and do not guide you along that path. Even if they trip over the rocks on that path, I won't lend a hand. Why? Because I'm not a savior. Regardless of what I do, the essence of who I am won't change. I looked at Resimus and said, the position of a princess is as heavy as they say. No one can bear it. I'm the same. Princess Erin will continue to fight a lonelier battle in the future. The burdens she's accumulated so far will only get heavier. She'll have to carry them on her own without relying on anyone else. But still, I can at least help lighten it a bit. It's just not the right time. That was the best I could say right now. Resimus cocked his head, seemingly not understanding, but soon, a faint smile appeared on his face. Lord Cyan is truly an unfathomable person. A wry smile escaped me. If even I don't know myself, who will? With that conversation over, I left the training ground. The Research Institute, where the personal research labs of the faculty members, including Leader Silica, are located, also serves as the residence for all staff. Despite the time being late into the night, or rather early into the morning, there are still several rooms with lights on. If I want to infiltrate without drawing attention, I'll probably have to wait for at least an hour or two. Are they owls or something? Don't they ever sleep? Today, I couldn't agree more with her words. Perhaps there are rooms where the lights won't go out until the morning sun rises. The fact that there are so many rooms with lights on means that the probability of being caught by someone when infiltrating increases. Now, in this situation where not all the faculty members have gathered yet, it's the best time to infiltrate the Research Institute. Yes, that should be the case. What's going on? A squirrel hiding somewhere. Just 10 meters away from the main entrance of the research lab, there was a girl standing closely behind a tree as if hiding from a predator. Her hair swayed gently in the night breeze, reflecting the faint moonlight. Even from her back, I could tell who she was. It was Luna, the audacious little troublemaker who never seems to bring any joy whenever I encounter her. Without a moment's hesitation, I marched towards her. Despite the shortening distance, she continued to stare intently at the entrance of the research lab. "What are you doing?" My casual question was met with an equally nonchalant response. "You've come, senior." Her reaction seemed as if she had known I would come. It was so absurd that I couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh. Her demeanor was so carefree, almost to the point of being naive. There was an optimism in her eyes that was almost unsettling, especially compared to the last time we met.